The resolution of the streaming monitor. Hopefully you can see the positions better. File, and I'm going to be opening up Sierra chart. What are we going to trade today? Rex Dog, simple. Booyakasha. At CL, I need to probably just take off here because I can't really trade it on this thing right now because I don't know what I'm doing. All right. NQ is just breaking through profit, possibly. Got a plan to scale in a little bit lower than that. See if NG holds its lows. That's the question. I will share all the streams now that I got it all set up. I do wish there was a button I could push that would make all windows tiled. I did figure out some things about, I did figure out how to use, what's the right word I'm looking for? Trading view, meaning that okay, why is it? So why can't I? Oh, that's why. I'm using OBS. Okay, there we go. Sorry, it takes me a second now to figure out the system, but now I got it figured out. Why is it getting that? Oh, okay. Gosh, I need to be. Does that overlay work for this chart? Sure does. There we are. We're up about $2 grand on that trade. The NQ trade. I am working on. What am I working on? I'm working on actually getting the stream properly set up. And just in one trade on the NQ, about 19 lots. Let's get this set up first. Not missing anything yet. I mean, you are, I guess, if you're not in the NQ trade. But other than that, we don't see anything else that's not in a range that I even want to touch. Okay. Good to have you here. Couldn't stream yesterday due to treatment. Boom. All right. I kind of like that trade. I think we're going to try to. We're 19 lots. I think we're going to take some off.
Order filled.
The question is, did I scale in that high?
Order filled.
I think I did.
Order filled.
We're fitting to find out. Let's do 4 lots. We will do 4, 8, 16. So 3 different positions at 4. Let's see if we get knocked out of this trade or we can ride it up. Obviously, on every chart with a sell-off like that, you know that you are in a heavy momentum environment. Share the stream, share the stream. Why am I not getting links to the stream? Usually there's a link to the stream. No, they changed it around. Changed a few things around. I didn't see any updates from Trade of 8, so I don't know what they're changing around for.
Stop filled.
Yeah. I'm sure I'm going to get knocked out just from this trade. Okay, well, I got knocked out of one position for 4. And we have 8 left. I haven't heard any feedback on things. So I shared pre-market a couple days. Didn't hear any feedback on it. So I don't share it anymore. So if I hear feedback on stuff, I definitely will share it. But if I don't get any interactions or feedback, then I assume no one cares. I know there's extroverts and introverts on the server. I talked to someone yesterday or the other day that said I would just prefer to DM, not ask publicly just because I'm an extrovert. I said, that's great. I just like public comments because it helps other people and it helps the server stay active, But I will, like, if you DM with me, yeah, pretty decent long there, hit the bottom. I mean, that was obvious. That was like, it couldn't have been a more obvious trade. So it's a daily momentum check. Like, you take that trade every time on the first test. I mean, it's just, you do it. I started a little early, so my P&L is not as good as it is. I think I'm up for, I guess I will re-add my P&L. Can you see the charts? Sorry, I have hiccups. The byproduct of this product, I've had hiccups for an hour and a half now, and it's utterly pissing me off. So I've tried. I have a straw that kind of works. Yeah, a daily momentum test. Higher time frame test. You take that trade every time that it's given to you. Don't question it. There's going to be a reaction there. Yeah, no, it's my chemo treatment. One of the chemo treatments, the doctors don't say it is. But no, I'm like, no, actually they do say that it could be a byproduct. I've done the research. I've already went to the medical studies. I've done all that stuff. So.
Stop field.
What? You stopped me out? Sucker and succotash. Who says that? Who says sucker and succotash?
Stop field.
I don't use the footprint chart, but I do know TPO very well. I'm thinking about using the footprint chart. No, come on. How can my stream be offline on TradingView? You're going to start doing this? Look, I'm just going to share this up front, just so everybody knows. TradingView, streaming-wise, technology-wise, is an awesome trading platform. Or
Stop field.
I don't know. It's a tolerable trade. Okay,
Stop field.
So we got knocked out. We got a level here that we can trade against. TradingView is a really good charting platform. I'd give it like a 70%. But the other things they do, I don't know. I'll restart. The positive is that I think I can restart. Well, from my perspective, it looks like it started. I'd give it like a 70%. So, meaning that I do like TradingView. I like it a lot.
Order filled.
I like it a lot. But, at the same time, here's the thing, y'all. This is what you're in for today, okay? Just so you know. I got chemo treatment yesterday.
Order filled.
And I didn't sleep at all last night. I stayed up till like 4 doing stuff. So I got some stuff ready to go. Got a YouTube video that I don't know how it's going to play or turn out. It was supposed to be only 2 minutes long. It turned it into a 45 minutes, 50-minute long video. The title of the video is How to Be a Genius Crypto Trader. How to Be a Crypto Trading Genius. And then the first part of it, I was just going to show charts and time frames. And then I stopped the render and I came back and I was like, I didn't show an example. So that's what I did. I showed an example. And then that took about 40 minutes because I dove into other concepts of trading, reinforcements for members. Didn't have the hiccups then, so I was pretty satisfied with the whole situation. All right, that's where we're at. Should have added more in that pullback, but I didn't have confidence that it wasn't going to do a level check. I think I removed some of this 2 down and moved this down here. We do have new. For 2 friggin' hours, man. The hiccups. So friggin' annoying. I bought this straw. You can find it on Amazon. It's supposed to be like the hiccup help straw. And it does work. But maybe I'm too dumb how to use it now, because it worked like the first week I got it. Now it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, no, appreciate it. Appreciate the comments. I mean, I don't even think about it other than when I'm dealing with it. So, if I didn't have the hiccups right now, my stomach would be extremely upset, which it is, and I feel like crap, but I can deal with all, and the pain I usually have. I could deal with all that. It's this friggin' hiccup stuff that just like pisses me off. Like I don't get angry too often, but this will drive me to the point where I'll get angry if it's another hour. And I know I should just readjust my brain and try to fight it correctly. We got anybody watching on the YouTubes? I think we do. I didn't share it on the Twitters. Maybe I can share it on the Twitters. Never really go there. Anyways, Twitter, I mean, I need a social media person. That's the thing I'm going to do this week. If I'm going to do this, if I'm going to actually do this, okay, well, why did it do that? I hate when it does that. Windows. Friggin' A. Don't like Windows. Why did it go to that monitor?
Stop field.
Stupid ass piece of crap. Okay.
Stop field.
Now I gotta remember to do that just to make sure. All right, now what am I looking for? Why did I open this window? I had a purpose in doing this. The hiccups and Windows doing stuff I don't like. Wonder if I can stream on Rumble. I really want to. Oh, dude, you're about to piss me off. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm about to piss me. All right, yeah, there is news at 10 a.m. You will see all my charts transition over to market time. I kind of have to do it because of Sierra chart. I'm not happy about the whole situation. All right, so we got news in about 5 minutes. You should be out of the market. All right, well, get in touch with me. DM me on well, the best thing is join Discord. You'll see a link down below. And DM me. Can work something out. Yeah, thanks for reminding. Yeah, YouTube. I hate to look. I don't want to drive people from TradingView. Other than 2 mods that hate me. And deny everything I ever published there. So join. Actually, I can send you a DM. Can I? Oh. Oh. Had to block another impersonator on Discord. If you see a person that has my name, on Discord. Number one, I don't directly DM people. I do. So I do directly DM. Oh my gosh. Son, these hiccups. Sorry, I will stop complaining about it. I will. I'll just try to deal with it. So I know it annoys. I know it would annoy me. So I'm sure it annoys you. Oh, what was the word I was looking for? It's amazing that I'm up $8,200 and having the hiccups. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Damn, son, I gotta do it. Hold on, I don't have a transition screen, but I have the hiccups, so that might help. One second. Hey, I got a logo up on here. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. How'd you know? How did you know OBS? How did you know I wanted to do that? Out of all the things I could want to do, how did you know that's the one thing I wanted to do? Next zone for the NDX. I'm going to call that before I have to make this change. Or before, no, I actually want to do this. I'm going to be nice to the peeps today. Today, we're going to be nice to the peeps. What a P&L today? We do a P&L check today? I can't copy it. I don't know why I can't copy it. Maybe I'm not smart enough to do that. All right, now this is a double level check, so you got to take the trade.
Order filled.
Even though there's news. You take it with low risk. Low size position. 2 lots. 2 lots is the market. Like, the market is setting up that it might rip down, but it's also setting up that it probably is gonna. Yeah, I think it's gonna take me out. I'm gonna lose about $100.
Stop filled.
Damn it, Jim. I'm a trader, not a doctor. Cool. Get in touch. Here's the thing. Like, I have certain needs for certain people. Okay, the stream is offline because of the volatility. That's why. One more time. Oh, sorry. I need to put the stream isn't offline. I turned off the overlay. There we go. Okay, now why is that? Why is the screen over there? Yeah, that's where I want it. Yeah, really. I want the screen over there. And then what is this blue thing? I don't remember seeing OBS have this blue thing. I do apologize. I'm having minor technology issues, and I'm hiccuping. And the hiccups aren't a help. Let me make sure that the screen is proper. The hiccups aren't a help. Let me make sure that the screen is proper. It is proper. All right. That sell-off didn't look like it was much of a sell-off there.
Order filled.
So that didn't look like much of a sell-off. On which market? Everyone, voice. Oh, I'm in the voice chat. Active trading. All right. Here is the NQ on Sierra chart. So it is, I'm not going to, well, I guess could I enter a trade? Is this live data? No, it's not live data. And I got to pull that down because I don't really know enough about that yet to actually properly have it up there. Meaning that, plus I don't want people asking questions because I can't answer them. Because this week I'm going to be doing my first trading. Oh, man, the hiccups. I'm going to be doing my first trading on Sierra chart this week. Not going to change from trade 08. CL, moving up. Moving on up in the world's probably worth a trade for a pullback. Probably an entry right here. Pull back and enter. Oh, I missed the trade. Damn it, Jim. We're in three lots. We're only up a couple $100, as you can see. Yeah, P&L is 8065. We'll do a P&L check here. P&L check.
Order filled.
Yeah, what did I get filled on? Oh, CL. You know what? I wish, well, that would be current. No, can I change that per chart? I think, you know what? I can do that. Sweet. I think on Sierra chart, what I can do is I can create separate. No, I can't. I don't think I can create separate alerts. That would be awesome. If I could create separate alerts, like saying CL filled, CL filled. I don't think it's that smart. I don't think it's got the brains. Well, we're in active profit. 8053. Trading the system like a dumb meathead.
Stop filled.
It's really better now. It's 8150. For those that are new, trading a system I developed called the Rexdog Trading. There is training for it. Just watch out. Good, John C. Is my stream offline on the trading view? Just watch out. Good, John B. Okay. Do I add on this momentum check? I think I do. And I think what we do is we create a protective stop right above my entry, because my basis will change. You know, I did notice something with Sierra chart, or I did notice something with Trade Ovate that I think is a major malfunction, which I didn't really think about this before, but the trading button on the chart is left click. Am I trading with leverage? Yeah, of course. Yes, of course. That's one of the main reasons to trade futures. I mean, one of them. I'm not trading as heavy as I should be. I should be about 15, 20 lots here. Just trading 3, because we don't know if that daily area is going to hold. What daily area are we talking about, you might say? That line there, it's also a weekly open, very clear to see. Why does this chart not show a daily open? I just added that indicator. Why is there no daily open on this chart? Oh, it's because I'm looking at the daily chart, because I'm an idiot. That's why. Oftentimes I am first to call myself an idiot when I do idiotic things. Like, for instance, a couple weeks ago, I was being an idiot and trading against my system because I needed a challenge. I think part of it is, too, I needed to look cool. I needed to look like I'm an elite trader instead of, like, just letting the P&L speak for itself, you know? It's like, no, look at how cool I can time tops and bottoms. See how cool I am? So who shared this? So Toto, like, I responded to you. What I just really want is I just want feedback. Okay, don't take my. I feel like the whole system, all the training covers exactly what you said as a whoality. So, Toto, if you are listening, and I don't know if you are, I'll do this, but the response I gave to you, like, I've spent a lot of effort the last month and a half, 2 months. Did you smart money in your own system? No, I don't use smart money in my own system. No. Smart money isn't real, and I can prove it. I can prove right now smart money isn't real. The question is, do you want the proof? I'm not going to go all Andrew Tate and say we're in the Matrix, but it's true that. Now I'm streaming, just so everybody knows. Maybe you have a favorite platform.
Stop field.
No problem. If you're learning to trade, you want to join Discord, send me a DM, or you don't have to send me a DM. Join Discord, publicly ask, and I'll send you a DM. That way you know it's me. And then I have a series of videos where I teach my nephew to trade. That's the best for brand new traders. Because I start you with the philosophy of how the market works. I start you to understand how to look at the market. I start to embed in your brain how you properly should look at the market. And I'm just going to stand with this because we're going to look for other trades. CL is about to hit a level. So CL entry, we're at 73.75. It's an obvious trade. Obvious trade is the extreme band of the M9, first entry. And then the second entry is 73.71. It's an obvious trade because... Why is it an obvious trade? A little bit above a level check, but CL is high momentum, heavy momentum, long and biased. You shouldn't be fading that unless you're fading at extremes. We are in still 2 lots in the NQ. I don't see an opportunity yet to actually buy that alpha candle, the previous candle, that it's an alpha candle. And I will get into smart money. So, you know, like, reason why futures are awesome to trade. Great. You know how to. Oh, my stomach. I might need to do some. The hiccups are still there. How many people we got on the stream today? All right. So we're up today. So far, I know. I added it at to popular demand. Sorry. Popular demand, I added it back. 85.08. You can see where the CL positions are. This is where the CL positions are. Right there. Above the extreme band of the RDA. And then we've got 73.71. You know, I don't share this, and I'm just going to mention this once. Because I do have, it's funny, you know how things come in, well, I've noticed things come in threes. And I know there's a meme out there, or there's a kind of concept around that. Oh, wow. We are at a momentum check. Let's see, break through that. That is chart 4. I think it's going for, oh, sorry, I apologize. So the next short zone is right there. That is a probably the best trade that exists on the books right now. Now, to trade that not properly, let me rephrase it. To trade that based on the momentum that is happening right here. Yeah, and I'll share some better strategies about smart money. So, okay, can I ask you to do something? And let me see your name. Is it Beast? Is that Beast? Okay. So here's what I'd like. I know it's hard because you got to type. Can I actually let you say audio on this thing? Let me see. I can add you as a monitor. Don't know if I want to do that. I can add user on this channel. So what does that mean? Oh, hide. I can hide user. Need to be able to properly read. So here's what I'd like before I do that. Before I do that, explain just briefly explain to me quick definition of smart money. I didn't spell definition wrong. Please don't knock me because I can't spell. All right, the NQ trade I think is good, but I think the problem is that okay, so members, I suggest you trade the NQ or MNQ first, or anybody looking to get in my training, anybody looking to trade with me, I suggest that you trade the NQ first. There's a reason for that. There's 3 reasons for that. So, and I'm waiting for a response back from Beast before I respond, Fuller. And let me just make sure that you understand the trades that I'm looking at, so you can trade along. GC, I just entered a trade. If I get picked up,
Order
I
filled.
did get picked up because I did a market buy. That's one way that you get picked up. And then see those entries that I have in GC. Let's go first for those that are new. We do have a over panel. I need one more monitor. Okay. All right, that's good. I like that answer, Beast. Okay, because that's what I was thinking you think. Okay. So, have you heard of SVB? SVB Bank? So today, here's how the stream's going to go. For those that are new, I will be calling out trades in advance. You'll see them on the chart. If I see an opportunity in a trade, then for members, sorry, I was going to hiccup. For members, I will call chart, whatever chart is the control chart, and I'll tell you what the trade is, and then I'll tell you what the pattern it is we're trading or we're looking for.
Order filled.
Just got picked up for another position on the. Why would I be shorting it? Why would I short that? All right, let's go down here.
Order filled.
Apologize. All right. So now I need to make a question or I need to figure out on GC. So I think GC with this 3 position, it's a fixed stop. It's pretty simple because we're kind of in between the GC. The control on that initial trade was chart 2, but that broke the RDA. So now it's the momentum check on chart 4, and the momentum when I'm looking at GC, which is this chart here. So there's also a momentum check there right now on the 5. So you've got a lot of confluences that's telling you to go long. So that's one thing I would look at. That's why I'm long there, but it is getting a little bit deeper into the momentum check, and it's looking to overshoot. It might be going for, it's probably going for 1959. So that's the next entry. 1959 is the next entry. And I don't like that, but that's with the RDA breaking, that's probably where it's going. Should be heavier on the NQ, but I'm not. But I'm waiting for that literal, the literal check on the NQ. And then, the first, sorry, I apologize. I know I'm making the hiccups way too, you probably wouldn't even notice it if I didn't say anything. So what do we have here for a comment? Yeah, there it is. It's about to tap it. And I don't like the fact I mean, the thing is, it just lost confirmation and it could have been an overshoot on chart 4. So it's actually kind of a little frustrating thing to trade, obviously. Hey, you didn't respond to me, man. Yesterday, this dude said, my portfolio is divided by 100. And then he did an emoji. What the hell is that? I've never used that word before. He did an emoji. And then I said, wait, what? Divided or multiplied? And he said, divided. Okay, so his portfolio is divided by 100. And I said, oh, cool, for that. But that doesn't, and then I said, wait, are you going to pitch me X platform? And I don't think it's the platform that I mentioned because I think I blocked that word. But if you so I want to share everybody on Discord, okay? We've been infiltrated. Not in a, I mean, every server's been infiltrated. But we've been infiltrated with people that are communicating people directly, and then they're sending you affiliate links to buy things.
Order filled.
And so if you're getting those messages, those notifications, number one, make me aware so I can ban the person. I don't mind inner communications. I mean, well, number one, I can't stop it anyways, but I don't mind that at all. What I do mind is I've focused on developing what I think is a great community. I do mind people infiltrating and coming here to take advantage of the community. So that is something that I don't appreciate. And then from time to time, you're going to get someone that is trying to duplicate me. We do have someone on the server that has a join date close to mine. I do know that there is people out there looking to buy server, or looking to buy Discord users on the exact date that I have joined. And then what they will do is they will join with another name. And then, I don't know if you know this, you can change your nickname per server. And when they finally join, what they will do... Oh, sweet, you're a beast. Okay, dude. Okay, we got to talk about your names. So I'm going to talk about your names in a second. And then we will cover smart money. All right, we only got picked up on one position there on that pullback in CL. That is really odd. Usually you would see a deeper VWAP test. It did not do a VWAP test. I mean, a VWAP test is it tags the VWAP. So the question I need to ask is, here's not the question I need to ask. Here's how I need to manage this trade. So because it didn't tag the VWAP, there's a probability that it's just going to come back down here and tag the VWAP. So I just got trailing stops in the market basically be taken out. Looks like I'm going to be taken out of that NQ trade. Now, momentum did shift. In some ways, we're at 50% of the OR, but
stop filled.
I don't think that pattern's going to actually roll out. So where's our first trade? Our first trade is 12,700 spot. Right there. On the NQ. First trade here is, and it's not a short, dude. Sorry. Or was I still in a position? Yeah, I'm still in one. So we'll keep it there. Sorry. Raymond Ha. Okay. Dude, you got a cool name. Raymond Ha. I like it. That's like an assassin's name, or like and sorry if I just compared you to an assassin, so I do apologize if you take offense at that. That's like a...
Order filled.
That's almost like a cool...
Order filled. Order filled.
I don't know. I like your name. But I was just saying, you're Rex, you're Mr. Beast on YouTube, and then is that a brain? You're Brainy Kitten on TradingView. So you've really got the gambit of names there. You've got a dinosaur, or my dog. My dog is Rex. Is it Ray? Oh, it's Ray. I'm sorry. So you're really named after the chick from Star Wars. That's the only Ray I can think of. But so don't take that the wrong way either. I'm just I go on other servers and the names are like kind of weird, not weirder or weirder, but the server here, we tend to have like names that, and until I change my name to RexDog Actual, my name is Excavalis. So when I DM you, it's going to be Excavalis. But I just thought that RexDog Actual makes more sense. And I changed it on TradingView today too. So, but I will call you Ray. And thanks for joining. And then I will answer your question here with Smart Money. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any trades. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick because we haven't looked at Bitcoin yet today. Let's go look at the Bitcoin. Now, for those that are new, yes, this is a busy chart. It's busy intentionally. It has multi-time frame indicators. I can look at it within 3 to 5 seconds and tell whether or not I need to be long or short. It's really simple. I mean, I know it's busy, but it's kind of like being in a cockpit. The pilot knows exactly where to look. So really the best trade on the table is 688 spot 75 on the NQ. Bitcoin's holding this 4-hour RDA. As long as it does that, we don't have a sell-off. We don't got a sell-off, kids. I don't think I'd ever call this group kids. I need to do a video on Stream Deck because I'm actually using it a lot more and putting it to good use. So I did figure out some rules or some things with TradingView. So for instance, if we go to the NQ chart, well, I have massive hiccups for three months now. So like one of the things that annoyed me with this is that when you change time frame, so if I go to the hour time frame, that's not that bad, but then I think it's Alt R. I'll share all these shortcuts. I mean, you can find them on TradingView too. So, but I have a mouse where it has 12 buttons on the left hand side. And I've always said, well, I bought that mouse because I'm going to get super efficient with
stop field,
with using the mouse buttons. Well, I only use 2 of them. Look at that. CL did move up. So let's cancel out of everything we got in there. And this needs to actually be, I don't want to do that button yet. So CL did actually find a bid and up about $1,200 on that thing. Not bad. Not a bad trade on 5 lots. So we're up about $1,200 on that CL trade. We're up about $130 on the NQ trade. We're shorting it down to the level that you see drawn on the chart. So that level right there. Got to be careful because you've got the OR low staring you in the face right there. Within reaching distance. I shouldn't say this, but I just thought about it and I should say it. No, I shouldn't. If price gets down to that level on the NQ, then I was gonna say the first person that tells me I'll give a prize. Oh, you're from Germany. Sweet. You know, I spent a lot of time in Germany. I was stationed over in Europe, and one of the training places is called Graph. And then I ended up staying weeks, and then I traveled up there. Germany's a really nice. A lot of Europe. I haven't been to a European country that I haven't, and I know I'm going to get probably a list now of the European countries that are seen as crap. No, for those that don't know, my first novel is probably coming out in two months, and then I'm working on a short film, and I'm working on selling a couple of scripts, but well, no, not anymore actually. Sorry. So because awesome. Because they couldn't guarantee it would be made in the next year. No, I think I'm gonna live longer than a year. I mean, I'm planning to. I'm not going anywhere. So I think I got a little bit more than a year in me at least, minimum. And then we're looking at some experimental treatments. I'm convinced that AI has already solved cancer, or is close to it. So my goal is to make it to that. Or, I have a scan on the 3rd, and I'll find out the results on that. I'm stable, and I'm responding well to treatment. And most of the time, you wouldn't even tell that I was on chemo treatment because I offset it with I'm sorry to get all physical. Yeah. And so let me share this just so everybody knows. Like, I share it for context, okay? Because like today, mental state wise, think about what I'm dealing with. And I'm not asking for accolades. I'm not going that direction. I've shared many times. I don't want this server. I don't want this. This is about trading. This is my escape. So it's not my escape. It's my passion. It's what I do. It's part of my passion in life. Hopefully that comes through with everything I create. Well, I want this to be more about trading. And the goal here is to make elite traders. It's not to talk about cancer. And, yeah.
Stop field.
I got cancer. I deal with it. I do the best I can. But yeah, there are weeks like this week where I get treatment on Monday. I can't trade, even though I did trade and I shouldn't have. I made $5,000 yesterday trading from the chemo, but I did it in an account that I had my phone on speed dial to call the broker, to text the broker, and then to call the broker. So one of the things you're going to learn as you become a profitable trader, one of the things I want everybody in this group to learn. So I'll share the story of my cancer just briefly, and then I'm working on an origin story where I won't share anything about my teenage years because I was a little punk, but I will share from me getting dropped off at the recruiters, or the first time I went to the Army recruiting station. And I'll just share the highlights. I'm not going to, but it might be a 45-minute video, and so it's trying to make it so that it's not. I'm trying to make it so that it's. So we hit that level, but I don't like that level because what did I tell you? Well, the level, I think, has the common courtesy to give a reach around to the opening range low. So we're going to look for an opening range low, and we're going to trade the reach around trade. I just came up with that trade here today. So that's the reach around trade. That's the reach. I should do a pattern video on the reach around pattern video. By the way, treatment I get steroids. So I'll get into so here's what we're going to do. This is what I'm going to start doing. So for those that don't know, number one, sorry, just please indulge me while we watch the positions. We don't want to enter a trade yet. Why don't we want to enter a trade yet? Because we're guessing. Also, on the NDX, you should see something very obvious. It should be, if you're looking at the chart right now, and I know my charts are sometimes hard to see, but you should see something very obvious. The other thing that I think is very annoying, and I have to figure this out, I am going to be releasing this levels indicator this week. And hopefully the mods at the great platform that is TradingView, I'll allow it to go through. But I think that there's a data issue with this one right here. But let's go remove the daily. That's what I wanted to do. Remove the daily. Because I don't see the weekly open. All right, so NQ still selling off. Don't catch a falling knife. Yeah, but where is it at? Is that it? That's not it. It's not painting on my chart. It's the previous week open. Isn't it, or is that this week open? Oh, yes. I'm sorry. It's freaking Tuesday. So my segue into my cancer stuff will be, I can't believe I'm up almost $10,000 and I'm on chemo treatment and I have hiccups. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it's going for the weekly open, sons. And I should have traded down to that. But my mental acuity isn't where it should be. So expect an overshoot. And expect... Yeah, so expect an overshoot of the weekly open. You got the weekly low. So most traders will be trading either at the weekly open or the weekly low. I'm going to give you a little pro tip I learned back in Croatia. Straddle the middle. Yeah, so I'm going to share a few things on the stream today that will illuminate some of the direction that things are going. But we're going to be trading focus first. Also be open to the fact that it might not tap. That is kind of... Yeah, I'm ironic a lot. Or maybe I'm being ironic by saying I'm ironic. No, I don't do fibs. I believe in Fibonacci in nature. I don't believe in it in trading. But I know some people that are wildly successful with fibs. So I'm not going to... Here's the thing. Rule number one with me. If you're new to me, if you're new to my trading style and the trading system, okay? Holy crap, we're up at like $2,200 on that CL trade. I think that's a runner, man. Let's go out and let's see if we can manage that one a little bit more. Yeah, let's manage this trade a little bit more. Let's pull back some of these stops. Only got into 4 lots. Now, why am I doing that? So, okay, we use a 4 chart setup. You're not seeing the 4 chart setup, but that's what the members are trading. The chart 4, which is the market structure chart, just broke through what is the RDA, which is a free indicator, at least for now on YouTube, on TradingView, and I will continue to make it free as long as TradingView. There are 2 mods at TradingView that don't necessarily like me. Well, I don't know that. But here's what happens. I publish a script and I fully define it. And then after a day, one of the mods comes back to me and says, "You broke a house rule." Then he sends me a list of the house rules. Oh, I'm assuming the gender. So, and they send me a list of house rules because I really don't know if it's a male or female. Otherwise, I would say male or female. So, unless they tell me, let's say, hey, I'd like to be called a he, then okay, I'll call you a he. I don't care about that crap. So, like, okay, we're getting early signals on the NQ. This is worth the risk on. This is kind of an obvious trade at this point in time.
Order filled. Order filled.
Now, what's weird is it's obvious where it's at. That's what's weird. I believe why it's weird, why it's in this area, is because it took out that previous alpha. So this is an alpha reaction. And you can see that clear. This 5-minute candle here is an alpha candle right here. 1430. And I'm going to be changing to, just so everybody knows, my charts are Central Standard Time, but I will be changing to market time. And the reason for that is that Sierra chart paints differently comparatively to CST and market time. That's New York market time. So I'm changing. No, you're full of good wisdom. Yeah, so, okay. I'm trying to focus, on the trades. So I might get knocked out here. I mean, there's a level created on chart 4, so you can't ignore that 4 level. And if that 4 level is created, where is it going? Well, ordinarily, I would say it's going to the weak level, right around, the 734, but it's going to a momentum check probably right around 674. So here's the thing. All my computer clocks are on market time, and that's where they stay. I think I'm going to have to do the same thing because that's the easy route, right?
Stop field.
Because here's one thing I learned is that, well, I know, okay, all these orders are invalid right here. Is that, I said that was the obvious trade. Hopefully you heard me. And it was obvious because while the levels that we'd be watching on the 5 and the opening range, well, what happened? We were surprised by the level
Stop field
created on chart 4. Now, it's not holding up, so that probably was just the wrong trade anyways. But so I learned that you don't know, like applications allow you to change your time zone sometimes. But what I've learned in my years of programming and trading and everything else is that sometimes there's things within applications that don't, and they rely on the system time. And sometimes when you have to debug things, having the 2 different times actually hinders you. And I know it's a pain, trust me. I wonder if there's an indicator. No, I can. I just wish on the clock on Windows, what you could do is you could have 2 clock time frames where you could say, but I can do the math. I think I can subtract 1. I think. So I get this call here and I don't like it. All right.
Stop field.
Let me go. Okay. So now this is a recheck of the RDA on CL on chart 4. Now the index gave up a previous day. This line you see here. Oh no, sorry. The Nasdaq gave up a anchored VWAP. So, well, it looks like it wants to maintain a long level here. I think it's shorting the pops. It's shorting your pops. You might have been cool in the 80s, but you're no longer cool now. Young kids nowadays, the young bucks, don't even know who Fonzie is. And if they knew who Fonzie is, then they don't know Fonzie and, like, they don't look at him as
filled.
Cool. I found that out this weekend. So I got my list. I'm working on it. Yeah. So it's a weekly open, but I actually think it's probably down to 317. That's what we're targeting.
Order filled.
Let's look at the daily. Let's see if the daily can give us any knowledge. I'm here in my garage. And while you see the Ferrari in the background, what gets me more excited is my 6-screen monitors where I trade the futures market. Goals. Yeah. I will get to smart money. I'm not forgetting about you. So you know. So here's the other thing I'm going to be doing is that I have a... Okay, let me just share it. Why am I just telling you this crap? So, okay, I think I need to get out of that.
Order filled.
No, I don't. I bought the market on NQ.
Stop filled.
What? Dude. I'm not quick. Hey, you guys ever remember Quick Finger Luke? Remember that dude? Back in crypto? Quick Finger Luke? And then the base break strategy that worked. That was so painful to watch. For like a year, the base break strategy worked like gold. And then within a span of 60 days, all the traders that traded that got wrecked. Because he didn't teach them how to trade it when it doesn't work. So back then, the futures market wasn't as big as it was. Meaning that the crypto futures market wasn't as big as it was. Otherwise, you could have
Stop field.
rocked it. All right, we've got the check. It's okay. Here's the thing. You should be short there. I think at this point in time,
Order filled.
you call the
Order
bluff.
filled. Order filled.
And
Order filled.
You call the bluff up to chart 2. The obvious trade is chart 2. And then look at where I'm putting my positions. Trade room alpha. I do have to. So I've traded what I've done, just so everybody knows. And like, hey, I'm back on YouTube, so I apologize. I am going to be short the NQ now. Nathan, so I'm shorting the NQ. And let me go to trading view so I'm not missing any comments there. I apologize. I've been focusing on the chart and focusing on creating some insight of what I'd like to share with this group so that you kind of understand some of the directions that things are going. You know, I share a lot of background stuff about what I do here. Like yesterday I journal the videos that I do on YouTube. I journal the content that I create. So we got a weekly open. So these lines are just, it's the 2 levels. Very simple. 12,338. Well, here's the zones. So I think you have to be prepared, possibly, unfortunately, to either do 2 things right now with this trade on the NQ. You do have to enter right around where my first positions are and open up that chart, which is the OR low. So you do need to prepare to be added there. And then you need to add some positions. This is how this trade, you're going to have to scale in and take a little bit of risk if you want to be short. That's the way I see it. And what's guiding that is, well, first up, you've got that level on chart 4 that aligns with the M24. And then you've got an RDA check just below that, which it's about to hit. Now the problem is, should have been patient because the structure, weak stair-step structure built, like when I say stair-step structure, and I've got a new screen capture, and this is what I'll get into, or this is one thing I'll share. So like the snippet, because I changed my resolutions on my monitors. I have 4K monitors, and you know, for the stream, what I notice is that the one window that I stream on it's a little difficult for you guys probably to fully read. Ideally, I'd like to make it so you could read it where you don't have to maximize the screen, because I know not everybody has like a 4K monitor. I wondered though, can you actually like stream on the iPad? And you know, so for instance, this image I shared is a weak four stair-step structure. It's weak. It's still holding up. You should still believe it. But it's a weak structure. You can't copy that out here. Can I copy this on the trading views? It says the stream's offline, but I don't believe it. I just don't think it's properly maintaining the connection. I need to refill my coffee too, just so everybody knows. I'm going to get up here in a second. So we're down on that trade about $300 because I probably should have just got out and just because it did look like it was going to do an RDA check. I'm going to do that right now.
Order filled.
Just because if it's going to continue to go up, you know.
Order filled. Yeah. Order filled.
Looks like it's going to continue to go up. I should have got out sooner right here. Right at the 945 candle. And it was a terrible short entry because of the way that's a messy chart. I was just more saying, okay, 2 things are going to happen when in a range like that. Thanks for sharing that you can stream on your I figured you could, and probably on your phone too. So, you know, that would be the other device that I would assume. The other nowadays though, monitors are so cheap if you have a machine that can run it. They also have these monitors if you have a laptop that connect to your laptop and they run off your laptop. So you don't need another plug. I think they're like $200 and they're smaller, but if you've got a laptop, they're great. I used one for my laptop when I'm out and about. I carry it. I don't always use it. But like if I'm at someone's house for a couple days or something. All right, that's the opening range low that was tagged. I think based on the 5-minute candle, the buyers aren't giving up. So and chart 4 and chart 2 is telling you that the buyers aren't giving up in this range. But I think we have a idea, don't we, where the buyers are going? And it's just from the weekly or from the daily chart. We got another weekly open right here, right around 485. And then it's going to give that up probably. It's probably going to give up that level. And then what it probably wants to do is go to this key level here. See that thing that says key level? I believe that's probably where it's going to hit today. And then anything around there or above there should be a long. So I'm going to protect this position because if it breaks through the RDA, which it looks like it's going to do, then it's going to the next level up.
Stop filled.
Like I said, the buyers aren't giving up. And in some ways, I probably should have been with them a little bit. But I'm sticking with the thesis. This is a short trade. So the obvious trade here, based on what the way the behavior is and being interpreted on chart 2, is that you've got chart 4 is the control. Nope. If we go to the 5-minute so you can see the 5-minute, you should be looking at your own charts anyways too. But you've got a couple things colliding there. You've got the fast momentum colliding on the 5-minute, which would be an overshoot of the actual momentum indicator, which also then plays a role in that alpha that's right there. Now, the best trade, the highest probability on the books actually is right here, right at spot.
Stop filled.
691 around there, 689. And the reason for that, the reason why, and I'm speaking to members, but remember, like if you're trading and you don't know when I'm saying the 4 chart layout, it's 4 charts. One of them is the 5-minute chart. So you're seeing one of the charts of our 4 chart layout. And sorry, hiccups again, apologize. So why the trade I'm identifying in the NQ is that you've got the M24 above, which aligns with and I'm going to share this in Trade Room Alpha. Trade Room Alpha. Okay, I got to use the other button. Okay, I got to see if there's a hotkey so I can tie this to. Oh, that's cool. Dude, that is friggin' awesome. Okay, that is awesome. That is the most awesome thing I've ever seen. Okay, well, not ever. So there's a tool called, so it's called ShareX. And what it is it's a screen capture tool. And I thought Snippet was pretty cool for Windows. This one's awesome. Because what I can do, which is freaking badass, now I'm sorry if I swear a little bit more for people that are sensitive about the whole situation. So I can define a region. Now I wonder if I could save regions. Oh, dude, if I could save regions, it's on. So, like, what I just did is I just took screen share, and then there's an option in the capture to share the previous region, which is awesome, which is like literally awesome. There's these workflows that in apps actually exist sometimes, and that you really appreciate them, or I really appreciate them. I will get to smart money. It's on my list. So I wanted to share that because you see all the things aligning. is just as clear as day. You also see, what do you see on there as well, which is there a strong chart 2 level there, right in that zone 2. So not only do you have a standard support and resistance level there, I mean, so now the challenge with this trade from an obvious level is that, well, it first has to break through the RDA. So then the other trade would have been, well, why isn't it taking the RDA? It's also a check on chart 4, which is a momentum check. I agree, those are probably the quick trades to take. But from a larger perspective, based on how there isn't serious rejection at the OR, that means it has another destination to go. So I have a video coming out on the 3 Qs. I don't know if this is going to be a YouTube video. Anyways, the 3 Qs can be a pattern. So that's what I'm really excited about sharing. So now it's starting to maybe pull back a little bit more. But now we got to think about the market time. It's 9:54. Well, it's really 10:54 market time, right? Yeah, because I didn't change my clock yet. And you got 6 minutes for this next hour to close. Is that a possible entry for short? I got to look at it. Let me see. Is it a possible entry for short? Where? Did you put a number? Sorry. But where? Like right now? Literally? Well, yeah. What is this? I don't know what's 1950. Yeah, so here's the thing. You share me the chart and then I can't see what it is. Then I can't put it on my chart and give you full assessment. I can just look at your chart. And your chart, oh, yeah, so it's gold, right? USD. Okay, yeah, so that's the last chart that you see, chart 5. And I would say, yeah, it's probably, it's hard to say. I wouldn't short it there. Not yet. So, I'm sorry, GC is this chart right here. Sorry. I'm a little slow today. I'll catch up, I promise. No, wait, this is GC. Why is this GC? That's CL. What the heck? Where's my stop losses on CL? There's stop losses on CL. Hold on one second. They're here. Oh, I don't know what the heck I was thinking. I'm sorry. Oh, man. It's amazing that I'm up 10 grand with 1,400 in active profit. That trade wasn't CL. That trade was GC. So I don't know what the heck. I don't know how I missed that. So on GC, here's the thing. If I look at that chart, I would say, from a chart perspective, no. It just captured the RDA. Your next highest probability short is where I have the light yellow line, which you can't even see. And how come it's not showing up in this chart? Is it way back there? There it is. You're not going to believe me. You're not going to believe that the next short opportunity is 2,000. The next minor short opportunity is not quite 2,000. It's 1974. 1975 is kind of where I'd target, maybe a little bit lower. That's the next short opportunity. You would expect a reaction here because you're at a double high. So we are at a double high, but what is it doing? It is exceeding it. So if I were to draw on this chart, which I will. Oh, come on, man. I've had the hiccups for 3 hours straight. I'm literally upset about this whole situation. Fuck. It takes a lot for me to just start getting mad and swearing. I've tried to squash that out of my life. Ugh. I wouldn't short it. You might short it right here or the next candle and probably get a fade trade in, like a quick fade. But to me, it's waiting to 1975 and above. Yeah, I love the hiccups. Oh, dude, I'm so friggin'. So the way the NQ is trading at this time, it's waiting for something. Or it's going to break down right here. Now let's look at the internals. See what the internals tell us. Well, if I could read them. Thanks, TradingView. I never changed this chart. All right, so we've lost the zero line pretty solidly. Based on what I see there, and we've lost the 10-day rolling VWAP. It's looking pretty ugly. It's looking pretty ugly, and I'm starting to punch myself in the face to see if that helps getting rid of my hiccups. Okay, I got to short the NQ.
Order filled.
But I got to start just shorting it. Why? Well, okay, it's kind of the bad area to short it, but look at that middle chart. That middle chart has lost every 10-day rolling VWAP. And it's tested it once. So it might test it one more time. Now, what's weird is this little range. So I often say don't ask why. I say that a lot.
Order filled.
Because you're going to, and this is going to segue into me punching myself in the face to stop my hiccups. So this will transition to the smart money conversation. Yo, what's up? Good to hear. Oh shit, stream died. Yeah, you know, I don't want to push people away from TradingView, but it's not my... Oh, dude. One punch. I'm not going to punch myself hard. I'm just trying to, like, maybe a punch in the face will actually help me stop hiccuping. All right, we're in the 10 o'clock hour, so I think here's the thing. The meathead trader that's looking at the system, everything tells him that he should just be patient for a check on the NQ up around that level that you see the entries on the chart. Based on the internals, look at the internals. Zero line lost, and what is it starting to do? It's starting to follow the M9, and it's starting to follow this. It's starting to this, and obviously it's got a previous day level. And one thing I didn't explain is that those lines here, this is a free indicator you'll find on TradingView underneath my profile. It's called hour close lines. So every hour that closes, it draws a line, and then you can see how far back the line is, how far back the hour is. So I don't have it on all of my charts, but I have it on some of my charts. All right, so let me create a list. I was starting to create a list. I just need a little bit of time. You can see where the NQ is going. Sorry, you can't. Oh! See where it's going? That's the first short zone. I'm probably early on this one trade, so we're going to let it get up here. So that's why I said earlier I should just be patient. Now, if it holds that level, then obviously the next level is probably the alpha. So based on how it's moving, should have been long based on that pattern, because one of the things that you'll learn with patterns, and that I'll cover, it'll be to the tail end of the patterns, because I have to find enough solid examples, because it doesn't happen a lot in the chart. The other reason is that if these hiccups don't stop, I'm really going to punch myself in the face. I've had them for 3 hours now. Freaking so fucking annoying. There's patterns that occur in the market that Okay, this is invalid, I think. This trade is invalid.
Order filled.
Because the way it's getting there. So I'm going to get out. And I'm going to reverse.
Order filled.
And I'm going to see if we can get picked up for a long. Because while there's a reaction zone there, based on this candle, unless it loses massive steam here, the next candle is going to tap and try to take out this alpha. And it's going to tap the momentum indicator. And then the trade is either it's going to tap the RDA and the 50 OR. So to use the stupid Bloomberg term, it's a risk-on environment. Looks like traders are getting risk-on. I just hate the stupid terms that these talking heads use. So I really do. Because I think that it's like the term smart money. Smart money doesn't exist. So, okay, let me put the list. Sorry. A few things being modified. Went through exercise. Sorry. I say sorry because I'm not. So the opening range OR trade on CL is really where that first trade should be. So, but I don't. Things are a little bit, I won't say frothy. What's the word I'm looking for? Volatility is picked up in a couple areas. And we're still in this GC trade. So the GC short is right there. That's the first GC short. That's the short up there. The first. So I might exit one, but I'm in such a great entry. If I don't get knocked out on a pullback, I'm pretty satisfied with that situation. As long as it keeps rolling. I don't use alerts on Trade Ovate. Okay, so I'm keep going. Yeah. I hope you heard of the WSB terms. Great. No. WSB. And I'm sure when you start saying, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, no, I get it. I'm going to do a smart money video. I have a series of videos. Oh, Wall Street bets. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, stonks and all that stuff, no. I'm going to share something with you. So my nephew, he's young 20s, and I'm teaching him to trade. He hasn't had his 10 green days in demo. When he does, he'll get funded. Anybody know anybody that started a prop firm? Hodl, yeah. Hodl, but that's a crypto term. Diamond hands, that's a crypto term. Those aren't stonks. That's crypto. So what was interesting to see is that crypto terms transferred over to stonks, which is still funny. I didn't trade that whole thing. I should have. I stay away from, number one, you want to be a good trader. I shared something yesterday, and I'm going to read this to you first before we go on for the people that didn't see it. I've never heard it. Is it tendies? What are tendies? Is it like testes? Okay, take profit trader prop firm. So, all right, is it offsite or onsite? Oh, they're tendies like chicken tenders you get at. Oh, okay. I think I've heard of that too. I'm officially a zaddy, so that's what I'm going with. I know you can't give yourself your own nicknames, but I'm becoming a zaddy. Oh, Popeyes is slang for, pet tendies are slang. Yeah, so you'll learn about me. Apex is the best one out there, I think. I think so too. I've heard they've been out the longest. And so I'm not talking about prop firms. I'm specifically so Apex, for instance, not Apex. There's a group around here that was promoting one of these. What was it called? Because that word's blocked. What was that thing called where you could copy, 10 different, which makes no sense. Like, it's just a marketing ploy. It's actually what it is really is it's a psychological gambling trick. The way that they structure that for people, and unfortunately, people fall for it. I'm talking about a true prop firm. I'm not talking about the funded firms. Well, some from prop firms ask you like, "Hey, come in with 5K. That's your capital at risk." And some friggin', did I get kicked out of the NQ? No, I'm in. I'm up for $140. Like I said, so the obvious trade, and this is something that maybe we want to talk about, like in general, but like if we highlight the area around, I see this often. That's why I'm sharing it. Starting at, this isn't market time yet. This is CST time, but starting at that whole range that developed, starting at 934 and then ending at 1001 in chart 2. So I have to name this pattern because I see it. The problem is this pattern is one of those patterns that actually seeing it in real time is more helpful than seeing it in a past chart. I was so upset today. I was really upset today. I'll share. Well, I was upset. By the way, can I get feedback on how my conversation is going with the stream? Is everything good? Everybody following along? Is there something I need to be doing more of? Like, just give me some feedback. If you could. If you don't want to, that's fine. I wouldn't short the NQ yet. I'm not going to do it. It is a momentum check. It is a good area to short it. So I agree with you. Aligns with the previous week open or previous 60-minute open. I agree 100%. Good short area. I'm not going to short it. I'm going to try to get picked up on a pullback. I'm going to try to looking for maybe a down to, I'm willing to get picked up down to 657, maybe in the middle. If I get knocked out of this trade. But it might not because it's a momentum and bias check. So you got everything colliding around those areas. So that's kind of what to watch for. So this pattern, a lot of patterns that you see, you can see them in hindsight. Yeah, so I'll get to, this is on my list. So I should have created the list ahead of time of like, how do I want to. So where everybody else is watching is the chart 4 setup. So let's say that you were to join my training and then after about a week or two, you adopt some of the training model. I don't have a model of Ferrari. I'll share my favorite car. Well, what is my favorite car? Porsches are underrated, in my opinion.
Stopfield.
But
Porsches are goated.
Porsches are what? Goated?
Goated.
What does that mean?
Porsche. So like goat, the best, but the best.
Oh, goat. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries. Probably
yeah.
It's my accent.
Yeah, so everybody, sometimes, just give me a little leeway today just because I'm I've had the hiccups for the last 3.5 hours, and I'm on chemo treatment. So just give me a little leeway. Yeah, if you've driven one, like Porsches are, but I'm not a big supercar guy. I don't do, and I'm going to we're going to start getting into, I'm going to share something so that people can understand the perspective I'm coming from and why things are changing. Okay? No. At this point, I wouldn't buy any supercars because various reasons in my life. But then also, any supercar, there's not a supercar. There's only about 4 or 5 supercars. No, it's probably like 10. 10 supercars that you can't rent for like a week. And, I have other aspirations in life that I would put capital towards. And maybe I share that. Maybe I add that to the list. So, and I know it's been bouncing around subjects. Yeah, and topic changes, but it's kind of where my mind's at today. See, I didn't get picked up on that NQ trade, and I'm a little upset about that whole situation. All right, and the next level is very obvious. It couldn't be more obvious if there was, I don't know. Who was that guy in Game of Thrones that got neutered? What was his name? Before it started to suck. Was he the Ironborn? Was he part of the Ironborn? Or was he... No, he's on the island. He was one of the, not Killjoys, but one of the... my next short level on the EQ as you see it on the chart. RDA check, VWAP. I mean, you don't take that trade. Okay, well, let's just walk through everything that's around that area. Let's just walk through all of the genius things of the Rexdog system that's around that area. Now, here's the thing. I'm gonna share with you a complete contrary thinking here. So the Rexdog system, let's go through the charts. So everybody, members, especially because obviously people that are trading that on YouTube and stuff, like you don't have the 4-chart setup. But when I mentioned the 4-chart setup and you're not in the training or anything else, what I will do is because, you're not looking at this chart. And one of the reasons why I don't trade it is because I can't trade one ticker. I get bored and I do terrible trading. Streaming was the number one hit to my P&L. And so I said, the only way I'm going to stream is if I can stream my style. And then I got to stream my style in a way that it helps members. And what I think many of you maybe that are watching won't realize is that it's my role to get my members to stop watching my stream as quickly as possible. Because they need to be making the decisions from their own interpretation of my system. Meaning most people are adopting my system that are in the training at least an 80% level. I'd say there's no one that's probably less than 80%. There's one guy that left that I'm still in contact with, but he's changed it up quite a bit. But other than that, he left just because he said, look, I don't need to be in a group anymore. I don't want any, this is what he shared. I don't want any distractions. I want to be like you. Just get up, pre-market, and trade exactly what I see. I don't even want you, injecting my view of the markets. Because he said, I listen to you say time and time again, it's you when you look in the mirror. And I listened to you when you said that what changed for you is when you realize that you have to make your own decision. Now, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when you adopt my system, there's going to be a point in time that the streams will not be helpful and they will hinder your growth. That's what I'm saying. For new traders or other traders are trading other systems, and maybe, you see that I think I passed 500K for the year, and you see that, I typically have anywhere from $3,000 to $30,000 days on average. I say 3 because like today, I don't expect much from today because I'm on chemo treatment and I have hiccups since 7 o'clock in the morning that are upsetting the heck out of me. But it looks like I'm, probably pull out a $10 to $30,000 day if a couple of things hit really well. So now I'm going to go to chart 4, and this is how I want. So members, let's start on chart 1. What do we have? Well, chart 1, we have the RDA. So join Discord, and then also you'll see a link to join Discord below, and then also you'll see a link to my website. It's not a fancy sales website. You're not going to see me getting out of a private jet. There's not going to be tons of Lambos there. But what you will see is just a very detailed and probably overzealous explanation of my philosophy, the trade system, and everything you get. One-time fee for $9.97. And I'm doing a video on that too. Okay, so let's not get distracted. Let's focus on trading. So we've got a level there. That level is from chart 4. But let's start at chart 1. Chart 1, the 5-minute, we've got the VWAP, which it looks like it's doing a test for the VWAP. And then it's got the RDA there. And then it's got what? A level there. It's got a pincer level on the 5-minute level. And then the other thing that I don't mention, but I see, and I'm going to start mentioning these things, it's $9.97 one-time fee. So access to everything. So see this developing here? So when I see that developing, this is the developing opening range middle, just like it is developing here. Well, I use that as an overshoot zone. Now it's obvious because there's here's I'm not using that just because I'm using that because it aligns this developed. How do I explain this so it's very clear? This line developed, but before this price action hit, I believe. Let me make sure that I'm thinking right. Come down. Where did that 50% end? Yeah, okay. This developed before this. That's one thing why I put a little bit of precedence that if you're going to scale into this move, you probably need to scale in up to here. Sorry, I'm slow today, or I'm thinking a little slow today, so I just want to make sure that I don't. For those that wonder, I'm very intentional about the words I say and how I explain things. Because, okay, let me add that to the list. I'll read your comment here in a second, but I want to finish my list of stuff. I didn't get picked up. I'm not aggressive enough on this move, and I saw it. Did I not call it down there? So that's another little upsetting aspect of this trade. That's a little upset with me on the NQ, because I called it down there. I called the pattern, and I called what it was going to do. I called that it's going to break through, and I called that it's going to go to the RDA. So I'm trying to get picked up there, but I don't want to be too aggressive. Part of it is there news? You did mention something with news. Let me make sure. Let me ensure. I don't think there is news. 10:30, that's Wednesday. 10 a.m. Consumer confidence. We're already past that. Fed releases review of SVB at 10:08. That's already gone. Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, 11 AM is the 4-week bid. That's already gone. 1 p.m., the 5-year note auction barely moves the market. Obviously not the markets we're trading. Money supply, okay. Now see, this is where I think they're wrong. They have the money supply report at 1 p.m. Eastern. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something in there that the algorithms are going to pick up. When I say algorithms, that means computer algorithms. I would think that, I'm going to move this down here, see if we can get picked up, get less aggressive. Looks pretty, that entry looks pretty good on chart 2. It's an RDA overshoot. And where the level really exists there is probably right here, a little bit lower. Maybe that the buyers have got exhausted a little bit. And I think someone said they were shorting this zone. I think this short might work out. I mean, it's that alpha candle, but it already invalidated. These 2 candles are invalidating it. So that alpha candle is invalidated. Now, this doesn't mean it's not going to pull back into it. And then if we look at chart 4, chart 4 is about to switch momentum. We're in a switchover state. Haven't switched over bias yet. So here's what I want you to see, members, especially, and everybody else. So, like, you would think it's a good thing when all your indicators align. And generally it is, because you trust your system. But I want you to think about it in a different way. And the way I'd like you to think about it is you should trade the trade. You should take the trade there, because the probability says you have 5 or 4 charts aligning. You have 4 charts with reaction areas all in the same zone. So you should take that trade. But here's the contrary way I want you to think about it, because I always want you to be thinking about both sides of the market. Okay? You're not going to be wildly successful at trading until you can see both sides of the market in the same time in your mind. At the same time, you can have 2 diverging thoughts in your mind at the same time. And you don't drive yourself crazy. So, yeah, that NQ sell-off is happening pretty good. So, when you see an alignment of the indicators like this, you should be equally paranoid that they're not going to hold. Because let me explain it this way. If you turned on, I know I probably would say
Order
newspaper,
filled.
and some of you younger people out there are going to be like, what's a newspaper? Like, what are those? But if you opened up, okay, if you watched the news channels, and this happens, and every news channel said something verbatim, meaning that it was word for word verbatim. And you often see this nowadays, right? Are you going to trust that news source? Because wouldn't you say, out of these 4, I'm talking about the 4 major news channels. Is there 4 now? I don't even know how many there are. I don't watch news anymore. Out of the 4 major news channels, all of them are using the same phrases, the same lines, and almost the same script. So would you trust that information? Most people, I think, would say, well, that's propaganda, because for 4 news stations to all repeat line for line that happening, I should be a little sus. It should be a little suspect, you know? So while all of our indicators are aligning, what else does that do from an emotion? If you guys could type in the answers, and I'm in the den too. Type in the answer when you see, let's say you have 6 indicators in your system, and not only indicators, but 6 rules. Let's say you have rules, like in the RexDog system, we trade price action, and then we predict reaction zones, and then we use indicators to help us interpret price action and momentum and bias. That's the essence of what we do. And then we trade patterns. That's the essence of what we do. We're always looking for what pattern is looking to develop here. And then where does that pattern want to develop? Or we trade what are called reaction zones. But I'll answer the question because I don't see many people responding. But the answer to the question is, when you see a bunch of indicators align and it looks like an awesome trade, that makes you feel comfortable. It makes you feel safe. What I'm saying is that it's kind of like, so for instance, there's a scene in Generation Kill. And maybe I'll find the YouTube video and we'll watch it. Yeah, take a game, and that's what I try to instill, is take the high probability trades. Like a lot of the challenge that I was falling into, the habit is that I was not taking the high probability trades. I wanted to be cool and I wanted to fade the market and time tops and bottoms. Well, you should always be concerned in trading when you're extremely comfortable and you feel safe. Because basically, when I don't want to compare it, basically, when you get into the market, you're in a car that you're not driving, that is driven by someone that it's driven by, you're in a car. Here's one way to look at it. You're in a car that's driven by the worst driver you know, and they don't have, and there's no seatbelts in the car, and there's no airbags, and this person is driving through city streets at double the speed limit, is not obeying stop signs, and is not obeying street light signs, right? Every now and then, that person will stop at a stoplight. And then that stoplight, maybe has a couple other things that showed him, maybe it was obvious that he should have stopped at that stoplight. Well, when you enter the market, that's what you do. Yeah, sorry about the stream on TradingView. So that's really what you're doing. Every time you enter the market, you're in a car with the worst driver you know, no seatbelt, no airbag, and they're just barely following the rules of the road enough not to get in an accident. So if you take a perspective like that, maybe I'll find a better way to explain that.
Stop field.
It's going to take you quite a while to get comfortable with that person's driving style. And you're probably never going to be comfortable. And if you are comfortable when that person is driving, then you probably need to check yourself, because then you've got too comfortable, because the way that person drives, you just know that's going to be an accident. That's probably not the best analogy. I probably should come up with a better one. Here's a thing that I'm seeing right now, and I'm trying to figure out with the NQ. Based on the internals, you take that trade and you don't question it. So that's the trade on the table. Here's the challenge that I think we might face when we get up there, based on just the pattern that's developing. And let's look at the actual index chart. You're seeing in real time me trying to figure out how to trade this in a way that doesn't completely. Okay, so we are at the RDA check. That's what I thought. We're at the RDA check on, so that's why we're seeing this. Okay, that explains it. All right. Should have done that before. So I am seeing why it's behaving the way it is. It's trying to hold the RDA on the 60. So that's what this behavior is. It's trying to hold the RDA on the 60. The other thing that it wants to do is it wants to take out this alpha. Right here, it wants to take out this alpha. This isn't a true gap, but you can consider this a gap, but I wouldn't consider it a gap. So it wants to take out this alpha right here. Before it goes down, okay, did I lock my indicator? I did. So It wants to take out this alpha level right here. That's what it's working on. Now, so far, it's pulling back. And it's either going to pull back and recheck the RDA again, or it's going to use this level here to hold. I would say yeah. Long is the trade. And then here, from here, I see the sell up down to here. So this zone here, the best way to trade this based on the 60-minute. Oh yeah, I love when I have hiccups for 4 hours straight. It's like the best thing in life. Why is one of my Stream Deck things not showing up? Absolutely annoying. Now I gotta use the stupid tool. This zone here, you need to be prepared to scale in for the best trade of the day based on how it's holding up. Now you can trade up to that level, but I think you wait for the entries that you see on my chart, so you don't get too aggressive with the longs. Now you might be saying, well, dude, look at all these rejections. Yeah, but it has a place it wants to go. That's really clear. It wants to go up there and do a fast momentum check. And here's the thing. Based on the price action that we're kind of seeing volatility-wise, I really think what it looks like from one perspective is it looks like if it's going to bust through that, it's going to just bust through it, but then it's going to have a heavy sell-off. So it's going to be an overshoot failure. So I trade options. You want to see what I trade with options? Captain E? You want to see what I trade with options? I trade my system with options, and I do tremendously well when I trade options. And I trade iron condors. I trade... well, it depends
Order
on
filled.
what my option thing is. Where'd I get filled in? Filled in the CL short. Oh, it got up to our first zone. That was one lot. So this chart 2, we got filled. And then we're going to get, I believe there's oil news. Good old oil. By the way, I'm running the MNQ on Sierra chart in the background. So for those that are wondering, I'm going to put that on the list. Okay, here's what I have on my list so far that we'll get to by the end of the day, okay? And I'm very mindful that you're still on the stream, but you might not have all day for me to answer the smart money. So I'll get to that. I have first things being modified with the group and with the streams. Okay. Went through an exercise that got me to do these adjustments about goal setting. So it's an exercise that I do, and if you're listening and you're interested in me sharing that exact exercise that I go through whenever I feel like I'm not on track, but at least at a minimum I go through it every 2 or 3 years. If you want me to talk about that, then share. Yeah, I'd like to hear that. It does relate to trading because it's everything about your life. So smart money, we'll do that first because I don't want to make it so they have to stay to the stream if you got to go to lunch or something. Videos, I want to share which ones I should do first. Okay, we got Jeremy would like to hear it. Why I'm intentional with the words I say. And then That's what I have on deck too, or that's what I have in deck so far. So see how everything's busting through?
Order filled.
That's what I'm seeing volatility wise. So that's why you're not seeing me like really commit to a lot of trades. So for instance, you'll see that first one bust through on the CL, and we got picked up. Now we're in 5 lots on that. Now see how the NQ's coming up to our zone? Okay, well what that means actually with at this point in time is that, so for those that don't know, how you turn on hotkeys is go to toggle here, and then you'll see here, and then your hotkeys will turn on, and then you can fully customize your hotkeys in Trade-O-Vate. So I'm going to cancel all of my bids. Cancel the bids. Keep our offers in the market. We're not in a trade on NQ, which is a sad situation. Let's look at the CL and let's make sure we're on track. Nah, I like it. We're going to trade the multipass, and there's going to be a member in our server that's going to share it in general. That's going to share the multipass when we get there. We got to trade it. I mean, but what I'm sharing, still don't know how to draw these stupid lines. What stupid lines? Be very specific. Vinosa. I'm very sorry. So what I just in general from chart 4. Okay, here's where you want to go. Oh, and not sync. So do you want it to sync on 4 charts, or do you not want it to? Answer. Riddle me this. Let me go to CL. I got to look at CL first before I answer your question. All right. So, okay. I'm a little concerned about the CL trade because it might be an hour breakout. I might be on the wrong side of an hour breakout. I think I am. And I don't think I can trade myself out of it at this point in time, so I need a reverse. Yeah, I don't think I can trade myself out of it this time. So, but what I'm going to do, because I am in the trade, is I'm short 6 lots. I'm going to give it a little bit of room because sometimes CL surprises me. That's the trade I wanted, but I think I might, yeah.
Order filled.
Yeah. I'm on the wrong side
Order
of a breakout.
filled.
So I reversed. I'm on the wrong side of a breakout there. Most breakouts fail. So just so you know, most breakouts fail. But this breakout looks like it's gonna rip. I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times before. I'm wrong. I'm okay. Now you see that on the 5-minute chart, and you're saying, well, crap, I missed the trade. No, you didn't. Look at the time. It's 10:42. Let's just look at after the hour. It's 42. Okay. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It did exactly what I thought it was going to do. So now the trade is not, I have an entry there. I can maybe enter one more at this level, and then I've got to be able to yeah.
Order filled.
I think the CL trade's still on a breakout, but obviously I should have waited for a pullback. I'm gonna need to ask myself if am I seeing something that doesn't exist. I need a few seconds with the CL trade before I talk about something else. So, well, let me do this on the chart here so you can see what I'm doing, because I'm not going to be using one of the 4 charts here. So let's go to the GC HY. What is that? Oh yeah, that was the indicator that someone mentioned on Friday. Let's look at the internals. Internals are saying a minor sell-off. Okay, I'm trying to find a chart I want to use. Rex Dog Maximus. So let's look at that. And let's look at what I want to look at is a 60 minute on CL. So this left chart is the 4-day. We should be looking at the daily. The 4-day is helpful. Look at the daily. And then let's look at the 60. Yeah, I think that this is a breakout candle here in the 60 minute. And the problem with that is that the next level is way up here and you can't scale in comfortably. I mean, I can scale in with that. I got enough capital to do it. I just don't want to do it. So the next trade really is 74.63. We've got a couple key reaction areas here. That's what these lines are. So that's the trade. The trade on CL is, momentum, obviously, because everything's momentum long. I shouldn't even consider it a short there. I mean, we did get kind of a confirmation, but look in this. We've got 74.49, I think, is where it's going. Maybe shy of that because it would want to tag the 50 level because it doesn't want to make everybody feel good. But that's the trade that I would say is on the table for CL. Now, if you did what I did, which is you reverse, you would have been in, you're in profit now, but it might not hold up. That's the only thing that concerns me a little bit about the price action, what it's doing right now. And my hiccups that I've had for 3 hours. I mean, that isn't exactly exciting. NQ. Still waiting for that NQ level. It's not getting there. I'm going to take some of these off. I'm going to put one right here. I'm going to put one right here. Now, why did I do that? So I did that, members, just so you know, is this price action is stalling. And when you see kind of a stall like that, when the internal charts is like this. So what is the internal charts telling us? Now, new traders, I would like you to ignore what I'm going to show you here. How do I know a breakout's going to fail or not? You should assume a breakout. So you should, your natural state of being is that you should assume a breakout's going to fail. So that should be your natural state of being. Yeah, I'm sorry about people on TradingView. Look, I have a super machine and I have a super connection and it's monitored. Every now and then you might hear an alert that goes off. Well, you probably haven't heard one for a while. And that's telling me that I'm half of the average bandwidth that it's been over the last 15 days, which doesn't happen often. But when it happens, then I got to adjust to something. But that doesn't happen. And then maybe every now and then is a false ping. But, it has to hit a certain threshold too. Problem with this NQ trade is I have to have probably my stops farther away than I really want. Or what I do is I just basically put them in. I got to put them in. Now that I'm profitable, I got to just risk making no money on this trade. Yeah, this is what
Stop filled.
Yeah. Stop
filled.
I saw it right there and I'm like, I got to risk making no money on this
Order
trade.
filled.
Yeah. All right. RDA entry. New entry on CL. 78.38. Otherwise, miss the trade. 78.38. So, see that? Just like right now, we don't know yet. The 60 minute hasn't closed. We got 12 minutes to it. But that's a prime example of like assuming breakouts fail. Now, it might pull back here and this might be the my entry that I had before that I'd want. What I should really do is have an entry right around 73 spot 47, and then scale in at our key momentum and bias indicators. So here's what I've learned. So I don't have the statistics on this, okay? I've read somewhere, but I don't think anybody's figured out the statistics, because the problem is, not the problem, how do you define a breakout? And then the other challenge is that, well, we trade 4 different charts. 2 of them are time charts. 2 of the charts we trade are time charts. And then the other charts that we trade, they're tick charts. And the reason why they're tick charts, and look, listen to me if you're a new trader or you're a trader looking to get more edge. You need to develop, in your trading system, there's 3 things that you need to factor for a highly effective trade system. Price action. How to interpret price action. The next thing is volume. How do you use volume in your trade system? And then the third and final thing, and what was the main point I was making, because I just price and time. You need to, did I say time already? Did I say time first? But and time, you have to take time out of some of the ways that you look for, in some of the ways that you read the market. You have to take time out of it. Humans are terrible at estimating time. Okay, so it doesn't sync. So I'll share this here. Probably going to hit support and resist. Let me see. Let me look at your chart, and then I'll answer the other question. Yeah. See, that was the trade to do, was go long there. I didn't get picked up. I was too aggressive on that long check. So it does look like CL's probably going to maybe break out.
Order filled.
So that was a terrible entry. But that's the last one I'm going to do chasing this trade. If it doesn't work out, then I'm not chasing this trade. I'm a little concerned we're about 9 minutes to the week open, or to the close. But I think it's pretty obvious that it wants to get up to this zone. Now let's look at chart 4, because that's the one that's kind of helping us. But I need to actually pull out chart 4, because we have data going back that far. Do I have to reload the data?
Order filled.
Holy crap, we do.
Order filled. Stop filled.
What? Oh, could I be stopped out that quick? Hold on. Yeah, I didn't want to be stopped out of that trade. Okay. So the reason why I adjusted my position.
Stop filled.
Yeah. Whatever, dude. On so we got a level here. I'm drawing levels on the upside on the GC, and I'll help you with your levels here. You need to make sure that that it's all of the charts say sync chart drawings, and then you need to make sure that all of the charts have the same color. So that's how you need to do that. And then if they're not syncing, sometimes a restart's in order. The other times that sometimes happens is that you want to, well, that's that. I don't, those fix it. I've never had a problem where it didn't fix it. There is a trap to it. No, but I want you to always, so I'm talking to someone, DM, and I just shared your, I thought you said there was a trap to it and can blind you, and then the opposite move and not being paranoid enough. Yeah, but I always want you to be paranoid. That's what I'm trying to share. That's what I'm really want you to, I want you to be extra paranoid when that happens. Now that doesn't mean so why I want you to be, see, am I in that trade still? I am. Why do I want you to be extra paranoid? Here's why. Because I want you to be open to the fact of it ripping through all of those instead of doing what we usually expect. What do we usually expect? We usually expect a reaction there. Now we did get a reaction with almost the test, but what I'm saying is that based on kind of just things, the way that they've kind of moved, and the way that I would say, here's what I would say. The way that it behaved on chart 2 in this zone on candle 290 kind of told you that basically the downside was being being protected capitally wise. And then the way that this move happened, it just was a smooth move, just very smooth. But then it felt like it had strength to it because let me ask you generally, and generally when we have an alpha candle, does the alpha candle get taken out? I mean, sometimes there's an answer right away, but normally an alpha candle takes a little bit of time. You expect to stall, and we do have reaction zones, but it was obvious, kind of like here, when it recaptures the opening range low, that it was trying to take out that alpha candle. Now it took it out, but then just the way it moved through these indicators, it's just not respecting them. That's all I'm saying. It's not respecting them, and it's not really coming from, I mean, it is coming from a sell-off. So I guess this is where I would say start looking for the changeover pattern. And in the changeover pattern, you're going to get a couple good trades on the momentum side, but because it's a changeover pattern, you're likely to see overshoots where, because the momentum that's carrying it forward is a change over pattern. I think the other aspect that you need to look at is on that chart, where's the RDA on the golden time frame on chart 3? It's aligning with the 24 right around 7. Sorry. Got to zoom in. Right around 782 spot 25. And then there's a level that on the 60. So that zone there, let me show you on the 5-minute chart. That zone there, it's the opening range high as well. That zone there is the target for the day right now, as far as where it's really trying to get to. And then that would be a sell-off zone. But what would that zone do is what I would ask. Like, what would the zone, the way to look at it, I guess, is that zone, if project out the day and project out that zone operating in the way that we expect, meaning that it hits that zone, maybe it has a little overshoot, but what does it do? Ultimately, it closes below that zone, which it would close below the RDA, and then you would expect to sell off. So that's kind of the move I'm looking for. So to me, right now, the chart looks like, based on the price action and interpretation through the Rexdog trade system, is that it has a destination it wants to go to, which is the first destination.
Order filled.
Is to see what happens when the RDA gets checked here. But because we got a line, we're taking that trade. And we're going to take that trade, but what we're going to do is we're not going to guess, meaning that we're not going to assume. I think we want to enter a trade at that zone, a participation trade at a minute, and then it's don't do anything until chart 2 gives you confirmation. That's really
stop filled.
That's not standard the way we trade it, but I think if chart 2 hesitates at all in selling off, then you've got to assume that the downside, the buyers are going to step up. So, and this is why I say that.
Order filled.
If you look at the internals, what's interesting here as well. So I'm looking to get picked up on the NQ just to kind of see if we can follow a 2 lots up. On chart 2, it was a bias check, and I still have the friggin' hiccups. Oh, dude, how can I have the hiccups for like 5 hours straight? Sorry about the stream on TradingView. I can't do anything about it. Everywhere else it's up. It's up on Twitter. It's up on Twitch. It's up on YouTube. It's up on Facebook. It's up on, yeah, it's up on everywhere except for TradingView. Strange. Yeah. Don't know what to say about that. Did that explanation help? Or I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm just trying to like properly make you paranoid. Maybe higher. Is this the NQ? Let me look at your chart. Yeah, I mean, I would use that RDA. Look at how well it's behaved. So to me, you enter a trade right at the RDA, but what else do you do? We're in profit in everything. How is that possible? We're in profit in the NQ. We're in profit in CL. Up about $200. Did I get knocked out? Yeah, I got knocked out of one of those positions. And then we're up about $1,400 in GC. GC is still trading as well. We're no longer GC's stepchild. So GC, the first level is 1975. And then ideally we can hold out to 2006. I know last week we were looking at 2019. So the other reason, this is where market internals come into play, right? Now I'm gonna share with new traders, okay? Especially if like you're resonating with my stuff, you resonate with kind of the streams I do, and you're picking up some new things about trading. Hopefully I'm helping you think about the market in a different way, in what I would consider more the right way. Because good. That's good to hear. That's good that your idea worked out. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Sorry. It's always great to have trades work out, right? So let me see. All right, let's talk about smart money. Let me start talking. Okay. I don't use the term smart money anymore.
Filled.
I know I used to. I don't believe in it. So the SVB bank, that was what? I think it was the biggest bank failure. SVB bank in how long? Bank failure. I never trusted that bank. The reason why? Because I don't trust people in Silicon Valley. I spent a little time out there, and they're in a bubble. They don't live in reality. They can create some great things, but they don't live in reality. So I don't trust anybody where majority of banking people don't live in reality. So I bring up SVB because if you're going to define smart money, would SVB qualify for smart money? Or do we assume that the people that have money in SVB are the smart money, or are they the dumb money?
Depends on the capital they have, yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess I would, but from a normie perspective, if I can use that term, right? Would they expect people that bank at SVB to be, well, I can tell you, one of the challenges is no one puts their money in the bank and assume that the bank's going to fail. A normal bank, you don't go to a bank account and say, okay, you go there because you think the money's safe.
Yeah.
So the problem with SVB from the makeup of it is, yeah, some of it's FDIC like covered, but the majority of the funds there were business accounts, and they're not covered under FDIC. So what the Fed's doing is it's creating, and I think SVB did this purposely, is I think they saw they had a capital issue, this is speculation. This is more of a movie script. So if I were to write a movie script about SVB, what I would think they would do is that they would see that they could leverage and make some money, but then they'd also realize that they're fighting the Fed. One way that they could have a hedge that would be smart is the Fed loves when you buy bonds, because then they're offloading their sovereign debt to what they consider the financial market. Well, the challenge
Stop
is
field.
if bonds become less valuable and they don't cover the other assets that you have on the books because bonds lose value, then the only option is to allow the number 2 bank to fail and to create a bank run potentially and a huge loss of confidence in the banking system. Or the Fed could easily just say, hey, those bonds you have? Well, that's the big problem here. If we find someone to acquire you, and then
Order filled.
what we do as well, and I'm going long in the NQ here, by the way. Well, we can do something with those bonds. I guess we could take those back. I think that was the plan all along. If I put on my tinfoil hat, just from I don't think it was a plan where they necessarily wanted it to happen. I think what it was is this is our hedge. What is the Fed gonna do? Are they gonna let us fail, or are they gonna figure out a way to make this whole? And then what's the easiest way? Well, number one, from a non-sophisticated person point of view, removing something from a balance sheet isn't the government or the Fed giving money to a bank. It's just moving assets around, and most people don't even understand at even a key level what could possibly be happening. So I think that's an aspect that I think they played really well as far as a hedge in order for them to take risk. And I think they had I think what's happening right now, and this is just me from a fundamental level, just talking to people and the few mastermind groups I'm in. I think so I'll relate this to trading so that you understand. So this chart, the big tech chart that you have, and I have YouTube videos on this, is an amalgamation. I go through and I make sure that it's tracking the, okay, am I not pushing the right button? Why am I this dumb? Hold on. Why is it not showing me the actual ticker? Is it locked? I thought I just click in there and it shows me the actual symbol. Am I this stupid? Is it right click? Why is it not showing the ticker? Usually I click on it and it just shows me the ticker. Anyways, this ticker, and maybe if I enlarge the chart, this ticker is Meta, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Tesla. And I think one of the things that's happening is that in the market from a fundamental level, and I do look at fundamentals, but I do it every couple weeks to inform my overall trading. I do Forex trades where none of the signals fired, but I don't use stop losses in Forex trades. I just identify the key areas, buy or sell, and I keep buying and selling until I become profitable. I do have a line in the sand, so don't get me wrong. I'm not just out there, totally just going crazy. But I do have. I'm going to get out of this
Order
long
filled.
in the NQ. It's going to pull back. See, that's a little concerning that NQ didn't even tag the RDA.
I'm in a short of NQ currently.
Yeah, it was probably a good short area. I probably should have shorted it, but I just didn't like the movements. So you're good if you're in short. Good job. That's a good. At least it might be a great scalp, but
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
yeah, I mean my entries are a little bit lower on that. I want to see. I'm watching an ATR band. Well, you can see it on the 5 minute. I have a band here on one of our indicators. So I want to see a test of that down to start at 687. But as we can see, why I'm concerned about the zone ahead that I would typically be a heavy seller is that if the buyers recapture 705, then it's going to remain momentum long. So in some ways, I'm a little aggressive on that entry, but it's got to go through the momentum checks all the way through 702 to 709. And if it gets through that, well, that'll turn this red candle into green candle by the close, which is a pretty decent move. And you almost have to take that trade because momentum has switched here and actually held up. But we don't have that answer yet. So the answer we have using our chart too is that it just lost, well, it's in a weird state because it did lose momentum on that move. But
I think my short is also in danger. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, because I'm going to start going long. So I'm going to be taking you out, man. Sorry.
It looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start a minor
Order
long.
filled.
Yeah, so there's the reaction. So, the question, the line in the sand. So hopefully maybe you put a trailing stop, you have a runner. But to me, the line in the sand is right there where my cursor is. If that level holds on a chart 2 perspective, then it's probably going to rip up and take out the level above. So it looks like it's holding. But it also had a pretty volatile move there.
It's kind of weird how the chart moves currently.
Well,
Order filled.
I'll share from our perspective. So it just changed momentum on what we call chart 4. So this is the first, but it didn't change it solidly. It kind of did it in a slowdown because it was anticipating this yellow line check, which is our RDA. And I'm sure it's looking at this level too. I'm sure everybody in the world can see this 5-minute level, the breakdown level, which is the 50% of the opening range. So everybody in the world can see that. So it's one of the reasons why the slowdown. What's concerning more, and like I said, new trade, if you're not familiar with what we're looking at, is that the internals are all pointing that there's weakness. So, but the chart is doing the opposite. So that means that there's a divergence. And I'll get back to the fundamental talk here in a second. And I've got to put you on mute because I got something I gotta take care of real quick.
Myself.
Iraq gonna get a refill of coffee. Okay, you need to sit with me, buddy. Okay, that's your one job today. Okay. Not gonna let
Order
you get
filled.
filled on. Yeah, we get filled on. Yeah. It's almost you have to call the bluff on this pullback on the NQ. But I don't like how much I'm down.
I'm up.
What's up?
The NQ trade, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, it's well, I should have listened to chart 4 because it was short, but we're at a key level here, unlike the 60-minute.
Order filled.
You might see it hit like the 60-minute a little bit below this
Order filled.
and then just rip up.
Order filled.
But I almost don't like the way it's selling off here. But that is a big tech lost the VWAP. That's why. So see this middle chart. That's an amount. And what I was going to share is that I believe we're in a changeover pattern with what are called growth stocks, where, you know, I believe some of the names you see there, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google, Tesla, I believe 2 or 3 of them are going to drop out of the growth stock. I personally really hope it's Google.
Why that?
I just think that they've intentionally destroyed their main product, which is search.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm just I've seen it progressively get worse over the last 3 years, and I know it's intentional. I don't know how it can't be because it's progressively got worse. So
That's true.
and YouTube, the other thing that I would share. Rex, did you just do what I think you did? You just
What do
did
you mean?
He just peed right in front of me. He never does that. I think he's mad at my trade. I think he was mad. He came over here. I can't believe you just did that.
Damn.
Oh, at least he just, okay, that's fine. But so I think what's happening is that there's going to be at least one AI tech company. I don't think it's going to be ChatGPT. It might. Well, they're not public yet, are they? Or are they public? I don't know. There's going to be an AI company that is not Google. I just, from me looking at it, I'm sure in my macro view of, I spent some time over the weekend doing a fundamental analysis of, and I don't do that. I do that, but I just don't do it as often as most people do, I guess. I don't know, because I just trade charts. But I see potentially that these are weighted to the index. So let me go back to the charts. So let's see. Yeah, I'm barely in profit there. It's kind of teasing with my profit. I think I need to probably get out of this trade possibly. In some ways, yeah, it just feels like I don't feel confident that, number one, I'm
think
fading
we're going
momentum.
down.
Yeah.
Order filled.
Yeah, I just, it's not the right trade. I was fading momentum. Momentum on chart 4 and even chart 2. So it's going down to, I think you're short, man. I mean, I think you were probably in the right mode because it now looks like it actually is going to sell off.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to sell off down
Order
to,
filled.
at a minimum, 562. And I think where it's really going, 650. I think that's where it's really going.
Yeah, I think my TP is way too low.
Did you say TPS or TPO?
TP. Take
Okay.
profit.
Oh, take profit. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking specifically like TPO or something. I haven't met many other traders that understand TPO. I traded it for quite a while. So,
What does TPO mean?
so TPO, let me show. I don't want to change my chart to it, but I should know what it means, so I apologize. TPO charts. There's a specific name. I just know, time, price, opportunity.
Ah, okay.
And it's those charts that you see that have letters. I'll show it on the screen here. Let me get to a monitor I actually want to show though, or a browser I actually want to show.
What do the numbers under the candles mean?
Underneath the TPO or what are the?
Underneath the single candles, like for example, 290, 292.
Well, those didn't reset. What the heck? Why did those not reset? So, have you heard of the trader Al Brooks?
No.
So Al Brooks is another YouTuber, and well, I think he has a course too. He's a big price action trader, and if you resonate with his teaching style, he only teaches to one style. So if you resonate with his teaching style, then you'll get his stuff. But if you don't resonate with his teaching style, it's very frustrating, in my opinion. I'm not trying to, I guess, I'm not down. I've learned quite a bit of things from him, or perspectives. Those numbers is that he's done a lot of analysis and back testing around, and they should be, yeah, they're not painting correctly. So I got to look at that indicator, but it's not mine either. It's in Trade08. Basically, when the cash market opens, that's when number
Stop
one happens,
filled.
and then number two. So it's just counting candles from the cash market open. That's all it's doing. But
Okay.
but his philosophy, which does help, is that he has a philosophy. He has various rules that he follows, where he says, okay, if candle 15 maintains the daily
Order
open,
filled.
then there's a higher probability this is going to happen. I like it because the red candles that you see are kind of significant times where you see pivots. So, whenever I learn something, just so, for people that want to know how I do it, I look and see, okay, how did this trader develop this? And why did they develop this? If I can figure it out. And then I say immediately, okay, how do I do the exact opposite of what they're trying to tell me to do? And 9 times out of 10, the direct opposite gives me more edge. So for instance, and I'll share this later, I'll share one of the option scans that I use. I use a rate of change, and I do a rate of change of negative. Well, that's not kind of uncommon for strategies, because that's more of a reversion strategy. But the most rate of changes are looking at positive rate of changes. I found more success using rate of change from the negative side. So a lot of times I'm like with Al Brooks, for instance, I really like his teaching, and I try to not do what he does, which is and sometimes I get into that mode where I don't think about being succinct and very focused and go down rabbit holes. He doesn't go down rabbit holes, but the way he explains things, it's hard to kind of, I'm not trying to say anything bad about him, because I have respect, because he's one of the few YouTubers that I believe really trades. So, I would, I'll knock a YouTuber I don't think trades when I get to a certain level and I maybe feel like it. But I'm shorting the NQ here, but I'm not too confident on it, because it might be recapturing a weekly, or it might recapture. Yeah, I almost need to. I'm on the wrong side of this trade again, I think. I really think I need to be long. Yeah, even though it's at an RDA check on chart 2, I think the right trade is on.
Order filled.
Basically, I'm doing a complete counter trade to what chart 2 is saying, but I'm looking at the big tick chart, trying to recapture, and I might be completely wrong on this trade, so I might need to just get up.
I think we will see a reversal now on Nasdaq.
On NQ?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it tested the 50%, or it tested the OR low now. So that was the trade to do, is to do that trade right at that tap. But I was thinking there might be an overshoot down to 664, which makes sense. It's more, but the problem with that is that it does a
Order
little bit
filled.
of damage to the overall chart, meaning that when I project out market time and what the 60-minute wants to do, or the overall market, but what the 60-minute chart is telling us is that, number one, it needs a close above right now 728 for the long scenario to be in play. And then from there, if it does that, it's going to 777.
Order
So-
filled.
We're hitting the lunch hour. We're in the lunch hour. So to finish my conversation on smart money, I don't use smart money because I don't think it's the right way to think about the market because, chart trading, because you don't know what smart money is. You don't know what it's doing. Like, can you tell me clearly that Goldman Sachs and the other banks are trading at this level? Like, now I'm not saying that smart money doesn't move the market. That's why we look at charts like TPO. That's why we have volume in our stuff, because we do respect the volume that what people call smart capital are the people that have the capital to move the market. But to me, I just don't, and this will tie in, I'm kind of covering why I don't use smart money, because I just don't think it's a proper term to define anything on a chart, because you can't point to me and tell me where smart money bought, because what I'm going to immediately ask you, give me proof. Give me proof that's smart money. Number one, the first I'm going to ask you is, what is smart money? And if we use I'm not picking on you, man, that you left the term, but so I'm not picking you at all.
No.
No, or whoever.
You're explaining.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think Microsoft's move on ChatGPT is good. Now I'll answer some of these questions, but smart money, I think I want to go through the exact response that you shared on YouTube, and I'll get to the YouTube comments here. I want to you said big banks, Goldman Sachs, and stuff like that, right? So the first thing is, I'd ask you to define smart money, okay? And then I say we're straight up chart traders. That's what we want to be. Now, okay, you're going to show me some fancy term like liquidity zone. And then I'm going to ask you, okay, like, where's your proof that banks are in that liquidity zone, and where's your proof that is smart money? And like, well, just when it hits here, it does this. I'm like, yeah, but where's your proof that that's smart money? Are you getting a special report from Goldman Sachs that they're selling the NQ at 825, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So this leads into my other, and I need to short this market.
Order
now.
filled.
So I should have shorted it up there, and I'm burning my P&L by doing this. So this is the last time I reverse this position. But I think I'm short on the NQ.
Okay.
Down to that yellow line, which matches the 5-minute line. But I'd be suspect of this. I will get out of if this trade works out in my favor, which it might not, because it's lunchtime. So it might be just ranging in this behavior, because right now, if you look at the 60-minute chart, we're in an inside bar basically of the past 2 bars. But there it goes. It looks like it's going to break down, but it's done that a couple times. So I'm short in 3 lots, nothing heavy. I just don't have confidence in the trade yet.
You have different prices than me, I just see. On TradingView, there are different prices.
Yeah. But here's what I'd like to see based on what I'm seeing right now. I'd like to see it sell off and maybe even not tap that level, but go right there. And then I'd like to see an immediate rip up, because then what I would look for is then, okay, the rest of the afternoon is going to then try to capture the zone right around 798, 7795. And then I would like to, if this is what I'm seeing so far, I'd like to then short the heck out of that if there's enough market time. So that's kind of what I'm that level held though. So that's the problem. This level on chart 2 that we use just held at 793 or 7. Sorry. I'm sorry. 674. Does anybody have a recommendation for like reader glasses that are good quality that are maybe adjustable. I don't want to move from my 4K monitors. I don't want to scale it up to 125.
There are like glasses that have something that have different. If you look straight, you have a different strength of the glass than if you look down. You know what I mean? Or am I?
No, I've seen those, and that's just, I guess, one question I was asked. Anybody use those with good effect? And probably, I know they're relatively inexpensive, so you can just buy them. But I don't know if I'm getting old or the treatment, but I'm getting to that point where I need them more and more, especially with things,
Order filled.
on a 4K monitor. Text can get pretty small. All right, so now this is going to be...
Order filled.
So this is the third... This will be the second test of that zone, right where my last entry is. The problem with that zone is that if it doesn't... I got to put my stops up here. I've got to put trailing stops. How many positions I'm in? 5? Yeah. So it's either gonna fail right here, or if it gets higher, I need to get out of the trade. So that's really that's to me, this is the trade that exists on the books right now. Is it just did a momentum check right there, and it has to fail right here. Otherwise, you want to be out of the trade. So that's the way to look at it, and it looks like it is, just based on that rejection. So
I've sent you a guide.
oh, sweet. Yeah, thanks. I
No
appreciate
worries.
it. So I'll pull up the TPO charts too. So if you haven't seen this, these are TPO charts. So they're basically the way to look at these, and I'll probably do a training on these, but where they're at as far as the quality, or not the quality, the other things I need to add to my training. I've got other priorities. I hate this save and continue. Fine, take all my privacy. So this sell-off is actually happening. So hopefully you're in that short, or people are in that short. That's a hard area to trade, but actually, if you go back in time, or you go back, it was obvious that it was just following momentum and bias. So that's why I shorted that, which is a good trade now because I'm up about $1,700 or so. Not bad. So the TPO chart, what you're seeing here is each letter represents a half hour of trading. No, wait. It's been a while since. So, yeah, half hour. Yeah. No, can't be a half hour. Sorry. I know this very well because I traded it, but part of it is my brain cannot think properly today. It's just the treatment. So I'm trying to look and see. It's not a half hour. It is a half hour. Yeah, that'd be, yeah. So each letter represents a half hour at increments. I don't want to explain. The way to look at these charts, just what you need to know, is that you can get good at looking at them because basically it tells you kind of how price moves through a different view of letters. And then it creates these things called point of controls, which is the PLC. And it creates these things called bifocal. Okay, I'll look at that. And it creates these things called Virgin's point of control, weak lows and weak highs. It creates a bunch of different things. But what it gives you is it gives you an internal view of, it helps you take time out, and it actually helps you see, because you see these, I like the ones that are colored better because
Stop filled.
then you can I got knocked out of one trade. Did I get knocked out of the gold yet? No, still in GC. Got knocked out of one in the NQ. CL is coming up, so it is doing the breakout
Stop
now.
filled.
I think it's doing the breakout. So we're going to
Order
trade that
filled.
breakout. That'll be the 1, 2, 3. That'll be the third time it tested this level. The markets tend to break out the first time, the third time, the fifth time, or the seventh time.
37.
So, and then,
Stop field.
how you define those 7 threes is usually pretty simple. Like, it's pretty obvious, I should say. But
Stop
I got
field.
knocked out of everything on the NQ, and we're back up to $10,000 because I destroyed my P&L a little bit by doing stupid trades. But we're still up about Are we up $1,700 in GC? Wasn't adding to that trade. Yeah, we're up about, and I haven't traded NQ at all
Order filled.
because I'm leveraged to the point in NQ or NG.
Order filled.
And then I'm using my other account to trade NG, which is my swing account. So I'm not deploying capital here because I know we talked about the NG trade on Friday, and that there maybe is opportunity because what it's getting to, but I'll just share. NG can get down to $1. NG can get down to 99 cents. So that's something to be mindful of. So let's talk about like what's happening here. I'll when I can think clearly, like, because I should be able to rattle off the TPO and what it is and how to read it in a succinct manner, but I just can't think clearly. So what we should be watching for here, especially on the NQ at this point in time, is you almost can't believe that rejection there on not the 60. I wouldn't believe that rejection there yet on the 60 yet. We got to give it one more check. That one more check is right here on the chart. It's a little bit higher. It's actually a little bit higher right here. That's one more check. So if it comes up that and it exceeds that, well, that's the first clue that maybe we need to start thinking long. And then if it takes out this level here, that second level, then I think the trade is you buy the pullbacks. You buy the pullbacks all the way up to this next level. To me, the way the day is shaping up, you buy the pullbacks all the way up to 780. And then you've got a level there on the 60. Now, if we go to the index, because we haven't looked at the index in a little bit. Now, what leads me to say that, you might say? You might ponder. This is, so we're getting, I don't want to get too much into these charts, but sometimes I use these charts just for additional confirmation. This chart on the left is showing you a combination of up volume advancing, down volume, and declining. Up volume is the amount of stocks in the NQ. This is the plumbing of the market, meaning this is telling you all of the stocks that are moving up on volume and all of the stocks that are advancing. Now I combine these. There's a trader on these guys. I know trade too, because I can tell just by listening to them. Shadow Trader. So they have a TD Ameritrade version of this. But what sucks about it, in my opinion, it's a good indicator, but it's 4 charts, and it breaks these 4 symbols, these are things you can get on TradingView, obviously, and it breaks it up into 4 different charts. So what you have to do is you have to look at 4 different charts and you have to correlate them. And that just always annoyed me, just because I was like, okay, I'm trying to reduce the things I look at. It might not seem like it, but you'll see, this is what is amazing about the Rexdog system, if I can just toot my own horn here for a second. And I will get to the questions on YouTube, and I will get to the questions on TradingView if there are. What I think is amazing about the Rexdog system, that I still am awe of every single day, is it doesn't matter what market or what. So let's just think about how powerful this is. This is a derivative symbol, the middle symbol. This is Facebook, which calls itself Meta now. Meta, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Tesla combined together. It's a made-up symbol. It doesn't exist. No market trades this. There might be an ETF that trades this. But here's the thing. When you put the Rexdog system on there, which you see the Rexdog system is on my chart, it follows the same patterns and rules that the Rexdog system follows. A made-up symbol. An amalgamation of a made-up symbol. Not only that, this is the other powerful thing that I believe I've created in my system. And I don't, it's not me, it's the universe. The universe has enabled me to do this, right? But look at, just so you understand, I just want to highlight this, because at this point, I'm not making this point to really toot my own horn. I'm just making this point to like, here's the perspective. Let me take me out of it and the system, but I'm going to talk about the system. If you create do you know how good it feels to create a trading system that when you put it on any chart, even obscure charts, in any market, and it works, and your rules are followed? Of course, there's overshoots, there's all the other stuff, but even the overshoots rules follow. When it's so for instance, what I'm going to highlight is this orange line you see here. Number one, at this point in time today, it lost momentum right here. And then from that point on, what did it do? It actually didn't even touch the momentum line, but it followed momentum all the way down. And then here was a test of momentum. It did an overshoot of momentum, and then it immediately failed. And it continued to kind of just ride momentum down. Now, what's kind of concerning about the day that we're seeing today is that typically when you see this type of move, it is backed up by the chart making a similar type of move, because what you're seeing is there's more up volume, there's less up volume and advancing. Nothing's advancing, nothing's getting volume added to it from the Nasdaq is made up of real stocks. It's a derivative. So, and here's the thing. If you get this, and this is why I don't really want to cover this if there's new traders. It's in my training. So if this is towards the end when you learn everything. This is an advanced concept. When you learn everything, when you're trading the 4 chart, you don't really even need this, but it helps you. And here's how it helps me. And here's why you see me look at it. It helps me build conviction in what I'm seeing in the chart, and these symbols lead what the NQ is going to do, oftentimes. But sometimes it's counter. What's weird about today is that typically, and we can go back in this chart and you're going to see, so I'll do that. So when it's really trend, go on your chart, go to March 23rd and see how it's just riding our momentum indicator up, the NQ. Go to the NQ. And tell me, I can look at this chart, which is not even the NQ, but which is the plumbing of the NQ, the internals of the NQ, and I can tell you this is a heavy momentum day. There should have been no time during this day except for once or twice that you should have faded it. Other than that, if you would have traded momentum, you would have done awesome. Now, there probably was a sell-off at the end of the day because that's exhaustion. This day was probably a heavy momentum day. This day was a heavy momentum sell-off day. This day was a heavy sell-off day. I just don't even have to. And I think this isn't even free. I think I even have a free aspect of this training on my website. Look at that failure. I should have, once again, on the NQ, this is so dumb. I'm saying it's so dumb because I got aggressive on my entry. And let me just share this. I'm going to share this publicly in the futures room. And I have to use my other tools. Sorry, my new tool, but I don't have it set up for it. So I'll share this publicly because this is how dumb it is. And I say dumb intentionally because one of the problems is the meat robot that you're listening to right now doesn't take trades that the meat robot's supposed to take. Instead, the meat robot thinks he wants to be smarter than the system that he developed since 2018 that works in any market, that provides tremendous edge. Which, now this trade didn't last long, okay? So I'm probably right on the initial assessment that I shared, right? of like what we need to start thinking. So I would almost be early long, but terrible
Order
to go
filled.
terrible to go long here, because you're at a momentum check, and new traders, new people adopting my system. You don't go long here unless you have the same conviction that I do about what the market's trying to do. Okay, and that conviction shouldn't be made. That conviction, if you're trading off anything I said, and any part of the conviction is from something I said that you don't believe in and that you haven't adopted, while this might be the right trade, you shouldn't trade it, because you need to be your own warrior. You need to be your own soldier. But as I saw, why did I take that trade? Why am I long in the NQ right now? Because the buyers stepped up from an RDA check, and they stepped up right away. They said, okay, we'll allow one more RDA check on chart 2. We'll allow it. But we're going to fake you out. We're going to make it look like it's going to sell off. And then that immediate candle, and I'm going to show this because I'm trying to figure out how to share it. Well, not how to, I'm new to this program. So did my hiccups go away? No.
Hey,
course
don't say it, then they are coming back.
Yeah. You're too late, man. Sorry, you took too long to tell me. But no, yeah, you're right.
That's true.
Yeah. And now it's back worse. It's actually
Order
sped
filled.
up.
Yeah. Maybe someone needs to scare you.
That actually does work. The problem is, well, I'm not going to shoot. I'm heavily armed. So I live in the United States, and I'm concealed carry owner, and I used to go to the range every week.
You're ex-army, yeah?
I'm ex-army, but I'm also very,
Yeah.
I'm very, I do believe in, I believe an armed public that knows how to use firearms is the best thing that could happen for a country. And I know there's a lot of bad things that come along with it. I get it. I'm completely,
Yeah, if we look at Chicago.
yeah, exactly. And even the shooting that happened the other day, what I would say is that I was surprised that no one in Tennessee was armed there. But and if you watch the video, someone that, number one, I'll just share from a perspective of, and I know this is completely off topic. Some of the most law-abiding people you meet will be concealed carry people, because they know, number one, they know the consequences of them using a firearm. The other thing is that they're just not, it's just not death. That will upend their life for years. Not only
That's true.
killing someone, which is, you don't want. No one wants to do that except for psycho people. But, you're going to have legal aspects. Even if you're in the complete right, you're going to have to deal with the law and civil law. It's just guaranteed. So no concealed carry weapon person that I know goes around acting like a cowboy. There are some, So I just share that from a perspective from people that are maybe outside of the States and you don't understand us. Number one, I know whenever I go to overseas or go to Europe or go anywhere else, and people that haven't visited the U.S. really do think we're gun nuts. Everybody's gun nuts and that everybody's shooting everywhere. But then also their constitutions aren't structured like ours, right? Their constitutions are structured more of negative rights, where it tells you what the government can do for you, instead of our constitution is from day one was saying what the government can't do to you, and then how we're going to protect that is basically, we want an armed populace. That's my reading of it. I know it's political, I know, but I don't want to get too far into politics. I will get political about guns, because I think that it's everywhere that you've seen a regime remove guns from society, it's never ended well. From law-abiding citizens, I should say. Some places I think are okay, because we're in a modern world and things are starting to change. But I'm talking about from a governmental regime. But even then, though, so I just share that just so maybe people want to understand at a perspective the same way I kind of think about putting on a seatbelt is the way I think about why I think every person should know how to use a gun, and if they think they're proficient, carry a gun. That's my personal view. So you'd rather want it, you'd rather need it, or you'd rather have it than need it. That's mine. Just like if I get in an accident, I'd rather have my seatbelt on than not have it on.
Fun fact is like the Mexican cartels are invading Europe, and so we are getting much more gun violence on the streets
Yeah.
and everywhere. And for example, if you look at Britain, how many stabbings are there and stuff, you really don't need a gun to harm someone if you want it. And I really understand the fact that you just carry a gun out of self-defense, like or to help someone in like a shooting or some weird stuff. I mean, you never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So I really understand the view on it.
Well, and here's the thing that kind of shocks some people. Like, so let's say that it's a terrible thing, just someone walking into anywhere and shooting people. But you can see the CCTV of that person the other day. Was it yesterday or whenever?
Stop field.
Why did I get stopped out? Oh, there we go. And well, just the way, just they look like they were clearing rooms, but someone that would have been armed on the other side would have been able to easily take out the individual. But here's here's the challenge with that. You know, you're not obligated as a concealed weapons carrier to get yourself involved. You're obligated to keep your family and yourself safe first.
Yeah,
that's your obligation.
Of course.
So, but you know, and any trainer will tell you that, you know, run first. Always run.
Yeah, always avoid the fight.
Yeah, and that's why I think that's why it's counterintuitive, because law-abiding gun citizens are some of the people that know how to talk themselves out of situations, because they know what will happen if they are forced to use that firearm and they instigated that situation at all.
Yeah, I'm doing an MMA and it's basically like kind of the same.
Yeah.
Like you know what the other person can do if they don't even need to know about fighting. Like if they just swing hard enough and they catch you like non-reactive or some shit because it's so fast and out of context, you can't do shit. And then maybe your your head will hit the hard ground and you will get like shook, or maybe you even die. Who knows? So yeah.
Yeah, really, the MMA and firearms and that type of stuff, you know, if you're taught by a good Sifu or a good teacher, right? I don't know if they call them Sifus in MMA. I did Kung Fu for quite a while.
Yeah.
And, you know, the good ones will teach you that exact philosophy, right? Which is like, you think that you can handle it, but, you know, running away is actually the better handling, because like you said, a lucky shot can happen and there's not much you can do when you're knocked out on the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Your grappling skills aren't going to help you when you're knocked out on the ground.
That's true, man.
So, yeah.
Stop field.
And if you talk to any bartenders too, or not bartenders, but I have a couple buddies that are, you know, been bouncers, you know, they'll say the same thing. They're like, I don't want to get in a fight. And the guys that do, because it like there's never, you never know the outcome.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, even if it's a chick. You know, one guy told me, you know, you would think like a big 270-pound guy might, like me, you know, 6 something. Like,
stop field.
I've had a fight where basically a chick basically stunned me, you know, and I was stunned, and if she would have followed up, she probably could have took me down, you know, and she was like, you know, 115 pounds. He said that really he said from that point forward, I was pretty humbled. Like, you know, I don't know the NQ. I think we're in the middle of the lunch session, so I think that's why, you know, it's having this behavior where basically, like an idiot, I'm turning. Yeah, chicks fight dirty. That's the other thing. Yeah, chicks fight dirty. That's the other thing. You're right. All right, so let's go to the YouTube comments and let me make sure I'm answering all that. And let's go through this, and then I'll go and I'll talk about. Yeah, sorry about the stream, man, on TradingView. So, and then
Stop field.
I'll finish with, or I'll get to for sure things that are going to change a little bit, and then the exercise I go through. Yeah, damn it. I need to short this.
Order
I
filled.
think it's going to sell off again once again. But the problem
Nasdaq?
is I missed the trade. What's up?
I think if you talk about NQ, I think it's going like to 12,500.
500?
Yeah, I think so.
Oof.
And then it probably will swing back up.
Let me see. 500.
Yeah, because I know you don't believe in it, but there's the next order block.
No, it's not that I don't believe in it. I just need to see whether or not that's a possibility. And well, not a possibility. Of course, it's possible. Well, that would back up what I'm seeing in the internals. Because the internals, like I said, this isn't a sell-off day. It is, but it's really not. It's because the buyers are still stepping up at every level. But the problem
Order
is
filled.
Exactly.
they're not making any headway, right? So like they're just kind of churning water. So that's why my trades need to be like, I need to be trading the overshoot in this level. No, I could see that based on the internals. If I get off this internal chart and we go back to, so it's now lost the 10-day VWAP. It did a VWAP test, big tech, and then 500 would be. See if there's any zone there that fits our system. So let me look at the index. Yeah, I can see that because that's the weekly open. So 489. Yeah, that's where it's going. Someone mentioned that earlier, but it's still so. You know, the yellow line that we use here, and I'll share this in Discord and YouTube. That's called the RDA. It's our main bias indicator. It's also a reaction. So I think that's the price action that we're seeing. I said that earlier, which is, it doesn't give up the RDA. This is the first true test of the RDA. Typically on the first test, it doesn't give it up easily, especially on a time frame like the 60-minute. So the index, that's the fight that's currently going on. So in a way, to properly trade this, unfortunately, like to really trade, because I kind of see, the weekly level, I would look for this. This is what I would look for. And I kind of said this before, didn't I? That I want to see it go down and then go up or whatever, right? I think I said that earlier. So if we look at this here, this is kind of where I'd want to be a buyer based on my system from the overshoot of the weekly down here, right around 452 and 469. So if it's going to break, I think it's going to break. If you look at the biggest candle on that chart right here. This is something I do often. I don't know if this helps people, but I just like to look at the biggest candle that I can see, and I just say, okay, that's down $250, 252, negative 197. Well, there's two ways to measure this. You can measure this from current price action. So the first thing that you need to be open to, this is our mix 200. So the fact that it's green means that we probably should be buyers at some point in time, because that's telling us that the EMA is above the EMA. So this is becoming a strong move from a 200 mixed perspective. But like this is so the reason why I say I'm going to show a couple things. I'm going to break in here, and then I'm going to get to questions, because I want to show a couple things on the website, and I want to show a couple things for new traders. Okay, so just give me a second, and I'm not going to detract too much from what I'm talking about, I promise. But I want to show, because one person did mention something, and I wanted to make sure that they go to this area of the chart or the training, because they're talking about drawing lines, and I just want to make sure that they've gone to the recap section. So underneath the fundamentals on the training site, sorry, I'm just breaking in for members. This is a recap, and this is underneath the fundamentals because it's a recap of the fundamental, the level training, the higher time frame trading, reactions and patterns, levels as failures. We talk about why levels really are failures, how to look at them, and then this is a recap of everything you've learned from control and alpha candles, the first candle, and then how to actually break down alpha candle training and stuff like that. And then we do an adjusting level by level. So there's a lot of videos and content in here, and it's all It's what it's here for is because I know some people, it's been a while since they've gone through the training. So it's very important that these things, if you already get it and you get in the video for about a minute, and you're like, oh, dude, I already know this because I covered the beginning, what we're going to cover, then don't feel an obligation to watch it. But I have heard from other people that it was a great recap, and they picked up some different things, because one of the things I'm doing with my training, and I'm making sure that every couple days or every day, I'm hitting things from multiple angles. I'm trying to hit the 4 common learning styles. Al Brooks only hits the one. So because like I think that's just the way that he trains. So I'm not talking bad about him. I'm just saying, like, when I analyze him from a trainer perspective, some people can't even get through his books. Some people can't even get through a couple of videos, and you'll see the comments because the way they learn, he's not addressing at all. Like, he's ignoring 3 of the learning styles, is only teaching to 1. I've learned this because I've got really deep into like how to properly train people, how to properly communicate this to the 4 or 8 different learning styles. I think it's just 4. Anyways, so that is really important with the level checks. Now new traders, you'll find here, there's a fundamentals and den thing here. And it used to say free. Why does it not say free? It should say free. Okay. All the way down here where it says Nephew Elite Home. If you are new to trading, brand like within a week or 2, or maybe even a month, and maybe, well, let me share. If you're confused and you're going through a bunch of YouTube channels and everything else, and maybe you're testing different indicators, what I would suggest is this is me teaching my young 20-year-old nephew how to trade from knowing nothing. He was a former Marine, joined the Marines just out of high school. I think he got in well before he got out of high school. Made the most out of being a Marine. He shares some stories about that. You get to meet him. But this is me having sessions with him, and with the intention that he will be an elite trader here. We're a little early on this nephew elite because he hasn't had his 10 demo days of green yet. But I have full confidence that he's going to get there. And I have full confidence not because that I'm teaching him. That's not why I have full confidence. I have full confidence because he's doing what I would expect anybody else that's going through my training, even on YouTube, or that's watching this live stream. Let's look at the trades, make sure that we're not in bad positions before I go down a tangent.
Are you short or long on NQ?
Well, I
I
was.
am short, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also short.
Yeah, and the short, I should have been patient, but it's trying to spike up to this zone, but it's being very, very skittish. So I'm moving all my short entries up because I think it might spike pretty hard. So I would prefer to just not be questioned. And then that long CL trade, that I need to get out. I'm out of that.
Order filled.
I'm out of that long CL trade. I don't like that. I'm still in this, and I'm going to move up my GC stop. I'm going to move it up pretty, because we're hitting the 74 level. That 74 level in GC, well, it's pretty obvious that it's a level, obviously, on the 5-minute chart. Here's another secret about the RDA for those that are adopting the RDA, because at this time it's still a free indicator. I'm sure I'll keep it free. But you should see areas like this. And what I mean by this, you mentioned order blocks. Like, I kind of like the concept of order blocks, but I look at it differently. But there's one trader that is in Delta. So for people to know that when you join my training, you become an alpha. And I've just recently in the last month created a Delta group, free, no additional charge. It's the closest to one-on-one that you can get with me. Because with the Deltas, it's not like I don't show up in the alphas, so you're not missing anything. But with the Deltas, these are people trading live capital. These are people that are dealing with issues of trading live capital. And the thing that you will learn about, or the thing that you need to know about trading live capital, is that it's just like how you learn to trade. And I don't know why this chart got way over here. Is that when you learned to trade, it was pretty daunting. And you had multiple psychological issues you had to break through. You had to learn a system. You had to learn how to use charts. You had to learn how to what indicators you had to use. If you're fortunate where you get someone maybe you resonate with me and you want to reduce your learning curve and have someone that shows up every single day in Discord, even on weekends, and someone you can ask questions to. Well, if you're fortunate with someone like that, then you could, buy their training and then get the knowledge transfer over quicker, but you're still going to have to adopt it and make it your own. You're still going to have to go through that process. Now, what is going to surprise you is when you do have 10 demo grays in a row green. So I demand 10 demo sessions, but I go back and forth. I think I'm just going to say days from now on. I demand 10 demo green days before you start trading live capital. And then if you trade live capital and you lose money, you go back and you do 3 demo days until you have 3 green demo days. And then if you go in and you make capital and you make a profit for 7 to 10 days in a row, and then you have a red day, then you go back and you trade demo account for 2 days. And then you go back to live capital. So the system is an always in trade system. And if you're trading it accordingly, you should not have a red day if you're trading it accordingly. You'll have red days on number one, the only time you're going to have red days is on days that are extremely difficult to trade, and you just haven't caught up as a trader on how to trade extremely difficult days. But you will eventually. The other time that you're going to have a red day is like what happened to me a couple weeks ago, where I had, that $59,000 red day. That had nothing to do with the system. Because if you look at the chart that day, the system was clear. It had to be with me staying in one trade. And ordinarily I would have reversed that trade. But a lot of my psychological habits came to a head. So the only time you're going to have a red day is not the system. It's you not following the system, or you having some emotional hang up. And when I say the system, it's I've provided the foundation, you've built the house. You don't live in your foundation. The foundation is strong. And these are part of the things that are going to start changing here, okay? I'm not going to justify what I do anymore. I'm just going to do. I justify because I know doesn't make sense to some people. They see a person that, if you go to my P&L page, for instance, on my website, okay, let's see. I didn't put yesterday's P&L, which is only $5,000. So that's my P&L for the year. That's streamed, that you can verify. Pretty much I streamed all of this. So you can, or part of it, not all of it, because I'm not always streaming. Like I didn't plan to do a full session stream, but it looks like I'm going to be doing that today. Part of it because I didn't stream yesterday, and I didn't get to trade yesterday properly. I'm not even really trading as well as I should be, because I feel like I should. Number one, I'm below $10,000. Now that I usually don't even have this up on my screen, because I know if I'm trading good or not. And I know I repeat myself a lot. Anyways, those are my P&L results. And I know one of the dichotomy that people have is like, well, if you're a successful trader, why do you even train? Why do you even charge for your training? Because I don't believe in free. Plus, if someone can't muster up $9.97, then what are you going to trade with anyways? You're going to have to figure out a system your own. Now, one question I do want to ask in Discord is, I'd like to know the people that can't afford the training but want to be in it, what is their plan to become a successful trader? Take me out of the mix. I just want to know their plan. Like, what is their plan? And I would really want honest answers, because I would like to understand how I can support that outside of, I'm not going to let anybody join the training for free, because I don't believe in free. I want a monetary commitment. Without a monetary commitment, you're not going to feel committed. You're going to blow it off. And I know people say, oh, no, I won't. I trust you. Watch all your streams. I do all this. I'll do anything. Nah. Trust me. If you don't have some kind of monetary commitment to it, and this is going to get into now the next thing, and then I'll talk about the exercise I went through, and then we'll answer questions. Because I do want to get back to them, so I do apologize for not answering your questions. But these are so I've studied they call it a technology, okay? But it's called NLP. It's neuro-linguistic programming. Now, if I showed you some of the neuro-linguistic programming books I have, you would think that's a math book. I'm going to get out of this trade on the NQ. No, not yet. What am I in? How many lots am I in? 2. Yeah, I should just stay in this trade. Do trailing stops right here. It's either going to sell off right here, or it's going to check above and pick me up. So I'm in 2 lots, not too much risk. And I kind of agree with your assessment on the sell-off to 500, but I haven't got confirmation. Where I would get confirmation is if the level breaks at 69674. I really need those reader glasses. Or I have to upscale my machine again. 676. That breaks and it's going down. But it's not breaking. So I think
Stop filled.
the trade on the table, where you see my entries on the NQ, that's the trade on the table. Call the bluff on that breakout. Now, be careful. We're getting to the 1 o'clock hour my time, 2 o'clock hour market time. So I've deeply studied a philosophy. They call it a technology called NLP. It stands for Neuro-Linguistic Programming. Now, it's been adopted by some of the less karmic people in our world, meaning cult leaders, Jordan Belfort. So there's a scene. I'm going to pull up this scene, actually. I want to pull up this scene because I want you to really hear this. Because, and you'll know the scene when I pull it up. It's when he's at the Investors Center. And I want to use this because I want everybody to understand how deep the things that I do here, and why I do them here a certain way, because it's you against the market. No one else cares about your success as much as you. No one else is going to develop the system for you. You can take my system, but you can't trade my system. You have to make it your own. Great. That's what I want you to do. But also, why I don't have my psychology book out, my mindset book. I've read about 100 mindset and psychology books in trading, and there's about 4 or 5 of them that I think hit the nail on the head, sort of. But even then, I think that the challenge with mindset and psychology is that the book is either too long and too dense, and it's not helpful at all, because how do you use it? How do you decide which chapter you need to adopt? Do you go through every exercise? And then by the end, it's kind of like if you have 30 indicators on your system, which one are you looking at? That's what I find with these mindset books, these mindset trainers and these psychologists. I think what they've had to do, because they've gone to a publisher, is that they couldn't reduce it down to like, this book only needs to be 50 pages. No, it needs to be 200 pages, because no one's going to buy a mindset and psychology book that's only 50 pages, even though that's what's needed. Because the worst thing that you can do to your mind is confuse it. Because your mind is one of the best pattern recognition systems that exist on the planet. Did I miss this trade? No. NQ's doing kind of what we at for our entry. So we want to be a little bit higher on some of these, up to the extreme band of the RDA. And then I would agree with your assessment on the sell-off. So the human mind is an exceptional pattern recognition system. But how the human mind becomes an exceptional pattern recognition system is through the power of habit. And if I get at a deeper level of what's happening inside your mind, is that your mind, inside your mind, there are digital connections. Some of these you can't change, but most of them can be developed over time. So what happens, and I'm simplifying it a lot, we can get really deep into the mind research. What happens in your mind, and I'm sharing this with you, I know you're a new trader, you might be saying, how does this even play a role? Look, the market the reason why you're not a successful trader has nothing to do with the market. It has to do with how you react to the market.
Order filled.
It has nothing to do with the market. It has to do with your reactions. And it has, the number one thing that does hurt traders is fear. It's fear of losing money and fear when they're in profit, getting out too quick. But it's even deeper than that. Because every day is different. There's never a same day in trading. There's similar days, but there's never the same day. Well, the mind consistently tries to revert you back to normalcy and safety because it can't operate at a higher state. So how you develop your mind to operate at a higher state is you have to rewire your mind to operate in that environment. That's why when you see people in the military and the training, what they do, what basic training is not to make them soldiers, not to teach them their job. Basic training is designed to rewire their mind so that they will follow orders. They still won't follow, they still is so that they will follow orders in what they desire, which is an unquestionable manner. And that has to be developed. It has to be developed, and you have to be broken down first. So the challenge with most of you traders is that you are adopting terms
Order filled.
that you do not know if they're true. You are adopting terms that you haven't proven to yourself that they're true. And you're adopting terms and thinking around certain things that is maybe contrary to how the market works or how you should think about how the market works. See, very few trainers or teachers will tell you that, like, I listened to this dog on the internet, this guy with this dog avatar, and it seems like he knows how to trade. I believe he knows about the market. But he says this thing time and time again, but I don't believe that's how the market works because when I watch the chart, this happens, right? Now, you should consider what I'm saying because of my experience level and everything else. And if you do it, you're obviously here for the value. But you need to be able to develop your own thinking of the battle space that is the market. And then what you need to do in order for that to take, and this is where it's going to come back to NLP, and this is where the phrases that I use, and I know no one's going to appreciate this. I don't do certain videos. I don't cover certain things, or if I do, I cover it from a very specific perspective so that I won't lead you down not only what I would think a bad path of trading the market, but I won't lead your mind down a path that will deter you, will make it harder for you to create those synapse connections in your mind. So I'm going to get back to NLP, then we'll move on to the exercise that I find very valuable in my life. So NLP, what it is, it's a bunch of psychologists, and it's used in MLM, it's used in direct sales, same thing. It's used with internet marketers. If you've heard the internet marketer Frank Kern, Frank and me sat down for an hour over a couple beers, couple hours, talked about NLP, and really just broke it down. Frank Kern, he uses it, but he uses it as his main, like every one of these internet marketers, what they do is they have a secret box that they sell you. And then what they do is that they talk about this secret box and they talk around it. And then what they do is they share the number one secret that secret box has. And here's how your mind works with internet marketers, just so you know. So you hear this secret, and this works. And so what I would say is if you see trainers do this, recognize it, and then see if what they say, because here's what happens. Here's the trick that they use. They say, I'm going to share with you the number one secret. And then they'll share with you the number one secret. And what happens from a psychological level is that you say, wow, that secret's so good. I've heard no one else say that secret. And then you think, well, if that secret's so good, that $5,000 course that this guy sells, it must be just full of secrets like that. It's not really. They just figured out the number one secret that can anchor you to then buy, so that then the people that they have in the crowd there, the 6 people that they have in the crowd there, that when they say, who's ready to buy, run to the back because we're going to run out, and those 6 people that you see run to the back of the room, they're plants. The person that's standing next to you, and maybe you're buying the course, and then you're listening to the conversation, and the person saying, well, I could put this on this credit card and this credit card and this credit card, that person's a plant. Because that person is making it is through not peer pressure, but through creating the environment that's saying it's okay that you should max out all your credit cards. It's okay because this person's doing it. And if this person's doing it, I don't want to be left behind. So they have plants at specific areas where they're using this neuro-linguistic programming concept. They have scripts. There's 6 or 7 plants in the room that are using these and strategically place themselves at specific locations to have these conversations that the majority of the crowd overhears. Or when you break out and you all go to the bar, right? There's typically one table that's having a lot more fun. Sometimes it's just naturally because there's just sometimes people there that are having more fun, right? You meet those people. But oftentimes that table is set up specifically in a centralized location, and they've planned out. I've been to a seminar where they moved tables in the bar. They moved things specific locations so that the 2 plant tables could be overheard in a maximum radius, meaning that the priming that they wanted to provide to the group for the next day and the evening was being primed by basically 2 or 3 tables of people having fun and loud conversations. I share that with you because I that's when I got out of that industry, because I'm like, this is sick. This is like, I can't live my life like this. This is sick. So firsthand, I saw it firsthand. Now, the other aspect of that is there's a level of YouTube trainers that you're watching videos on and training out there that adopt these same techniques. So, what I would say is that if you can't see a trader trade live over a consistent amount of time, like I do, and for the longest time I didn't stream. I just didn't. Number one, trading's hard enough. Add additional technology issues. I think it's going to rip up from here. It looks like it wants to rip up, but I think you buy the pullback. So, and I was off on the time. So if you see that type of behavior in the internet marketing or in the trading world, what you need to do is, like, number one, for a long time, I didn't want to share my P&L just because there's 2 things. Number one, it makes me an additional target, right? Because who is a hacker group going to target? Are they going to target someone that they think maybe has capital, or someone that's showing their P&L? Well, they just know where they can spend their effort and time. The other thing is that I thought that and I'm going long here on the NQ because it did recapture momentum on chart 4, and then, like, you got to look at that chart 4 level. I mean, the obvious thing, look at that chart. Look at that chart 4 blocks. Now, it's on both sides, but on the bottom side, like, it's held up. So that's one reason why. But, the problem is that this might be a range. But I think this last candle shows that it's not a range on the NQ. I think. But it is the lunch session still, so we need to be open to the fact that this is a range. So I'm going to get picked up at these 2 momentum and bias checks on the NQ that you see in the chart, the first chart. Because it did also, there on that 5-minute chart, it also broke through a lot of these highs zones, and it recaptured momentum. And it looks like it's going to hold the momentum here too. So, like, if you, what I'm sharing here financially, that's the extent that I'm going to do it financially. Like, I'm not going to open up my bank account. I'm not doing anything more. I'm already doing more than I want to do. But I'm doing it because I thought it was fair to members in my group. One reason why I didn't do it is I thought that it might discourage members because they're not making that type of money. And I thought that they would feel it's less attainable. So maybe I'm completely wrong. But so I share that because I use NLP, okay? But I don't use NLP in the way to sell you. Because
Order
if
filled.
you've watched enough of my streams, you know that I don't ever say, sometimes I do get bombastic and say, hey, you want to be an awesome crypto trader? Use the 4-day time frame. But I think you could point to every day where I share something, a new perspective about the market, or a new perspective about the trading system that I'm trading, or a new perspective about it that is, that I would say, and I'm not tooting my own horn here, but that I would say comes from a area of authenticity, but then also an area of me not trying to blow smoke up your ass, I guess is the right way to say it. And then also from a way of, okay, we've covered this concept enough. Now I need to like maybe share this concept a little bit more and hit it from 4 different angles, because I see members having a challenge with this. You know, one of the things you guys don't know is that I ask some members if they're willing to share your trade journals. And what members don't know is I've asked if you're sharing it publicly in our group, well, that can, so other people can help. But I actually I save that in a spreadsheet, and I look for pain points. I look for words. You have a number one thing you're working on, but then I look and say, okay, how do I create content to specifically solve that challenge? Because I don't think just that person's having that challenge. So the journals that you share, the stuff that you share, I don't overtly say, hey, I'm picking this up, I'm putting it in a spreadsheet, and I'm not tying it to you, but I'm tying the words to basically to give me a kind of a word bubble or a word box. Yeah, once again, I should have shorted that. Jeez. I think it's that one of those days where basically it's not going to break out until it decides to break out what location. I'm going to go long again.
Order
And
filled.
then I'm going to put a trailing stop there. So I think the long side probably is still on deck, but it just switched momentum. So yeah, that 5 minute, if it holds momentum there and it recaptures the slow momentum, then we're on. So then I don't see how it doesn't rip up to at least to the fast momentum on the 60, which is right around 716. And then okay, look at this. I'm going to share this in the public futures. And I can't use snippet anymore. Damn it. Sorry, I haven't built the muscle memory with that. Region. So this is what I'm looking at on the 60. And I think the RDA is the target for the day. But I could see based on the internals that it's going to sell off pretty hard. This is in the futures trading room. So if you're not on Discord, you'll find a link down to Discord below. So I share that because that perspective, because I use NLP, and I use NLP on myself. So because the words you say create your beliefs. Your beliefs create your habits. Your habits solidify the digital connections that happen in your brain. If you're constantly changing the words you use. So for instance, I was talking to my nephew yesterday, another nephew, okay? And, you know, he's interested in trading, and, you know, I've taught him trading, but he's not trading. He's in college right now, and he's going for entrepreneurship. And, you know, he said something yesterday about, I said, just so I can support you the best, I asked him, I said, you know, why are you interested in trading? What role do you want this to play? And he said, well, I think I want to run a business in the future, and I think that this would help me like have capital for that. I'm like, so, okay, well, slow down here. I'm gonna do a TED talk here. So you think, and you're going to school for entrepreneurship, or you want to? He says, no, I want to operate a business. That's what I want to do. but he doesn't have any business ideas, obviously. I did give him a business idea that I'm working on, or that I haven't been able to get out of my head for 2 weeks. And he said, no, that's kind of interesting. Let's talk about that. So I gave him a business idea so here's how ideas work for me, just so you know. I forget about them after 2 days because I have limited time, obviously, with my cancer, hanging out with family. I've got another priority in my life that's very important. That actually is a new priority. And then I have my entertainment company that I started, right? So I don't have a lot of time. So I can't start up another company, even though but this idea has been in my head for 3 days or 3 weeks. So I'm going to do something with it. I'm either going to have someone maybe look at it and execute on it, or we're going to figure out if I think it's a good idea. I need to do a little bit more rocket research. Anyways, I shared with him the idea because I thought he might be interested. I said, because here's the thing. I said, I learned this from trading and me having to become a successful trader and looking myself in the mirror. Here's what happened. Here's the path that took me to become successful. I shared, and I don't like sharing this because it's one of the lowest times. I don't like being physically violent, but I picked up a 24-inch monitor and threw it against the wall. The last account I blew up. After seeing that and balling up on the couch like a little bitch, sorry, I swear here, so people that don't like swearing, I said, okay, I need to get up and get out of the house. So I grabbed Rex. He wasn't down there with me, thankfully, because I probably would have traumatized him. And I said, Rex, we're going to go for our drives. We went down to a town. I shared this story before. Anyways, the short story of this story is that I looked at Rex and I said, I'm a successful trader. I'm an elite trader. It just hasn't happened yet. Or no, I'm an elite trader. It's already happened. I just haven't done the work yet and I haven't figured it out yet. But from that point forward, there was no other option but for me to be an elite trader. We are timeless beings. But I got outside of time. And I said, I am an elite trader. So what I shared with my nephew, and I've shared this with some other people too, younger people, I'm like, look, number one, I don't know who else in your life is telling you to think like this, but waffling isn't doing you any good. So one of the other persons in my life that I shared this is that he wants to be, I'm probably going to out him. I said, well, because he's trying to go to college to be a long snapper in football, football in the United States. I kind of know what a long snapper is. I just thought obscure. Usually I'm a quarterback or I want to be a wide receiver, right? And he says, no, I really want to be a long snapper. I'm like, okay, well, no limitations, no holds barred. Like you said, you want to be, or I think could be. And he said something that really irked me. He said, I'd be happy just to get on an NFL team and be on the practice squad. And I'm like, he outweighs me and he's like 6 something, And I was like, dude, what did you just say to me? And I kind of put him back because I don't see him this often. I see him every couple of years. And I'll just share, his brother is no longer here through his own hands. Same with his father. His father is no longer here through circumstances that he could have controlled. So he's had but I said to him, number one, no, okay, I'm gonna allow you this one time to waffle on me, okay? Because would you waffle on the football field? Would you not go 100%? He said no. I'm like, okay, so why is it just good enough for you to be just on the practice squad? I'm like, no holds barred, no limitations. What is it really? He said, I'd be the number 1 long snapper in the NFL. I said, okay, that's it. That's all you think about. If that's what you want, you realign your professional life around that. Every second of the day in your professional life, you are dedicated to becoming the number 1 line snapper in the NFL, or number 1 long snapper, sorry. And like, I saw the light bulb go off in his head. He's like, he's right. Like, I'm settling.
Order filled.
I think we sell this. I think this is where it maybe sells off. Yeah, that rejection, I think, is the clue.
Order filled.
That rejection, I think, is the clue. I think that rejection on the 5-minute is the clue. That oftentimes is a rejection that you see that you should believe. It's kind of intention. That's the problem. It's kind of intention. But based on the sell-off and the time, I think that we sell it. I think we just sell this pop like I should have been. I was long thinking it was going to go, but I think we sell the pop.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
So hopefully this doesn't go against me here. So every trader that I know that is successful, there was no doubt in their mind they were going to be successful. Oh, trust me, they got up every day and doubted it. So I'm not saying it's easy. What I'm sharing with you is it needs to be a foregone conclusion. You are a successful trader in the future. Here's the thing. I'm not saying act as if. You can't do that in trading, because if you act as if, you're going to destroy your account. What I'm saying to you is, if you can get your mind to believe that you are already a successful trader, you just haven't done the work and done what's necessary to get there. But as far as the universe is concerned, and as far as time is concerned, if you were like, if you were timeless, okay, if you didn't live within time, then you could say something like, I'm a successful trader, I'm an elite trader, because time wouldn't be a factor. Our limitation is that thing that we just decided is a foregone conclusion and there's no other option in life. We have to actually then, through time, use time as a tool to accomplish it. So, the thinking of, I just want to make $100 a day, or my goal is just to make $100 a day, is actually not going to make you a successful trader, because you're putting limitations. And the only time you should put a limitation on yourself is when the goal has limitations. And I use would he be my nephew? Yeah, he'd be my nephew. He'd be my nephew. My nephew that wanted to be a long snapper, well, number one, that's his goal. And what's the limitation for that? Well, the limitation for that is to be number one in the NFL. Be the most sought after long snapper. I'm sure a long snapper is of tremendous importance, right? But, that is a limitation. But that's a limitation based on his goal. He can't, he can maybe exceed that by saying, I want to be MVP every year, right? So we're in this short trade. We're doing pretty good in the short trade. We're trying to manage the position here. So if you notice these limiting thinking in your mind, you're hindering yourself every single day. And I'm not saying not do the stupid as if stuff. You're not acting as if. You can't fake it in trading. You can't. It's impossible. Because it's the truest form to capital. It's short of robbing a bank. It's the truest form of taking capital from one place and putting it in your pocket. There's no other truer form than trading, than speculation. Gambling doesn't compare, because when you gamble, you can get good at gambling. But intrinsically, if you're gambling you can only win against the house, because the odds are, when you sit down at the table, the odds are stacked against your favor. Now, see, people think, and I haven't got any feedback or seen any conversations, so hopefully people are listening. People think that the markets are the same as the casino. That is the worst thinking that you can have, because the markets, you are equal with JP Morgan. JP Morgan's still around, yeah. You are equal with me in the marketplace. Now, I know that sounds contrary. We are on equal footing. I'm not the casino. The big tech is not the casino. Even the market makers are not the casino. Because what? Here's the thing. You decided through your own free will to actually choose the markets and to make this part of a life-changing, probably a lifestyle-changing thing for whatever reason. Maybe you want a Lambo, right? I could share you some really weird whys. I wish I could share this why because you wouldn't believe it. But someone I've trained in real life has the most obscure why that I would never imagine. Maybe one of these days, I can't. Just not in confidence. Because it's so, I can't. But I'll come up with an example that's similar that can give you an example of a feeling. It starts with your why, right? And then your why is going to make sure that you do what, but the main point, when you show up to the markets, you're not showing up to a casino. Because the casino, and you can win at casino. Every time I go to a casino, I walk away with more money because I stop. I usually get up and then I stop. I just leave. I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm happy. I doubled or tripled my money. Fine, I'm good. And I don't go to the casino too often. Well, the thing is, every game in the casino, statistically, if you stay there long enough, even if you have good discipline, is rigged against you. Because two things are going to happen. Here's the two things that are going to happen. Is that, number one, you're going to be long enough where the house is just going to eventually win statistically, or you're going to be there long enough where the floor manager comes over and wants to talk to you for a little bit. And then if you keep winning too well, they're going to say, hey, I think you need a break. They're going to trade. You're going to have at least 3 different dealers changed on you. And then if you win too much, especially in sports gambling, you're not going to be able to trade at the casinos anymore. So either way, you lose. The market doesn't work that way. The only time you lose in the market is if you liquidate your account and you can't trade tomorrow. Or you do something that is against the rules but I'm just saying the only way you lose in the market is your reaction to the market. The market's not rigged against you. It's not rigged against you. And this is funny. I like to use this argument. I haven't used it for a long time. I'm sure everybody here has demo traded, right? Well, when you're demo trading, that order's not going to the CME. That order's not being put on the books somewhere. But when you demo trade, doesn't the same thing, when you were learning to trade and learning to develop an edge, didn't the same type of thing happen to you where basically you would be knocked
Order
out
filled.
on a stop loss?
Order
We need to
filled.
take profits because this is at a reaction zone. So we're up about $3,000. We got to take profits here because it's a reaction zone. So we're nearing a reaction zone. The real reaction zone is a little bit lower, but I'm starting to take them a little early. We're still in 5 lots on that. And then we're in 2 GC lots that we're long on. So this is the real reaction zone. This is a level check. Now, this is going to be a hard, obvious trade here. Because the obvious trade would be saying we should take this level check trade. But I think, and maybe it should. But what I would say, why it
Order
shouldn't,
filled.
is because the fierceness of the sell-off, and if it loses that 60-minute level, where is it going to next? Because if that 60-minute level aligns with chart 4 level. So while this would be at almost a 2-broker trade in the way that, because you'd want to be long and you'd want to be aggressively short, and you'd want to do a fade long trade that maybe only has room from, if it does find support here, it has room from 651. Oh, wait. What's the exact number? Yes, it's right around 650. 651 spot 00 to 670 spot 50. That's the room that the long fade trade has. Now, it could go up to the next level, which is 679. It could go up there. But that's the room. And even on the 5-minute chart, you see that. Now, the 5-minute chart gives you a little bit more room. The 5-minute chart gives you room up to 671. And I did mention that. So 671. So if this chart 4 is the thesis of this trade, and this level check is that the obvious trade is to do the level check here, but you can't do it in the same broker because you still want to, because your short position is above that. So the way to trade this actually is that you trade the potential of the pullback, otherwise you do nothing. Meaning we took 4 off. I'm going to take 1 more to maximize the position.
Order
And then
filled.
we're going to put entries right around that zone, which would be an ORR low check right around that zone. You probably want to be a little bit short of that zone here. So you see where my entries are. Okay, now I'm going to share. So I went through that. Hopefully that helps people mindset wise. I've told the story a couple times, but I want you to realize that you're not sitting down at a casino. Whoever told you that, the broker doesn't always win. And when I was talking about demo accounts, like this happened to me. I'm learning Sierra chart, right? And I'm learning to the sim trading in it. And you know when you have maybe a stop and it's just, it's like 5 ticks below the low, right? Yeah, we're fighting the weak low in the Nasdaq. Yeah. So I didn't pull up that chart because I didn't want to distract everybody, but yeah. I mean, but I'm on the index, but the first zone is that zone that you kind of identified, that 500, but then I'm at 459. That's where I'm at. And then if it really moves, I'm talking down to this 270 if it really moves. So what's weird is that, when I remember watching some YouTuber once, a couple YouTubers talking about stop hunts and everything else. And now and one of the things that's interesting is that he took, or he didn't take it personally. He said, oh, the market knew that I had stops there and that's why it took me out. But he was in a demo account. I'm like, dude, how did the market know you were there? Now, of course, you put your stop in the most obvious place in the planet. So, of course, it knew it was there. But, like, the market didn't know it was there. You're not even communicating with the market. You're on a sim count. As far as the market knows, this order doesn't exist anywhere. This order doesn't go beyond a database entry within your broker. It doesn't even get sent to the CME. The CME is not doing friggin' demo account trades. So it's like, okay, that's not what happened there. I mean, it might have been a stop hunt, right? But the market didn't know your order existed. That's you interpreting that the market knows that that order existed. That's why I segue into this point, because I'm very intentional about the phrases and the words I use and how I try to advance traders' knowledge and understanding of how to think about the market, so that they're thinking about the market not in the 90% of way out there, because if 80 to 90% of retail traders fail, who are the YouTubers? Are they ex-prop firm people? Are there YouTubers that worked at Goldman on the trading floor, worked their way up, became a risk manager, and then decided to start a YouTube channel? There's a couple of them. There's a couple prop firms that are pretty good, that do some pretty good channels. There's a couple good traders. But the majority of YouTube traders, are they retail traders? So what can you say about 80% of the YouTubers out there that do trading? 80% of them are not successful, because that's the numbers. So, be very cognizant of who you listen to, obviously. Me included, of course. Look, I'm not saying you should trust me. I'm just saying just be very cognizant. But I'll just share from my perspective. I'm very cognizant of the words I use and how I describe things and how I formulate things and how I share things. I did a video last night that I didn't release. I will release the crypto one. So the one that I shared about how to be an awesome crypto trader, I'll release that one. But I did one for 45 minutes and I got to the end of it and I said I used too many. The idea was solid, but then this has too many divergent ideas that actually don't help. This overall video hinders more than it helps. Is the way that I went back through it, and I didn't even keep it. I deleted the video. So, I'm sure I'll still do a version of that video. And just so you know, the videos that I have in deck. And now I'm going to share while I'm looking for that, I'll share the exercise that I do every couple years that I think helps tremendously. And if you don't do this, I think it would help you tremendously, because many people don't think from a high level about their life. So I do an exercise. You probably heard of it before. It's where you design your perfect day. And what you do is there's no limitations. Money's not a limitation. Nothing. There's no limitations. And then with a pen and paper, just go somewhere, have no limitations, and design your perfect day. What does your perfect day look like? Meaning, do you have a chef cook you a 4-course breakfast? And then do you get dressed by 4 supermodels? And then do you then get in your Ferrari and then drive to, your bigger estate down the road? I'm just being a little facetious, obviously. Mine is nowhere near. Mine doesn't have those type of things anyways, right? Mine is more, I get up and I think, who created the universe for me getting up another day. And then I focus first on family, if they're around, obviously, unless they've already gone and started their day doing something else. And then at a minimum, I make sure the dogs know even though one of the dogs doesn't like me sometimes. But my day is kind of focused on that. And then I design my perfect day. I do this. And then the biggest, no limitations. And it should be realistic. I mean, you shouldn't, not what I'm saying is that it should be true. That's what I'm saying. Don't just make up stuff because you think it. No, really design your perfect day. I mean, if you're a trader, how much would you trade? If you do this, if you have unlimited money, would you still be a trader? Or would you be traveling the world, right? That's the only thing that I'm not doing in my perfect day that I'm not doing. And that's because there's 2 limitations. There's 3 limitations on the reason why I'm between 2 places. But those limitations are more important than me just constantly traveling the world. They're more important to me from my perfect day perspective. And then the next thing you need to do is no holds barred. And then you need to go through the exercise and say, okay, what am I doing? What did I do today to get to that perfect day? Because if you just defined that and outlined it, that should have been a short there. I should have added to that position. So I adding now, and then I'm going to add up here if it gets back up here. So I should have added to that. We're about to get to the 1 o'clock hour. So 2 things are going to happen here on the NQ. I'm still in my GC trade. GC is down here and we're up $3,000 in that trade. So I'm going to move up this stop loss. Why is that not a trailing stop? Okay, why is it? It's a 5-minute chart. Duh. My brain is running slow, man. My brain is running slow. It's the 5-minute chart. I want it to be a fixed stop. There we go. Moving it up. So we're up about $3,000 on that trade. Now we're up about 1,900 on the NQ. So I think we're going to breach 10,000. We already did. So now the goal, this is the thing. Don't put limitations. So I know some traders maybe need to put limitations. To me, take what the market gives you. If the market gives you more than $100 a day, why would you not take it? Obviously, if the market takes money from you, you better get really upset about that whole situation. You better be pretty pissed. One of the things that I am a firm believer too, and you're starting to see some of the changes around. Now, I'm not going to be doing long TED Talks like this every day, okay? I'm just doing this because I recently just readjusted everything. Not everything. I've redesigned my perfect day, and I'm going to do daily actions moving towards that perfect day. Because without daily actions, you're not going to get your perfect day. And you might get to your perfect day and say, this really isn't my perfect day. Fine. Great. Have another perfect day. and then do daily actions. So without a goal, it's a wish. Yeah, we're fighting the weak low still with the Nasdaq. Let's look at the index. And then we're going to look at the internals. I'm targeting this little red zone here, which starts at 444 to 464. And then we're targeting this larger zone. And how did we get that? Simple TA. This is the one thing. Okay, now, new traders, if you're new, you don't even need to get, I might ask for an email for this, because what I want to start doing is I want to start communicating in a very focused manner, because Discord is hard, especially for someone that's not understanding Discord. This is free. So I put all this stuff on free. It's basics. So there's the first thing is basically introduction to teaching. And this video I'm very proud of, because I think it's something that many people don't talk about in trading that are chart traders, which what is amazing to me. Let's look at the market internals. Bitcoin, NDX. You know what? The internals are still telling a sell-off. So there's no, like, until we get to this 25% line here, I wouldn't want to be a buyer. And then as we see here, we've got another weekly open here. That's where big tech's going. Big tech's going to test this weekly open. That's where it's going. It's pretty much, it's shorting any pop until you get one pop that changes your mind. You know, so I'm really proud of this video, because what this video does is something I've wanted to explain for a long time, which is pull up a raw naked chart and share a new trader that this is going to amaze you. At least I hope it amazes you. All the information we need to be a successful trader exists on this one chart. Now, the data. Now, we do derivatives of these charts. We put indicators on top of it. Yeah, I think we're breaking. So that's why I'm not being too aggressive with the entries. I'm in only 4. I took some profit at that zone. But then, right now, the trade on the table, see where my yellow line is there? Sorry, you don't see it because I have my training website on there. Where's that? Oh, there it is. So, see this line? I don't think it's going to get up to here, these entries. I don't see it getting up there, but I'm going to keep them there in case it does spike up. We are getting to the 1 o'clock hour, so expect increase in volatility here in another 2 or 3 minutes. I want to see a check up to this yellow line. Maybe look like it's gonna recapture it, because that's a 5-minute level as well. But then you'd sell that, So really your sell should be here, above it, at the next level. But it looks like it's gonna rip. Looks like it's gonna rip down. It's still finding buyer support. So one of the things that's interesting about this move is the buyers haven't capitulated. They haven't capitulated yet. I think they're about to capitulate here. Should have been heavier on this trade. I saw it on every angle and I just didn't trade it heavy. Part of it is I'm just not, I'm not going to, I did probably about, I brought my P&L. This is the only time when it is helpful to see your P&L, is that I did recognize I was doing bad trades. But then when you look at the P&L and you're like, okay, I was up at 10.5 and now I'm down at 9.4. Okay. But I already knew I was making stupid trades. So it's like, okay, I didn't need the P&L to tell me that. So full circle, I've shared a couple mindset things, and that's one of the things that I'm going to start switching to, okay? Is that most of the challenges, okay, anybody that's still listening to me, and I'll get to the YouTube comments, if you want a path and you can afford $9.97, to me, the best trading system on the planet is the Rexdog system, and adopting that. That's going to get you partially way there, okay? It's going to reduce your learning curve. You're there with a community of people that are trading it, and, you're seeing me trade it every single day. So I'm trading the system on 4 different tickers. Tomorrow I could ask you for a random ticker in the futures market, and we could trade that random ticker as well in addition to this. So maybe what we do is we do a random ticker every day, and then I just add that to the system, and then, or just what I'm trading, and then, you'll see that, hey, the system's the same, the logic's the same, the rules are the same. I mention that just because I'm gonna no longer justify what I'm doing here, because I know my why. I know why I do. Number one, I'm really excited that some family members are people that I know in real life are interested in this and that are making a run for it. And I'm convinced that Tony will become an elite trader. So, and I'll share some more on that. So the first page you want to go through on Nephew Elite if you're a new trader, okay? And then here, the trading fundamentals. Now, once you get through these are just there's going to be a lot of repeat if you join the training. I'm just sharing with you, but it's repeat at a higher level, meaning that this is the basics, and then it's a repeat at a higher level. So there's a third page, and then if you go to the fundamentals and Den, you'll see the Nephew Elite Talks. You'll want to go there. And then this page has just 2 videos at this point in time, but they're good overview videos. Okay. So that's what you want to do. If you're a brand new trader, that's where to go on the website. Join Discord so you can ask questions. If you are looking to adopt the system, you can join our Bravo Den. And I haven't done much with the Bravo Den because I've been busy. I had treatment this week, everything else. But the purpose of the Bravo Den are people that do want to actually adopt the system. But for whatever reason, maybe you want to kick the tires a little bit, or maybe you want to, just get to know us a little bit more. Join the Bravo Den, and that's where we have focused discussions. You've kind of said, look, you raised your hand and said, look, I like the system. I want to adopt it or learn more about it. Or maybe you can't afford it. There's some traders in there. I'm sure there's some people that for whatever reason right now, they can't outlay the capital to do it. So that's fine. I mean, that's totally both any reason to want to just go outside of the normal Discord into the Bravo, where we have more focused discussions, or the purpose of it is to have more focused discussions around the trading system. But I can't have full focused discussions because you don't know the trading system, right? So, but I can get you there, or I can get you to a point where, you start to see growth in your trading. That's the other thing that I need to focus on, and I'm going to get knocked out of these NQ trades. I'm going to start over up above.
Stop filled.
So I'm knocked out of every one of them.
Order filled.
So our P&L now, just a P&L check, just so we have it, just so I'm sharing it, is 12,527. So 12,527. But if you're ready to get started today, DM me. I like to talk to everybody, or go to my website, send a little message on the website. You'll see a link that says get started below. I like to talk to everybody before they get started. I want to understand what markets you're trading. I want to understand kind of your philosophy, what you tried before, where you're at in your trading journey. That way I can, you're going to go through the training the same way, but then I maybe know how to highlight certain areas for you in a different way. And then also, I don't readily share this. One of the things I offer is if you send me a DM on every training module and just say, hey, I just finished this training module, and maybe a couple bullets with it or any questions. At the end of the training, when you get done, we can do a one-on-one session. So I don't advertise it. I don't put it on the website. It's just something I share as a bonus. If you've proved to me that you've gone through the full training and then you share some charts with me and you answer some questions, then we'll do a meeting, a screen capture meeting, because usually we're getting into charts. And there, I just want to make sure that, because then you're dealing with psychological issues, okay? Because you have the system. And the next thing you need to grow through is psychological issues. Here's the problem why I can't help you solve psychological issues as much as I'd like to. Each person is distinct and different. So right now, we're looking to short the NQ again, but because it changed momentum on us, we figured let's wait for this check up above, because the way that it was moving on us, I don't know why I have a green position there. So, on the 5-minute chart, we'd want to enter here. That matches that chart. I think that the challenge is that we might see a entry up to this point. If we get up there, then we got to be a little concerned that that low is not going to be taken out. But let's look at the actual index, the NDX. This is a pain for me. I'll just share this with you. So just so everybody knows, I have 6 monitor machine, and then I have a 3 monitor machine now in my main living space. And I'm saying it's a pain. Yeah, 3 monitors is enough.
Order filled.
Okay, there we go. We got picked up on that first position. But here's the thing. Because I'm streaming, I don't have access to those 3 monitors in the way that I'd want to. So it hinders my ability to see this chart or see other charts. So in some ways I'm hindered a little bit, believe it or not, by not having 4 monitors here. But if I do 4 monitors in this space, I just don't think it. I'm looking for a monitor solution. I probably might have to get another graphics card that I can actually just move. And I would hate to set it up every day because I hate daily annoyances like that. But anyways, that's more my problem. Okay, the final thing that I have here. So I've gone through my whole list of stuff. NLP, the exercise that I find extremely helpful in my life, which is designing your perfect day. Here's the thing. If you're here and you design your perfect day and it doesn't include trading, then what the hell are you doing? Well, here's the gut check you need to do. Does your perfect day mean that you need to have capital to execute or to have that? Maybe for you, if you had a house on the beach, right? And you just didn't have to worry about bills at all. You know, you're still going to have to worry about bills, but, you know, maybe you're at a different level. Well,
order filled. Order
I
filled.
got to short this at a decent and then really just reverse if it goes against us or get out if it goes against us. At this point where that chart's at, allowed, I mean, you can be picked up to there, but really it shouldn't get above 661. So really you need to kind of scale in up to 661 or near short of it. The problem is that chart 2 changed over momentum, so it's got to lose it here. But if we look at the internals are telling us, look, there's been no test of anything on this internal chart. Look at that. It's starting to now. So this is why you might see a pullback. You might see a pullback. So this is where you might see a pullback up to this level here. So, you know, in some ways I probably should just protect, or not protect, but I should just get out of this position. It's either going to rip down from here. I'm in 3 lots. So it's either going to rip down from here.
Stop filled.
Or I want to be stopped out. And I'll just start over when I get reconfirmation that it's going to move in the
Stop
direction I
filled.
want. Okay. So it looks like from the internals, it's given us early clues that it actually wants to go up and maybe test this, maybe. And then Big Tech has given us the same type of clue. Now, Big Tech,
Stop filled.
one target that you want to watch on Big Tech is that, okay, it's recaptured the fast momentum. It's going to go to the slow momentum, but that VWAP is a juicy target. It always is a juicy target. It acts as a magnet, especially the further away it gets from it. So that would be a pretty decent move on the upside, which then puts our entries, you know, if that happens, puts our entries not here, but puts it at the OR low here. Another test of the OR low. Well, no, a true test of the OR low. So I think that that's the trade. I think that's the trade on the table. So could be wrong. Obviously, that goes without saying, but I think you do a participation trade right here. Okay, I didn't get picked up. You little jerk.
Order filled.
Didn't pick me up. Now I had to chase the trade. I don't like that. So now, and then plan for a pullback. But I think as long as this pullback closes above my last entry there, then we're good for the long side. Now this is such a terrible fade trade because why? You got a momentum check. It's the first momentum check since it sold off. I'd agree. Except for it's now 1307. So 14:15 market time, there's generally a pivot. Okay. So the pivot's going to happen here. Or between like 14:12 and 14:20, but I say 14:15. the pivot, I believe, at this point in time is going to happen here. But
Order filled.
a few things need to happen for that to happen. Number one, there needs to be a close above and then a retest above that level right there that you see here, 657. Which, see that every pullback is being bought. Now, if you guys were, if people that, if you're not trading the 4-chart setup, you're hindering yourself. So that's another reason to just join us and become an alpha member at Rex Dog Trading. Oh, I didn't share it on how did I forget that? I'm sorry. I forgot Telegram. I'm making a conscious effort to be in Telegram more. I want to build up Telegram as well. So I'm streaming to 5 different places, okay? And I'm going to share this with everybody here. And I share this too, is I'm going to make an effort to use some of my marketing prowess to go out there and to make a real run at being, or just doing this. I feel like I have 1 foot in and 1 foot out with what I do with YouTube and everything else. Now, I'm not going to go to the dark side, okay? I'm going to still maintain my attitude and my level, but I'm just going to start using some of my skill set instead of just not using any of it. But I'm not going to the dark side. You're not going to see me in the Lambo. You're not going to see me in a private jet. You're not going to see me doing stupid stuff that I think is a complete waste of time. To me, I'm not going to share anything that I don't think is going to create elite traders, even if you don't ever join my system ever. I'm only going to share something that I believe. I only share things that I believe will make a difference in the people that are here, the people that show up every single day. The members, obviously I have an obligation to them, but then also, just even if you're not a member, the obligation I have to you is to not spew BS and not tell you mistruths about the market that I don't believe, and that you're not going to probably see me do a series of videos on patterns just to show you a pattern and not tell you how to trade it. I will do that on YouTube because I have an aversion to giving away things for free. So
Order filled.
I'm sorry. I just have an aversion to it. Why do I have an aversion to it? I'll share why. Because none of you realize, even the people that know me best in the group, you don't realize the amount of blood, sweat, and tears, capital, pain, agony, time that went into the development of what you're seeing here. And what you get for just a small dollar amount. Now, not only the small dollar amount that you pay, the ROI that I make from that on the amount of time that I spend doesn't even compare. And the amount of effort and time that I spent since 2016 developing the system that you have before you, and I still refine it. So for instance, I'm working on an indicator called the Super RDA. I'm working on another indicator called Fade Finder. Meaning that for members, it will, I believe, I can identify in a chart the highest probability fades to do. And I believe I can have a signal that is 80% reliable, if not higher, that you should be fading that zone. So this one here I'm not quite happy with because it doesn't seem like it's going to hold up, and we're in 3 lots. So I might be off on that. I might let's trade the chart.
Order filled.
All right. I was arguing with the chart. What was I doing? Members, you should be yelling at me. What was I doing? We did not get a close above the fast momentum indicator. What was I doing? I was long. Now that trade might be the right trade to do, right? But it's not the right trade to do according to the system. The right trade to do is to short up to here until we know that we're wrong. We haven't been proven wrong yet at all. So me going long in this scenario is trading against the system. Why would I want to do that? All right, so now let me go through YouTube questions and make sure where I picked up, where I didn't pick up. Anybody that's new here, you'll find a link. You want to join Discord. That's where the best stuff happens. You can learn about my trade system. You can learn about stuff on my website. I kind of have quite a bit of information there. Even on the blog, I explain some of the concepts and some of the things I do. And then obviously on YouTube, I have over 200 videos on YouTube. Actually, I did something the other day. I'll share with you guys this, and I got to finish it. I'm doing it by hand because what I'm basically doing is not only am I doing this by hand, but I'm so how do I best share this? So because I want to look at everything in the training once again and just say, okay, what things need to be tightened up, what things don't. So I'll share this. I've shared this, I think, before. I'll share it in the first test to see if it comes out okay. I don't think I can share this, and I'm going to have to share it like in a Word or a document. Why does it copy to that? That's weird. I've never seen it do that. Okay. So you guys probably won't be able to see. Oh, no, you'll see this. So this is all of the training and the time. So each one is the timestamp. And then this is all the training. So, we see at the 4-chart layout, we got our pattern library, which we're building out. So for instance, the RDA bias checks, here's all the videos for that. This one here, the level, I have another video
Order filled.
that I'm working on. Let's see where we got filled. Yep. The right trade was that move up, I think, but we don't know that yet. I think it's the right trade. I recaptured the RDA. So I think
order filled. Order filled.
I was short on that, damn it. That was the right trade. I mean, it was just obviously going to do what it's doing, which is ripping up. Yeah, that was the right trade. So I was reading the market right, but I was trading the system. But probably I should have, since I kind of felt it, I probably should have I shouldn't have been doing something else and not watching the trade, because I would have reversed the second that I saw that green bar recapture the RDA. So members, Trade Room Alpha, I'm going to share. I mean, it's so obvious what I should have been doing, but I wasn't there to watch it, right? So right here, that zone, what do we see? Trade Room Alpha. I haven't said that today. Maybe I have. That's chart 2. See that green bar that recaptures the RDA? Should have reversed right there. I mean, you could have called the bluff and said that it was going to fail, but no. Based on the price action that you see with the momentum being recaptured, and the fact that it was messing around with the M9, and the fact that basically, it hasn't tested, done a true test of the low, and the fact if you look at the internals, which new traders, you shouldn't use the internals. So here's the thing to watch, though. If this breaks, then you need to be prepared for maybe a bigger upside move, because then big tech's going to try to recapture this zone here, and then it's going to go for the VWAP. That's where it's going. So that's kind of something to watch. Now see, we're a little late on this trade. Well, it seems like it's holding up. We missed that entry. Damn it, Jim. Why we missed the entry, man? We missed that pullback entry. Maybe we'll get another chance for that pullback to kind of pick us up for we're 6th long in the NQ. So I think that we're okay based on this zone. So I need to pull that back a little bit more. We're still up $2,800 on the GC trade. God, we caught that GC trade just perfectly for the day. I don't know who, me and Rex, not us together. Rex and I caught that GC trade perfectly for the day. I think I was sized up more too. The long trade on NQ is what's on deck. And it's up to the OR. Low. Did my hiccups go away? They did. They're going to come back now. So anyways, I just wanted to share, hopefully, share comments in there, and YouTube and Twitch or wherever you're at, and say, hey man, every day is not going to be like this. I'm just sharing. This is the first day back since I've done my perfect day analysis, and then also realizing the angle I need to start taking in some. So for instance, I need to come up with a daily mindset lesson that's in text. It might be a blog post so it doesn't get lost. But I need to come up with a daily mindset thing that is true and not fake. Not just regurgitated bullcrap. And that needs to be a component of the level of support that I provide.
Stop field.
To, I mean, I'll share it publicly, so it's not going to be just for members. But that needs to be a component of the level of insight, not support. Insight I need to provide. I need to focus on providing. Now, why am I waiting for a deeper pullback here? Well, because if you look on chart 4, what is it? It's a momentum check. So for what to play out, that I've said on the long side, for that to play out, a couple things have to happen here. Chart 4 has to recapture the momentum, and it hasn't done that yet. But then for this overall scenario to play out, we're looking at a fast momentum check on the 60, which, well, that's too high. I don't think that's good. That's what's weird about this move. Unless it does. That's the 60. Maybe we're looking at a 5-minute RDA check. Yeah. That's something to consider. I think you consider the 5-minute RDA check. And you think, and this zone here, like this little, I forget my shortcuts here. What does this shortcut do? Okay, I don't know what it does. Oh, I don't have that turned on this chart. What does this shortcut do? Okay, what does this shortcut do? Let me just do this on a chart that doesn't. There we go. Yeah, I thought this was the circle. Okay, maybe it's not. Okay, so this is, I figured out keyboard shortcuts so I don't have to use the menu. So to me, right now, this zone here, based on what I see here, which is going to go contrary to like a lot of the thinking, this zone here, okay, that was awesome. I love when the chart does weird things. From the opening range low in here, there's going to be a reaction. We know that. So we know there's going to be a reaction there. But I would expect a minor reaction. And then I would expect chart 2's momentum to hold. So if you trade off that scenario, why? It's the 3 Qs. Where is price going? Where is price coming from? Where is it going? And how does it want to get there? So, you know, that 5-minute impulse move, if you want to do, like, just look at it from this perspective too. This is some things you should see anyways. You should just see this anyways. And if you don't see it, then you should measure it. But I can see it. Okay. So what I mean by that, let me go to the NDX. So you should see, you should be able, and if you don't see it, then draw it. Okay. Use a tool like this. This move was 2.4%, 2.24, $282. This move reduced was 185. I'm just going to use the dollars here. This move, we're looking at the 1 hour. Sorry, I want to do this on the 5. Should have checked the chart. I apologize. Let's redo this now. Redo this. All right. So let's go to today. Sorry, I knew I wasn't on the 5-minute chart after like that first one. Like, that doesn't make sense. That's not a 5-minute move. Where did today start? So right here, 8:30. Okay. So this move doesn't count up. It doesn't count. Here's the moves that count as far as the waves you want to look at. To give you an assessment of, like, here's the way I look at this. Here's the way I've learned to look at it. 188 is possible. Well, that matches it almost equally. 186, a little bit lower than that. 188 is possible. 199 is possible. Okay? That's possible. The market's told you that's possible. Okay. So you pick another similar zone and you do 188, 190. That's possible. Okay. This is the easy way to do this measurement without confusing the heck out of yourself. This is a range, but it will start it here. $90 on the upside is possible for today. It got reduced a little bit here on this move, and $65 was possible. Okay. So the chart tells us we don't need to like go anywhere else. We don't need to bust out one of those super scientific calculators. We don't need to get Rain Man on the phone. If anybody's seen that movie. We can do this one here if you want to do this one here. And we can say $38. So it gets a little bit bigger on the last one. Okay. Simple analysis. We're late in the day. We can start doing this. All right. Well, $38 puts us right where we're at. But what else was possible? 68, right? All right. 68 puts us up here. That's possible. Of course, anything's possible in the market. I'm just saying, what is the data set that we have from today? What is the data we have today? Like, I'm not going back 10 days. I'm saying, what is the data on how the markets behave today? What is it doing? What is it telling us? Okay? That's all I'm using here. Simple analysis. Not complicating. I'm not even caring about being perfect. $89. Okay? $89 puts us up
Order
here.
filled.
Yeah, so we're getting filled again on the NQ. Puts us up here. Right there at that level there, probably. No, it's more than $89. I thought there was one that was more than that. No, that was the downside. So, I haven't seen chats lately, so maybe people have dropped off. Do you think it's time for a GC short? I'll look at that. Just pre-trading and preparing for time right now. Not long. Got long on the NQ. Might be a stupid question, but would you be able to put enough estimate on the average amount of that you have made and lost in trading per day this year so far? Well, I haven't lost any money this year, Glock. I'm up $522. $522,000. It's on my P&L. I'm up more than that. Because right now, today, I think I'm going to end the day at least maybe around 12 grand, hopefully. More. And then there's only two losing days here because those are my only 2 losing days. Other than that, I trade a system that should be a green trading day. It's an always-in system. And this goes contrary to what you hear out there. Yeah, losing's part of the game, right? But the system doesn't lose. What I mean by that, the system gives you 3 to 5 high probability trades that you should be taking. And the meathead isn't taking them properly or managing the trades correctly. There's been days where I've started down 5 grand and then I've had a 30 grand day. So, it doesn't happen as much anymore. Usually when I start the stream, I'm already up. Why? Because I'll share with you these days that you see here. So 24,000, 25,000, 7,000. I trade, my numbers are off like this because I get chemo treatment. So I only made $5,000 and I traded from the chemo center. So, I really shouldn't have been trading. It's not a secure connection. I VP then through. I followed my OPSEC. I followed everything I could. And I traded in an account that I never trade in other than there. So if that account compromised, I'm not fine with it. But if that account got compromised in some aspect, fine. I did the stupid operational mistake of trading in a location that I don't know is fully secure. That was my operational mistake. 11,000, 32,000, 21,000, 45,000, negative 59. That's the first red day that I had in over 3 years. 40, 100, 30, 32, 7,000, 26, 39, 43, Oh, no, this is my first red day. Sorry, that was my second. Negative 39. This is my, so what you're seeing here is a trader that got arrogant and a trader that wanted to show off that he was a super fader. That's what you're seeing. These 2 days, I held trades I'd never hold that way off stream. But you're seeing a trader that was, I won't say showing off, but that was acting like he was trading with conviction and ignoring his normal trading style, and was being an idiot and was destroying capital. And the videos that I shared my journal from this day, and I shared a video where basically I'm going to come back and punish the market. I'm not punishing the market yet. You want me to show you when I start punishing the market? I'll show you. There's a $124,000 day. When I start doing that on a regular basis, I'm punishing the market. There's a $32,000 day, 13,000, 20,000. Now that 124, that's from last year. That's not even included in it. So I didn't total up last year. So you can see these dates here. Or is that from last year? No, that's from this year. Oh, then that's included in the total. Sorry. No, it's 2024. My bad. No. So these numbers here, anything in 2023, I don't have in my 544 total. This is this year's P&L. This is this year's P&L. I haven't took the time to even care to add up what I've shared publicly here, because I do other trading. I do Forex trading. If you look at my ideas, and let's go back to trading, so I'm not just going on my P&L because I don't care about that. I mean, I care about it, but I'm like, what value does that give to you as far as like, you know, the trades that we need to be executing now? What is this? Yeah. None of my entries really got totally filled on CL, or I was too aggressive, and that was the right trade to do. Is that the, you know, I think it's worth a trade at the VWAP.
Order filled.
Because it recaptured
Order
the
filled.
VWAP. So I think it's worth a trade there for 3 lots, and then just trail your stops down here. Take a little bit of a risk for now. It should be in profit pretty quick if it's recapturing the VWAP. It should be. No, I don't have anybody yet that has similar. It's all psychological. And I don't, without doing one-on-one training, I don't know how to solve that. So,
Stop
but I will
filled.
share, there are some people that are on the cusp of it all coming
Order
together
filled.
and them getting to the next level. And then why is that? Part of that is because I've refocused my training and how I'm doing
Stop
things.
filled. Stop filled.
And everything is around the 4-chart setup. And I didn't have patterns. So this is a, you know, and I shared people, why don't I have patterns? Because you can buy a pattern book, right? And so you can buy a pattern book. I'm like, well, just, and you can go out and see all these patterns. Well, what I realized is, number one, those patterns books
Stop filled.
are terrible. So like, they're just terrible as far as like teaching you to really trade. Because they show you the pattern and they show you how the pattern unfolds, but they don't teach you how to trade the pattern. And even then, they teach you to trade the pattern with just time charts. Okay, I've said this time and time again, the 4-chart setup is your superpower in trading. Now, you can do it with just time charts, but you have to trade it a different style. But we trade primarily, if we can, in the 4-chart setup. Now, I don't trade equities in the 4-chart setup. So, for instance, if we go to some of my recent ideas, like NVIDIA, it's probably one of my best trades that I share. See, I don't share everything because I don't have time. I literally don't have time. By the way, I did on TradingView, I changed my name to RexDog Actual. So just so that you know, I've trained it to RexDog Actual. That's my name now there. You can only change it once, so I can't change it back. And if we go to ideas, like NVIDIA is a prime example, that NVIDIA trade, not in my P&L.
Order filled. Order filled.
So I'm buying this. This is probably not. So this NVIDIA trade, we can just advance it. So let's look at it. That's where I said the high probability reaction zones, but I was already buying. I was saying for a pullback, and if you read that, I say it down here. And I give the full trade layout. I say, here's what, and then I update this trade as it comes along, as it goes along. So anytime I need to update it, I do update the idea. So you can see, look, I say trade active, trade active, trade active. Here's what I'm watching, trade active. Here's what I'm watching. I already took a third off. And then if you go up here and see where we're at, we're in our profit zone. I'm not trading anything outside of the norm. I'm trading the system that you learn in my training. I don't share this P&L. So I only share the P&L that I'm streaming and everything else. So because then you can verify. You can sit there and watch me do it. Well, I got to look at, sorry, I want to look at the, yeah, so CL I probably need to get out of, maybe, or add to that position down to that 5-minute level, and with the assumption that it's not going to hit the OR low. Or is that the even, no, that's the high. Yeah, this is a bad entry.
Stop filled.
That's the 50%. Got knocked out of one NQ trade. I'm going to probably
Order
reverse
filled.
that. So on the NQ, I think that M20, this slow momentum's holding up, and unless something drastic happens on the buy side, it's not going to test the OR. I still think it will, actually. That's the problem. I'm just going to get out. I don't like where this trade is at.
Order filled.
And then I need to decide on CL. Okay. It's very clear on CL. On CL, I need to scale in 3 more right here. This is chart 4. So I need to look for, really, I probably should not scale in that aggressively. So look for a spike down to CL, and then I'm out of that trade if that level that we see at 73.99 holds. Once again, you know, the NQ is doing like we're kind of in this changeover zone. We're in the middle, we're at the 30 hour. I think, you know, buying a participation
Order
trade
filled.
on that thing
Order
at 3
filled.
lots is called for. And then if it comes down and rechecks this level, I'm going to add to it. This is a trade that is contrary to the system at this point in time, but the buyers are stepping up at every pullback. Now they're getting slapped, but here's the thing.
Order filled.
Here's how you have to kind of read these charts sometime. Okay, the sellers, are they getting slapped where we expect it? That's what I would ask
Order
anybody
filled.
that trades the system. Yeah. Now, are the buyers getting slapped? Or no, sorry, the buyers. Are the buyers getting slapped where we expect it? Yeah. Anybody that's trading the system, you should be saying right away, absolutely. They got slapped in this whole zone time and time again where we expect it. That fits our model. Like, you had to be a dumb robot and just short that the whole time. Now, it took a while for that trade to fully unfold, but you just had to be a dumb robot. Here, didn't quite reach our area where we expected it, so we kind of missed the best entry. But then, didn't chart 2 switch over in this zone? Absolutely. It switched over in this zone right here. Switched over right here. I don't even have to look at the chart. It switched over right here. Now, the problem is that's a terrible entry. But then you got the confirmation right here, and then you got a momentum shift. Like I said, so when I say a bold statement like the system that you see before you should not have red days traded appropriately, what I mean by that is that there are, let me show why the system doesn't have losing, but you mistrading the system does. And even I sometimes, like, I'm doing something right now that I'm against the system, but you know, it's kind of like this is something that you could only get in real time using the 4-chart layout. So that's kind of one of the powers of the 4-chart layout. Like the data that I just shared, I didn't know I could draw this little drawing. How do I stop it? Okay. This trade that I'm doing is a fade trade. And it's a fade trade in the middle of I say all the time, don't trade in the middle of a zone, right? Don't trade in the middle of a range. Well, I did exactly that. But why did I do exactly that? Well, because I'm answering the 3 questions, and this is one of the patterns I'm going to be releasing in the next day or so, which is the 3 questions is a this is an exact, actually, this is a good example. I'm not going to go too deep because, members, I can't show you the 4 chart setup, or I'm not going to bring the 4 chart setup here, but so let's answer the 3 questions, okay? We know the market moves from level to level. We know that, right? So the market moves from level to level. So we have a level right here on the 5-minute chart. I'm just going to use the 5-minute chart. And then we have another level here. The market is going to go here or there. Guaranteed. It's going here or there. Guaranteed. Very seldom can you say guaranteed. The market is going to go here or there. Guaranteed. Now, using the 3 Qs as your limitation, the 3 questions. Where's price coming from? Where does it want to go? How does it want to get there? How does it want to get there is always the hard part. But I'm going to share with you how it wants to get there. So the thesis for this trade is the 3 Qs. It is still momentum and everything else, but every chart we're trading is momentum short. So why am I long? Because the thesis for this trade is the 3 Qs. The market wants to go up here. That's where it wants to go. The market's coming from here. And it's halfway between what I shared with you before, which was possible. Remember, I said, this is possible. From today, the data from today showed you that the market gave you these ranges of what was possible when it impulses. So you choose to use that data or not. You know, really choose to use that data or not. I choose to use it, and I see it visually. So using that data, while we are in a it's going to be painful to stick with this trade until it gets above, right now it's painful, but until it gets above at least probably the OR low, right there at 673, it's going to be painful to stay in this trade and not want to have tight stops. You notice I don't have any stops right now, but I can probably start putting in trailing stops just for a protective measure. But the problem is we're hitting 2 reaction zones, and both times it's reacted, it's done momentum overshoots, and it's retested the extreme band on our fast momentum, and it's tested the actual extreme band on the RDA. So to do this trade correctly, which is a trade that you shouldn't do unless you have tremendous conviction, because you're fading every chart and you're fading the market, but I think it's the right trade to do, is your stops need to be down here where they're at, where my stops are. Now that's using chart 2, and that where that is on chart 2 is that is well below the extreme band of the fast momentum indicator, and then it's well below the first extreme band on the low side of the RDA. Now those are trailing stops. Now what you need to be prepared for is for it to reject above here and reject down to this level here, 669. And if it rejects down to this level, you want to see this level hold. But you also should be buying there. That's how you fade this properly. You should be buying there. It's going to be very uncomfortable to probably buy there for people that aren't adept at it. So if you're not adept at it and you don't know how to trade it, don't trade it. Don't trade it just because I'm showing you what to trade. Because I could be wrong. And I will be out of the trade probably before you will be out of the trade. Or I will be scaling in differently than obviously you're scaling in. CL still, wait, how could we be, are we short in this? You know, we're long and everything. So why is CL still down? What's my entry on that bad boy? Dude, how could I be losing money on CL? Oh, I see. It hasn't reached that yet. Okay. I guess I'm barely losing money on it. CL is the one that I don't have high confidence in. But if it's going to capture the VWAP here, it's going to probably do up to here. So that's really what I'm watching. But, really, I need to just... It's about to hit my entry. And, well, here's the thing. If you trade CL, you got to give it sometimes times to move. So what do we see on the NQ? It's starting to do the thing that we wanted it to do. So we do expect a reaction. Now there's two ways that you could obviously do this. If you should take profit here, even though we think it's going to go higher. So I'm going to watch it closely here, see what it does. But this is how you build a stair-step profit. You take profit where you should take profit. You don't assume you
Order
have a runner.
filled.
So I just took one off because it's at a reaction zone, and it might pull down well past our entry. So I just took one off on the NQ trade. I'm watching the GC trade. I don't think we're ready for a sell-off yet. So someone asked me that earlier. It doesn't look like it's ready. It had the initial level. And remember, I pointed to this level here on GC. I did point to this level here, but momentum held on this chart. So you got to wait for a double top. And members, I shared a pattern too, which is a failure pattern. That's what you're watching for. Don't trade trade either the double top pattern on this or trade the failure pattern. And members, can you share with me, do I have a pre-failure pattern in that pattern? I think I do. Yeah, it's kind of the wrong attitude to have. Wish you could trade. Because here's the thing. Why would you want to rely on another man to take care of your family? Right? We'll put it this way. If we were in times, if we were living in a camp and we had to hunt for our food, would you come up to me and say, I wish you could hunt for me? I mean, you might say, because I'm a really good hunter, right? But, wouldn't you rather come up to me and say, hey, dude, you really know how to hunt. Can you teach me how to hunt so I can feed my family? I can fish. I can maybe teach you how to fish, but you probably know how to fish. So, can you teach me how to hunt? Right? It's like, or you come, how do you think I would take it if you came up to me and said, hey man, look at that. It did exactly what I thought it was going to do. So now the short is either at 714, or what you do is you reduce your, number one, move your stop losses down as you see me doing. Expect an RDA break. Expect a VWAP test. And then you don't short until it gets, your first short on this is at 720. But even then, I think you got a runner here. I think it wants to end the day with a statement based on what I'm seeing. So I think that you're long, and then wait for a pullback to get in. And I'm not sure if you buy every pullback, but I think you buy the decent pullbacks, and I think this is where it's going. That's chart 3 is in control. So that's where it's going. And I think, so let me be more specific about that zone, because that's just a big ass circle. So the best short that exists on the chart right now is actually at the OR high. That's the best short that exists. It's got a lot of work to do to get between there. So there's two ways you can trade this at this point in time if you're not already in the trade like I am. Number one, you have to make a decision based on where it's at, especially on the 5-minute RDA. Do you take a little bit more off here to maximize your profit? And then do you scale in down below lower? Or do you say in this position, you scale in lower, or you add positions lower at the momentum and bias checks, and then that hurts your basis. And then do you risk that you brought your basis up and it's just going to sell off from the actual RDA? I'm not going to share the exact number because, like, hypothetically speaking, what kind of capital do you need to start trading at a level close to what you're currently showing in your P&L? Oh, I'm not even trading at so I'm on chemo right now. I'm mentioning that. And you've heard me kind of like not be able to remember things or think clearly, everything else. So I'm being very careful about just executing trades that have conviction on and not being super hyper aggressive trader and not being like super fader man. The other thing is that the one thing that you're not seeing too, this P&L on my normal day, and I'm going to get to these days just so you know, off stream, I trade differently. Number one, I'm not having conversations and everything else. So I'm focused, but you could do with what you see today for 10 grand, you should be able to do that on a 30 to 50 grand account. Now you're going to be taxing that 30 to 50K. Okay. I mean, you can do it. Okay. Now, what that means though, is that I'm not talking about using 1% of your capital on trades. I'm talking about you're using 40 to 50% of your capital oftentimes at any given time. You're never going over 50% of your capital, but you will be to have a $10,000 day on a $50,000 account. You're not going to go above using 30 grand. You might here and there, but not, you will at times, but what's going to happen is you're going to oscillate between I'm adding
Order
to the
filled.
NQ. You're going to oscillate between 30 and 40 grand. But then that you're only going to hit 40 grand when you're pretty much at a top or at a bottom and you're selling. And then you're going to go back to 30 grand. And then you're going to be around that 20 to 30 grand range all through the day if you're trading correctly. That's heavy risk. So, will you get there your first year? Probably not. Now, will you, what would be a realistic number for someone with a 25 grand account? $2,000 to $4,000 a day is realistic. If you have a 25 grand account and you're not making 2 to 5 grand a day, and you have all your faculties with you and you're trading my system, I'm going to ask why do you have idle capital? What are you waiting for? Because most traders are only going to be trading one instrument, the MNQ or the NQ. So if you put 25 grand in your account and you have the ability to trade a system that gives you high probability trades and predicts for you reaction zones, but you're not taking those trades, well, you're not trading the system. Yeah, so that's why I'm completely contrary. I heard a trader, and I'm not going to mention his name. He is a well-known Forex trader, and just recently he act like he's been trading futures forever, but I can listen to the dude. He knows nothing about futures. He doesn't know how to trade futures. And his logic of Forex does not transfer over well to futures. That's why he's having problems trying to explain the futures market, because he doesn't understand the futures market. His little terms don't work on the futures market. His system doesn't transfer over beyond Forex. Yeah, I would say get diversified, Glock.
Order filled.
Buy a couple more Glocks. Make sure you have every version of Glock, which you probably do. I like USPs personally. I like shields for for places where a full bore 40 cal
Order
USP
filled.
double stacked, you know, you can't take, or it's just too uncomfortable to carry for the day. You should still have it in your vehicle in case you need it. So you say you got capital. That's what I started investing in. Make sure you have some proper ARs, a couple shotguns, and some guns you just think are fun, and then you're pretty tuned out. You know, then you're good. And then start investing, then diversify. I did start researching starting a prop firm, but I'm already have other obligations I need to do. But I just wanted to know, like, what would it look like if I decided I wanted to start a prop firm. So, are you in Discord, Glock? I'm just wondering if you're in Discord. Yeah, so I believe in diversification, but also I also don't believe in Most people that you know got rich. Okay, I don't know one person that I know that's extremely wealthy that diversified their way to wealth. They diversified after they got wealthy. So if you're not already have some capital, then what I would suggest is that, you know, the other thing, I don't advertise this. I let people come to me. I do one-on-one sessions. So, but I don't advertise it at all. I've just mentioned it. I don't even share it with anybody. How that happens is that people go through my training and then realize they have psychological issues. And then they say, hey, do you ever do one-on-one training? You never talk about it. And I say, yeah, here's how it works. It's a certain dollar figure for a certain set of meetings. And then those meetings you get to call whenever you want. And there's no time limit on those meetings. Obviously, we're not going to go over 2 or 3 hours. But most of my meetings that I have with my one-on-one clients are 2 to 3 hours. And then they get to set the next meeting. I still have a couple people that have one meeting left that they're holding on to because they're starting to transition, and they, you know, and then they can keep continuing if they want. But to me, like, with my one-on-one stuff, it's like, well, if we're not making progress, number one, we're not meeting unless you've solved the last thing that we're dealing with. Like, and then you have a new issue, and then we're meeting. You're not just scheduling a one-on-one meeting because, like, you want to talk, right? You're scheduling a one-on-one meeting because you've been sharing your journal with me for the last 4 weeks, and you've got 2 number one issues that you're oscillating between.
Order filled.
And that you're trading the system, but then at times you're waffling and you're not trading the system. So, like, and it's not the system, because you go back in the day. I'm giving an exact example of someone that I'm doing one-on-one with, just so you know. Like, it's like, okay, you can go back in the chart and you can say, here's where, but then when I look at your journal,
order filled,
and I look at the trade entry, so we might have not destroyed. We're back at our entry here on the NQ, but we're buying on 2 things, just so you know. It's a chart 4 momentum pullback, and it aligns with an RDA check on chart 2. Now here's the other reason why I'm trading this with a little bit more conviction. That 60-minute rejected near, but it didn't really test the fast momentum indicator. So I've shared the thesis. We were into the last hour of the market. Think in probabilities based on the way the market's acted in the last. The market has 4 different personalities during the day, and then it has 3 different personalities in the overnight session. The market has 7 different personalities. You're in the last personality of the cash market. So the personality that you've watched since 15 after the last 45 minutes, the personality of the market, has it been more, if we use the word momentum long or momentum short, even though it wasn't momentum in long and momentum short during those times from our indicator perspective. So you said it would take a lot of time and effort to get to a successful level just watching the stream. Is it overwhelming? My level of knowledge is so small. No, it wouldn't. Because you're going to go through, my training's very focused. My training isn't like the stream at all. My training, I reveal not only, CS, can I share? Are you on the stream, CS? Can I share something you've shared recently? Because, this is, you've shared it in the demo. Are you okay if I won't even, well, I guess I just attribute it to you. Sorry. I do apologize. I didn't catch the John Wick open. I'm very sad about that whole situation. Sure. Give me a second, Jane, to get off the stream, and then we can talk DM wise, and I'll answer any questions you have about the system. Any questions you have about the training or wherever else, I'll answer any questions you have. So CS, so what in my training, what I have, and CS, I'm sorry, CS, I didn't ask you if I could do this. But I'm sure you'll be okay with it because you shared it publicly in the den. So CS is going through the training. I think he's a new member. I know he's a new member. Sorry. And I usually wouldn't share the person, but sorry, I mentioned it. So CS, hopefully you don't mind. Okay. So far that NQ trade's working out and we're in 9 lots now. So now we'll put some trailing stops and protect our position. So every one of our trailing stops will start right around our position. We're going to give it enough room to kind of figure out if it wants to do another check. I hope it doesn't. I don't hope. So see, that's a prime example of me using NLP. Okay. And NLP sounds too scientific for you. And it is if you open up these books. I'm not saying you guys should study it or anybody should study it unless you're into that type of stuff. Hope. Terrible word to use in trading. I don't trade off hope. I trade off what the system's telling me. So me saying that I hope it doesn't come back to my entry is the wrong way to think about it. The right way to think about it is, if I get taken out here, what should I do? And I don't know the answer unless I'm taken out. It's not hope. I hope that I don't get taken out because I'm in a profitable trade and I allowed a little bit of fear to streak in that I'm going to actually be unprofitable on this trade. But the system told me, and the system is behaving exactly as it should. You saw me, if you were watching that, I entered in real time those positions on a pullback, and I told you ahead of time what to do. I'm not saying that you're trading. I'm just saying I told you ahead of time what I was going to do. Okay, that's what I'm sharing. And did I execute what I was going to do? Yeah, because the chart backed up what I was going to do. Now it's doing the thing that I said it was going to do. So, by the end of the day, I'd like to see a huge impulse up to 758. I want to see the buyers basically kick the sellers in the face and say, last week I was a little mad with the buyers. And I was only mad with the buyers because I wasn't with them. I'm with them now. So I hope we got some 300-pound linemen in front of us just knocking out the whole field. I really do. But so you asked, well, let me talk to new traders here, okay? Because I know it seems like I trade at an advanced level, and that's the challenge with, I watched one streamer the other day, and he was happy to make $500, and he's sitting around there BSing, and he has probably about, I think he had 1,400 people on his stream, and he was making $500, and he was missing trades left and right, and he was waiting for the perfect setup, and I don't know, from my perspective. And then, I just look at that and I'm saying, what the hell are you doing, dude? Because I've been watching him for years. He's making the same $400, $500 here, maybe $1,000 here. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, dude? Are you happy with that? You're wasting your time. So anyways, I share with that just because I do watch other stuff. He's just trading one instrument. I'm trading 4 instruments because at the level of trader that I'm at, I can look at 4 charts and I can make decisions on. I'm in 3 trades right now. I'm in the CL, we're long. I'm in the GC. We're long. We caught that trade the whole day. I should have been adding to it. And I'm in the NQ and I'm long. I'm up $4,600 in the NQ. I'm up 30, what is that number? 2,900 in GC. And I'm up roughly $500 in CL. And every one of my positions have trailing stop losses on them in profit. CL didn't. Does now. So unless something drastic happens, I can't lose money on any of my positions. You've seen me do this live. I've been here doing it. So now let me speak specifically to new traders. Like, okay, well, you trade at this is one of my concerns. You trade at such an advanced level, it's not possible for me. Well, my training is designed, and what I wanted to share with CS is that I have a 3-hour evidence video. And he said something to me, and I'm going to share this and I'm going to read it. He shared something in the den. Sorry, it's too long for me to share, so I have to break it up. Friggin' A. I own the channel. Should not be able to talk as much as I want. So stupid. Okay. I can't talk as much as I want. I want to share it. Well, I'll share it in text left. I'll read it first. Okay. How about that? I think that no, where did he say? You said something on so the evidence that I have, what I do early in the training is here's how the training goes, is that I show you the full system and I explain to you the full system. I also share with you how you can add the full system to your chart. And then what I do is I say the next thing, the best way for you to understand this is now that you have the indicators on your chart is you can do this 2 ways. I have 3 hours of evidence. And evidence is basically me, now that you understand the high-level overview of how the Rexdog trade system works, it's 3 hours of me going through chart after chart after chart from different market to different market, Forex, equities, low float stocks, cryptocurrencies, futures markets. We randomize and we go to a website and I think I do it in this. I'm pretty sure I do this there. I go to a random ticker checker, gives me a random stock, and I pull up the random stock, and then we together, because you should have your chart book up as well, verifying this, we together go through and we see in real time, obviously my video, I show you in real time the evidence that the system works at a high probability level in multiple markets. But so from a beginner, within the first 10 hours, you have a full overview of the system. And then you have 3 hours of evidence that you could go verify and chart yourself if you after the video or with me on the video of it working. Okay? Well, that's so I get you to a conviction level. And then it's okay. Now, what I need to do is I need to break you down like in basic training. I need to, those negative thoughts that you have about the market that you've been taught from people that don't really trade, that have no clue about what they're doing, I need to slowly teach you the right way to think about the markets so that you're agnostic to the direction that the market moves. Most of the time, unless you're long only, unless you want to be directional in your trading, meaning like on this chart, I need to be long because I can't short this chart, for instance. If you're trading spot crypto, you can only be long. So if you're not trading futures, you can't short it. So there, you're only trading long trades. It might be a long fade trade. It might be a long momentum trade. This is how simple, easy the system is. There's only 2 types of trades you have to learn. 10,000. So I have a gold idea. There's only like, and then my training, what I do is, and I'll share the website just so you can get a little feel for it. But, and so, thanks for, I'm going to do a video that does a tour of it and everything else. So I have an idea on gold that you can check out. Let me go to that idea. How come it's not going back in the browser? Okay, that's not back. I want to go to the profile. profiles, sucker MCs. There we go. Booyakasha. Ideas. That's what I need to go to. I need to be smarter than the website I'm using. Gold. That's my 10-year price target for gold. Right there. So far, it's following the plan. It's going up here. It looks like it's going to reject up here. It's going to come back and pull back. That's going to be your lost opportunity to buy gold under $2,000, under $1,800. And then what is my plan? I believe gold will eventually hit 5,800 to 6,200. I don't think it's going to get to 10 grand like some people. I just don't see that. But then my timeline for that is 10 years. But here's the thing about hyperinflation and asset capital protection. The problem with gold is that you have to store it. And there is a lot of fraud in the gold market, believe it or not. And so it's a store of wealth and store of capital, but it's also tremendously hard to store your wealth and your capital. But it is a store of value. So why I don't see the 10 grand is because I believe if you look at the generational capital outflow, sorry boomers, I don't know if I'm a boomer. While we are living longer and everything else, the people that are going to be spending the majority percentage of capital actually look at Bitcoin and gold as the same. They're starting to come around on gold because they realize that silver, the people that I know that are younger, like 30 to 40, they're coming to around about having to protect their capital, and they're finally coming to around that our politicians and our bankers, for whatever reason, number one, they want to control us, but then they're hell bent on destroying the economy. So I think we might end the day here decent if we can keep this trade on the NQ. Now we're hitting a reaction zone, so I'm going to take some off.
Order filled.
I'm going to take two
Order
off on
filled.
the NQ, still in 7 lots. It might keep going, but this is how you have a profit that your profit. Here's the thing. Your profit on the Rec Stock trading system, you're trading in thirds, meaning that I was in 9 lots. Was I in 9 lots? Whoa, look at that deep sell-off there at the fast momentum check. That's why I take profits. Maximize the profits. You're trading in thirds. So let's say 3 lots. Any trade that you get in, you know your take profit level 1 and you know your take profit level 2. That's where you're taking a third off and a third off. And then you leave the rest of the position, unless you have high conviction that it's going in one direction, then you leave the rest of the position as your runner. And that runner is so what's going to happen, like I caught a runner here, where I've already took some profit, and I'll take other profit when it hits. If it does get above here, I probably will take one more off at 713, and then I'll take 2 more off at 753. So that's my profit plan. That's my next 2 profit levels. Now, it has to close above this level here on chart 4, but the next profit level it's so clear. Like it couldn't be clearer. This is why I know the problem with my stream. I'm sorry, I have this chart up. The problem with my stream for you new traders is that you think you're going to be trading what I'm trading. You're not. You're going to be trading one chart for probably about 3 or 4 months, if not longer. And you're going to master the NQ or the MNQ or the ES or the MES. Whatever you want to master, you're going to master that. And then what you're going to realize, I've mastered that, and I can add another ticker because I've mastered trading one, and I'm taking high probability trades, and I have other opportunity for other charts. Well, yeah, but so you know, like you said, you put 77K into a single trade, and you lost 20K in the morning. I mean, you're lucky that you just lost 20K. You're lucky you didn't liquidate your account. So that's actually good. I wouldn't cringe. That actually shows me you have some form of self-control. Yeah, that shows me you have some form of respect for your capital. You know, I remember being in a trade. I was down 60 grand and I was up for like 36 hours watching that trade. And I had multiple opportunities. I was convinced. I was in a short trade, or I was fading the market, and I was convinced it couldn't keep going higher. And eventually I ran out of powder, where I was adding at strategic levels, and it was breaking through every strategic level. And then at one time I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it got down to where I could have only lost $7,000. And I was like, well, if it's going to stop here, the momentum's changed, and all it needs to do is check momentum one more time, and I'm going to actually make money on this trade. I've been watching it for, however long. Didn't sleep. I tried to sleep. I went to bed, but then I had the phone. I had it on my phone, and then I had my laptop off to the side so I could quickly execute the trade. I had it up so I could see it, and I slept on one side, and I didn't really sleep. And then what happened is it went up to the momentum check, and it stalled for a little bit, and I had a little opportunity to get out around 12 grand, which would have been great. And I said, okay, I just need to be patient. And then it closed above the momentum check, and then it started rechecking momentum, and it switched momentum. Now, at that point in time, I had a chance to get out around 17, 18 grand, which would have been awesome. I didn't get out to like 40. And this is what pained me. A day later, or less than a day later, or less than 12 hours later, it went up. And if I would have stayed in the trade and just not looked at my phone, I'm not saying I should have done this, because it would have not taught me the lesson I needed to learn, which that it can always go higher and it can always go lower. If I would have stayed in that trade, I would have, instead of losing 40 grand, I would have probably made 120 grand. So, that taught me two things. Number one, don't guess when you're fading. I could have faded the market, but I guessed every time. And then when the market gives you a chance to get out, take it, because you can always start over. And then the third thing that I learned is that I was right. I just didn't have enough capital to be right. Because one thing I didn't do, I could have funded that account with more money. It was a crypto trade. So I could have funded that account with more money. But I didn't. Just because I was already feeling pain, not sleeping, and everything else. And this is also when after I'd become successful at Forex trading, I was successful at crypto trading, but then this is the last bad crypto trade I ever did. After that, I didn't, actually,
Stop field.
the same habit, that same behavior, when I lost $59,000 was the behavior, except,
Stop field.
I didn't go through the full cycle of watching it forever. And I hadn't done that behavior, repeated that behavior like that until that day. Meaning that I didn't stay in a trade and reverse when the chart told me clearly to reverse. That trade, it gave me 3 signs that it wasn't going to go back up, or wasn't going to go back to my entry. And I didn't reverse, because here's the thing. My system is different too, and I think one of the reasons why, so we got knocked out of some of the NQ trade, where I think we need to look at GC. Yeah, so I think it's time to take one off GC. Okay, we'll take one off GC.
Bitcoin is interesting right now.
Okay, cool. Let me look at that. Thanks.
Always.
Order filled.
All right, so GC, it's doing maybe a pattern. It might be trying to do a head and shoulders pattern. So a head and shoulders pattern, it's obvious. this, well, okay, it's not
Stop
obvious.
field.
The shoulder is above the head, but then the other shoulder will come up and get above the head. So then here's the pattern that I'm looking to trade to short this, but we're running out of market time, so it's not even worth it. Yeah, because we're at 218. So it might happen, but this might happen in the overnight session. So the pattern I'm looking for here, then we'll look at Bitcoin, is that it does look like it's going to fail here, but if it doesn't, to me, a short up here around 973 spot, and maybe just start here a little bit earlier. That's the trade for GC based on the way the chart's aligning. The kind of challenge on GC, if we look at the hour chart, I think. No, that's the trade. That's the trade that exists. Yeah, that's the trade. That is the trade that exists. So now what, for that to happen, this is where you have to project, you know. So just, I want to, before I get to Bitcoin, I want to answer Gun or Glock, your question. I want to directly answer you in a direct way, because I've heard this from new traders, and I know I'm not great at like making my system look like it's good for new traders, right? But I'm telling you that I've gone through great pains to make sure that someone brand new. That's why I recorded my nephew instead of just sitting down with him. Yeah, and I'm in Discord all the time. Dude, you can ask what I asked yesterday. I was up. I was like, I'm around. Anybody want to ask questions? No one took me up to ask questions. So, hey, I do that from time to time. I'm there. Do you have a 1-year track record to prove you're trading? Yes, I can see you're doing it live, but how about a broker statements? Yeah, why would I give you broker statements for 1 year? No. Dude, I'm not doing any more than I do. Don't join. I don't want you to be a member, okay? Because I'm not doing any more than that. If the amount of, here's what I would say, okay? And the reason why I get a little passionate about this, okay? I'm already a high level attack for hackers, okay? Because I'm a financial YouTuber. Who are they going to attack? I'm not going to start providing more vectors of attack. I already do things that you can't even imagine. Not only on a digital side, but I don't leave the house without firearms. Okay, I haven't done that since I was 18 anyways, okay? I used to go to the range every week. You know, I've had to have operational security discussions with my family, okay? Yeah, I don't care who Rocket Man is. I don't care. I'm not Rocket Man. I'm doing this, I don't know, like I said, I'm even beyond the comfort level where I'm at. No, I'm not saying I don't even know who Rocket Man is. I'm sure he's a great trader. I'm sure he's good. He's probably 6 times the trader I am. Fine, if he's fine with doing that, I'm already beyond my comfort zone. Okay? So, like, if what I do and how I show up every single day, and if you, I don't know how you can argue with my streams. Like, okay, why don't I fly you over here and why don't I just give you, access to my, let's say I had safes in the house. Why don't I take you to all the bank accounts I have? It's like, I get it, dude. I understand. But frick, I charge $9.97 for my fucking training. So it's like, look, and I don't do it because I need the money from you. I do it because I have a deeper why I do this. So, I just, I get upset about people demanding that because look, I'm asking for such a small capital outlay for the amount of effort and time that I put into this. And for you to demand that is not fair at all. That's why I wouldn't want you as a member. Because you don't have the right mindset. Because you're basing your success on another man's success. No, I get it. I'm just saying, you're not going to have my success. I want you to exceed my success. How about that? I want you to double what I make. So I don't want you to measure yourself against me. I want you to measure yourself against yourself. So, and I don't, I've already provided enough proof out there. You know, I just, like I said, I eventually I will get where I just will blow off this question, right? But part of what you're hearing is the frustration about none of you are YouTubers none of you are financial YouTubers, right? So none of you have to operate from an operational security level that you couldn't imagine. All right? And you think, oh, you just stream, you just do this stuff, and there's no risk. Yeah, whatever, dude. That's not the way it works in the real world. Talk to someone that has had identity theft, and talk to them 5 years later. They're still dealing with it, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. So I get upset about it because, like, I know some of these other financial YouTubers do it, like, you know, and I know some people are very comfortable with it. I don't even call myself $1 million trader. You know, I don't call myself $1 million trader. Do you think I could? Maybe when I take you to my bank accounts and everything else, then maybe, you know. I'm sorry I got a little passionate there. It took me a long time to even share my P&L. And one of the reasons, never mind. I'm just going to stop there. So this is what I'd share for new traders. Don't compare yourself to me. Compare yourself to it is you against the market. You might join my training and adopt my system. You still need to take my training, and you need to take my system, and you need to make it your own. And if your name is, Rick Dingleberry, maybe that's your name, Rick Dingleberry, it needs to be the Rick Dingleberry system. It could still be the RDTS. So if your name's Rick Dingleberry, it needs to be the Rick Dingleberry trade system, inspired by the Rexdog trade system. That's what it is. And then, I would be more than happy that you say, dude, you only make 30 grand a day. Dude, I'm making 70. Like, what the hell are you doing? I'd be like, dude, awesome, sweet. So, I don't know what more I can do. I guess I could do the broker account thing, except for which broker. I have any broker you can name. I probably maybe have an account. I just signed up for a new broker with Sierra account that I wasn't on before. Just a small fund, real extremely small funding there, just because there's a certain things that I had to check it. Number one, I told you before, brokers, you need to check their withdrawal procedures. You need to check all that stuff. No, I get that. And I'm not like, what I'm saying is like, I understand. Look, I'm fully aware that people they're in financial straits, right? So like, that's one reason why I want to talk to someone before they join my training, because if you tell me you only have $9.97, I'm going to say you don't join my training, because it's like, what are you going to trade with? So it's like, okay, I can provide you a direction, and I know, but like, I don't want, if $9.97 is hard for you to come up with, that means that you have no money to trade with. So what other skill do you learn where you can't employ it? Now you might be able to go, I am probably going to go to one of these, what's mirror fund trading? What is that?
Stop field. Stop field.
Oh, where basically it's copy trading? Yeah, I've looked at that. But I'm going in a different direction, just so you know. This is going, the Rexdog trade system is going in a different direction. So, and I'm not one, and I share a lot of things initially, but I think what you need to know about me is I act, I ship. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm look at that. I know there's one that allows trade over. Maybe people know these platforms. I just like I have an aversion around people making money off me and not doing the work. So that's a personal thing that I'm never going to get over because I've hated it my whole life. So that's why I've never done the copy trading, because none of you have that person copy trading me my efforts. Yeah, I might make some money off of it. I don't know. I haven't even looked at what money I can make. Maybe it might be worthwhile. Maybe I'll do it. Because maybe if instead of me making just $17,000 today, it should be 35, but I'm on chemo and everything else, and I'm not trading at size. I've only the biggest I've got is 9 lots. So, you know, I should have been at least 20, 21 lots on that trade. But so like maybe I could, instead of having 17,000 by doing this copy trading stuff, I could be making fees of, you know, whatever the difference is though. That's see, you guys don't understand this. It's not worth the tax implications and the tax issues that I'd have to deal with. I'd have to figure out which of the many entities I'd have to run it through. And then I'd have to figure out how is that income taxed? Because it's not taxed as the typical tax of futures. There's another reason why I trade futures. They're taxed much better than anything else you could trade. The tax, I'm not an accountant, I'm not an attorney. The tax exposure for futures is treated very favorably for day traders. That's why people that day trade stocks are friggin' insane. Because most day traders in stocks don't realize until, well, most day traders in stocks never get profitable, so they don't have to pay taxes. They get to take loss because they're losing money. But then most people that day trade stocks, they're paying the highest capital rate they can pay. And
Stop field.
they have to have enough capital that they can't leverage to get around the PDT rule. It's just stupid to day trade stocks. It's literally dumb. So this is the 60-minute check, so I think you do this trade on the NQ. We're late in the session here.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
I'm going to share something. Is the dude on that asked me about my... No, you can do much better than that. You need to look up entities. And you need to look up how you do entity structures to trade. And then maybe one of these days I'll go into this, but no one would listen to me. That's also why I created Delta, because in the Delta group, you have to start doing things a certain way, operating a certain level when you start to become profitable. Most traders don't get there because they don't become profitable. Yeah, the overseas tax in some countries are insane. But so, I mean, that's one aspect to it. I mean, no, that's a big aspect to it that you don't realize until you start becoming profitable. And then you're like, oh, I gotta pay taxes on this? Well, of course you know that. But like, oh, how do I pay taxes on this? And then you learn, if I would have structured some of these things differently and spread out the way I trade differently and do things a little bit differently, I can have a different tax structure and architecture. And then you also learn about different accounts that you can trade with that give you some advantages. There's just a lot of whole slew of things that... It's one reason why Delta, because the people that are starting to...
Stop field.
To knock it out, they're going to start dealing with some of these issues. And I can at least provide some direction there. Plus, you're going to have an account manager that you probably can text 24 hours a day. You will have an account manager that you can text 24 hours a day. There's when you become a successful trader, there are things that happen that on the broker level and even on the clearing level that I don't even discuss, that you're not even aware of. sometimes, and I never share this, should I share the other broker that I've been trading today? I've been trading another broker today. Should I share the P&L on that broker too? Should I do a full year income statement on that broker too? That's why, like, where does it stop? Right? So, and then I've got an NG trade that I'm looking to execute that I think is going to be the trade of the, not century, of the quarter. I do equity trading. I'll probably get back to options trading. I'll share some of my option strategies right now because we're just kind of in the tail end of the market. So hopefully I didn't go, or don't mistake my passion for attacking you personally. I'm attacking your idea. I'm not attacking you personally. Okay? I know that's hard to probably get through because it sounds like I might have been attacking you personally if you're still on, if you're still here. So if I didn't make you run away, which I don't think I did, but I wasn't attacking you personally. I was attacking the idea of what you were bringing up. So that's what I was passionate about. And not attacking you, you know. Let's talk in a bit. I'll talk when we get off stream.
Stop filled.
That's good for a good gold paper trade, $2,400. It's a good trade. I mean, you must have caught the same trade I did. You know, that's the thing. You know, when you have 10 green days in a row, you know, I know it seems like a lot, and it is. It's difficult. It's extremely difficult. But, well, let me look at my P&L. I made $5,000 yesterday trading when I shouldn't have been trading. That's one green day. Today I'm probably going to end the day around 20 grand maybe. Maybe. Relatively light day, but not bad for being on chemo treatment. Getting chemo and feeling like I don't feel like moving. I can't think properly. My stomach hurts. I'm breaking out.
20K is insane.
What's up? What's up?
20K is so insanely good, my man.
Yeah, and then I'm breaking out like a teenager because one of the side effects of this treatment, I can't, when I open my mouth, I'm not complaining. I'm just sharing with like kind of where I'm at physically, just so you understand. I'm not complaining. One of the things, you know, my wife had pancreatic cancer in the last year, and we were both on chemo at the same time, and we're both under 50. So, you know, we're pretty young for having cancer.
Oh, damn.
And I guess I'll share. I had colorectal cancer a couple years ago. I had major surgery. I was rewarded with a urostomy and an ostomy. So if you don't know what that is, these are bags where I shit in and I take a piss in. And pretty much there's no returning that. Or I have that rest of my life. If I would have listened to the doctors initially, I'd probably only have one. But I was stubborn and didn't listen to the doctors. So I was rewarded with two. It's amazing how well the human... I mean, one of the reasons is I thought I'd feel like less of a man if I had this thing I had to crap into. Well, now I got both of them just to be alive. So I was rewarded with both of them. So, but it's amazing how much the humans adapt, right? Right now, I'm there's benefits to it because today I haven't gone up to get to the bathroom because I have a bag. So I know it's, you know, no one wants to hear this crap, but I mean, like, I have a urine bag, and ordinarily I'd have to get up 3 or 4 times to go to the bathroom. Well, I got to just kind of sit here. I've got up to stretch and do stuff, you know, but like I haven't. So there's odd benefits to this type of stuff. Plus it gets you out of tickets.
Perfect for trading.
Yeah, it's perfect for trading. It gets me out of tickets. TSA doesn't fuck with me. So sorry, I'm swearing, but like the TSA, they're like, well, what's this? And I pull up my shirt, you know, because I'm unabashful about it because I'm, you know, I'm old man now. So I just, you know, like I don't care, you know. I've been emasculated so much with this illness of like having to pull your pants down and having to be naked in hospital rooms with like I was in a 22-hour surgery, 3 weeks in the hospital. So that tells you the extent of my surgery, major surgery. And then they told me that I wasn't going to be able to walk without a cane anymore, or they didn't think I'd be able to walk without a walker. And then they said, well, you're probably never going to be able to walk without a cane. And I always have nerve damage in my left leg. I have bad circulation, so I have nerve damage. And I said, I'm not going to walk without a cane. I'm like, no. And then
Stop field.
like, I had a nurse come by to help me walk and stuff, and they said, well, it's probably going to be about 3 or 4 months. I'm honest, it's not going to be 3 or 4 months. I'm going to be walking in 3 weeks. So I said, how do we get me walking in 3 weeks? She said, I don't think you're even going to be off the couch in 3 weeks. I said, no, I'm going to be walking in 3 weeks. So I don't know what you're talking about. We are walking in 3 weeks. So you need to develop a plan
Order
for
filled.
me to walk in 3 weeks. Or is there another nurse I can talk to and I can get that will agree that I can walk in 3 weeks? So I was walking in about 3.5 weeks. Now, it wasn't pretty. So I have a really big deck, and I was walking on the walker around in circles. Rex would have to move every time I came back to him, so he didn't get ran over. Last couple minutes of the market still might be worth a trade. I think the trade probably is on the long side, so I'm going to do a participation trade because I was just taken out. So
Order filled.
kind of a risky trade because we just did see a sell-off, but the sell-off did what we thought. It hit the RDA, did a momentum check, and it held up. So it might do that again, and it might fail. So that's why this is just one lot, participation trade. Ordinarily, I would probably go, I will go flat, I think, for the full day. So I'll know my full P&L. Yeah, so then recently in the last couple of years, I was cancer-free, and then the cancer came back, and it's in 4 areas of my body. So I got it one on one buttocks, I got a liver, I got one on my lung, and then I got somewhere in my stomach. That what people don't know, this is something you don't know. Like when you get CT scans or anything else, your tumors or cancer tumors, they don't stay the same, especially if you're getting treatment. So you can get a CT scan a day later, and your measurements. So what's the doctor? Every time I meet a new doctor or anything, like I ask them to see my CT scan or my MRI because I know how to read them, and I know how to measure them. I mean, I was walking a doctor through the other day. He didn't know how to use this new system that my doctor uses. I'm like, oh yeah, just push that button up over there and then do this and then do this and then you'll be able to save this. And then here, if you push this button here, it'll give you the last scan. And then if you click this button here, it'll automatically and he's like, wait, are you pre-med? I'm like, no, I just doesn't everybody study this stuff so they know what they're looking at? And he's like, no, you're like the first patient I've had that ever knows how to read these things. I'm like, well, to me, I want to make sure that you're not BSing me. So like I was showing him how, because some of the hospitals now, they're transitioning to this new, what's the name of the platform? This new platform, and not all the hospitals is fully transitioned over. And there's been a lot of hospitals that are going through acquisitions. So in these acquisitions now, a lot of these doctors and nurses, they have to learn these new tools. I've been fortunate where I've been at one of the top places in the country to go for cancer treatment. And they had the latest and greatest. And the doctors that I see have the latest and greatest, like tech. And the new tech for reading MRIs and CT scan, I know this way out of the battlefield of what we're talking about, is just amazing compared to what it is even 3 years ago. To read CT and MRIs, the new tech, and the comparison models and everything else, how you can compare, it's night and day, the difference in the technology. But anyways, I've watched, I don't know, probably about 60 hours of videos on how to read MRIs and YouTube. I have a couple books on how to read MRIs and how to read CT scans. So I'm not the normal patient, right? Most patients just show up, doctor, what drugs do I take? How do you make me better? So I know I'm not a normal patient in that aspect. But I treated my cancer diagnosis the same way I treated trading. I went into a deep research mode and learned everything I could about cancer, treatments, nutrition, and then nutrition.
Stop field.
So let's see what this CL trade is. We're in 2 more lots in CL. It's at a momentum check on chart, so we do need to take one off.
Order filled.
And then It's at a momentum check and it's been stalling there. So I'm going to move up this stop loss. Looks like it's going to fail. So I'm going to move it up real tight. We'll probably get out of this trade. We're up about 300. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep the trading up. I'm not trying to or my P&L up. I'm not trying to make a statement. Should I have my trades up? I apologize. Especially someone that's joining a voice too. Like if you notice that and you're watching and I know you're trading, I can tell you're trading. But if you do notice that hey dude, you don't have your charts up, just mention it. Or people put it in the text and I'll see it. How did you find out and when? So right now I'm terminal. I have terminal cancer. So there's the treatment's keeping it at bay, but pretty much one of these is going to grow to the point where it probably will kill me. It's kind of where I'm at. So yeah, I show my indicators in the training. So that's in the training. I can show my indicators in TradingView, but the indicators on TradingView are the same, are a derivative of the same indicators. So this chart here is what you're seeing. This is what members have access to. So I know it's a busy chart, but keep in mind, my trade system is based on predicting reactions. It's a predictive trade system. Every one of these lines that you see on here are multi-time frame indicators. So this is the weekly fast momentum indicator. The red is the 240 mixed 200 average. What we do in our system is we take the 200 EMA and we take the 200 MA and we combine them together. So when the line is red, oh, that's not that. Sorry. No, it is. No, that is that. When we combine them and the line is red, that means the EMA is below the MA. And if you study that long enough, well, and I've studied it. See, this is the benefit that you get when you basically become an alpha member. You get the benefit of the amount of back testing that I've done on what that means. But what that means is that if the EMA is above the 200, generally the moves that you see are supported from a higher, I call them strong moves when you see that. Now, when the EMA is red and the market's moving up, you need to be a little skeptical of that move because just that one indicator is giving you an additional clue about what the market's doing. But I can predict to you what's going to happen on light crude. But let's go to Bitcoin because I did say I was going to look at Bitcoin. So I can predict to you what's going to happen to Bitcoin. I mean, this is really simple. We can just kind of predict what's going to happen here. Number one, it's playing around with the daily.
Order filled.
So this is the daily momentum indicator, and then you have the 240. And what happened here? We just see this. This is a perfect example of predictive nature of the system. This 240 hasn't moved much. So that's, when I say a reaction, what I mean is, just to make it very clear, a reaction for us in our system is the price is going in one direction and then it reacts. And each reaction is different. Sometimes it's a big reaction. Right now, this reaction from that check, because a check isn't an exact point. It's a range around that exact point. That reaction is currently $62 on Bitcoin. That's a decent futures trade if you're trading that accurately. And then you'll see that what it's trying to do, the daily, if we go to the daily chart is trying to close above what we call our fast momentum indicator, which is the orange line. So it gave it up, but today it's trying to close above it. If it does that, then we believe that, especially if it holds up in a lower time frame. Otherwise, our next area of reaction is right here. And then you can see it says week, week, week. That is the weekly higher level time frame of our reaction indicators. That's another reaction zone. And then we have the RDA, which is a free indicator on TradingView that you can download. And not most, people that really don't look into it and don't understand the power of it discount it. But I'll share with you the power of it here just real quick in this chart. It's our bias indicator. What the RDA tells us is should we be long or short? And it acts as a magnet. It repels and it attracts price. But look at how well it over time, I'm just going to start here. it attract, the further away it gets, it's like any other reversion strategy. The VWAP works the same way. The further that price gets away from the VWAP, the more likely it's going to revert back and try to test it. Same with most of the indicators that work in trading systems. You're going to have a momentum trading, and then you're going to have a reversion trade. That's the only two trades you need to worry about. Well, look at how well our RDA, it never closed above it. Look at this other test. This is a free indicator on TradingView. Look at this test. And some people discount it because it's so simple. But then when you see it work in any market, for instance, we can pull up, I don't know. Well, so I have a family member that called me. So I'll give you the lowdown on TLO, Talon Metals Corporation. So I had a family member that called me, and they said, I heard through the grapevine that TLL is a good buy, and then it will make a lot of money. And I said, okay, well, let me pull up the chart, right? And they called me, what was when Tony was here? So they must have called me here. Yeah, they called me here, right here. So right there in the chart, they asked, okay, well, how do I buy it? I said, well, you buy it through a broker. This is the level of knowledge. They have brokers and stuff, but I said, this is on the Canadian exchange. So you need to make sure that you can find a broker that you can buy on the Canadian exchange. So that's the first thing. Should be easy to find. And I'm going to do this just so you guys know. I have a lot of family that has asked me for like a series, or they asked me questions, and what I'm going to do, and I'll probably share it on YouTube, but it's going to be for the family. It's basically going to be, hey, for those that want to make sure that their financial advisor knows what they're talking about, I'm going to give you, it's going to be about maybe 1 or 2 hours of videos. And it's going to be so that I can give it to people in my family so that they can make sure if they're working with a financial advisor, or they want to allocate their 401k, that they can use the Rexdog average, and then they can use just real simple logic to buy. So what I told them, and I'm sharing this because this is what I said, look, I mean, I have no idea about TLO, but I can tell you right now, you don't buy it now. And I just pulled up the chart on the monthly, right? And I said, number one, this is a thrower for you, or not a thrower. What you need to do is you need to find the value ranges that exist on this chart and start dollar costing average. And you need to, and I'm not an accountant, I'm not, financial advisor, whatever, but these numbers that I would tell you, you equally scale in, and you scale in larger with the expectation that this company's not going to zero. And you just forget about it. And then one day you're going to wake up, and I said, one day you're going to wake up and the price is going to be, I went to the 4-day chart because this is the golden time frame for all these things, especially this. This trades like crypto. So this is a crypto asset, if you want to compare it to that. I said, you're going to wake up one day and the first profit you're going to take is going to be right around 66 cents. But you're probably going to have a basis. If you execute this right, you're going to be able to make, if you execute this right, you're probably going to be able to make on that first position, I don't know, 142%. So I don't know if that's a decent return for you. I said, then your third position, like you're probably going to take another profit at 260% or so, maybe a little bit lower than that. And then you're just going to sit on the rest of it. And then you're going to wake up one day, and if this works out, it could take a year, it could be in the next 6 months, it could be in the 8 months. I don't know what your thesis for buying this thing is. I don't care. And then you're going to wake up one day and it's probably going to be just short of $2, a little bit less. And then you're going to get out of the trade. And that would have been 700%. I said, if that played out, would that be kind of a good trade? But I said, here's how you trade it. I'll identify zones for you, and you just don't think about it. You go to your broker and you buy 45 minutes after the open, and you buy 45 minutes into the close, twice a day. And then as it keeps going down, you buy a little bit more at these key levels. And then you forget about it. And then I'll put in orders so that you will get, if your broker allows long orders, some brokers don't, put in orders that you know aren't going to, and then check it every week to make sure your orders are in. Check the chart with the RDA and the 200 mixed average. And when it recaptures the RDA, the second that it should follow that all the way up, and I showed a pattern, it should follow that all the way up. The second that it closes below or below our pre-identified numbers, take profit. So, I'd never heard of TLO before this, but within 10 seconds of me looking at the chart, I could tell her right away, you don't buy here, you wait for a lower level. And then I identified the most important value range on this chart. And the most important value range you're seeing on the chart. You have to have patience to get down to that level. I think it's going to tap that level. At a minimum, it's going to tap 0230. You can tell me any ticker. We can do the same thing. I can go to GE. It doesn't matter. The system works everywhere. I'm humbled by it. It doesn't sound like I'm humbled by it. Every day I'm humbled by it. Look at that. Look at that. Look, that's friggin' amazing to me. Look at that. What I mean by amazing
Stop field.
is look. Okay, we got knocked out of the NQ trade. We're still in the GC trade. Let's see where I'm at in the GC trade. And I'll do all I need to get out of that. And no, I don't need to, but I'm going to.
Order filled.
All right, so we're flat for the day. What's our P&L? 20,015. So that's okay. It's a decent day. 20,015. So, I'll stay on for a little bit more if people want to go through charts, and I can go through tickers. But look, here's what amazes me about GE, okay? This is just, like I said, I'm humbled every day, and I created this system, and I went through the pain and agony and the blood, sweat, and tears, staying up late nights. I tested over 200. I went through 200 indicators from the MACD to obscure ones. I tested one that uses lunar cycles, and I know someone that trades it. I tested things, and how I test is I learn how they think I should use it, and then I use it backwards, and then I use it forwards, and then I use it sideways, and then I discount it, or I take one idea from it and I incorporate it into the system. So I went over 200 indicators, the most popular ones and obscure ones you haven't seen. In fact, you want to see one of the things I'm working on right now? You probably don't. I'm always working on crap. Not crap. So, do I want to share this? Well, why not? No, that's not what I want to share. So I can code, but then I also hire developers. So one of the things I'm doing, I'm going to create an initial balance indicator. So I'm looking at all the ones that exist. They all kind of suck. Because they don't really, they kind of do it, but they don't do it. So an initial balance is the opening range, right? All these indicators kind of suck. So I want to create one that is clean and then actually gives you actionable Rexdog advice, not how someone else thinks you should trade the initial balance with extensions. So for instance, this one here, it's extending, and yeah, it does work. But if this was interpreted through the Rexdog system, this works about 25, not even 20. This works 10% of the time, this extension. The Rexdog system one should work at least at a 60 to 70% level. So I'm looking at all the initial balance indicators. Like this one's ugly. So it's ugly. It does the stupid line connecting. So one of the indicators I'm working on is an initial balance one. I'm trying to find, this one I like because it's really clean, but it doesn't include something. There's one in here that I'm gonna use as inspiration. So that's one of the things I'm working on, the initial balance. But that's simple. That's easy, right? Let me see if I have something here that I'm willing to share. So I had a conversation with someone, and it kind of spurred my mind. So here's the slope. So I'm trying to come up with what I'm trying to come up with is, oh, this doesn't even have it on the chart. What the hell? Why did I name it that? Let me go. I need to go. Well, okay, let me see. I can't see all the chart loadout. Some of these I didn't name. So here's what I'm looking at, for instance. So I'm calling it the VWAP, and I need to do this here. It needs a, like, why is the chart not showing up? I'm calling it VWAP reaction zones. And while these are extensions, what I'm trying to get to is, so you'll notice on the VWAP, I'm working on an indicator that patterns out what I see happen time and time again around the VWAP, which is this pattern right here I see happen time and time again. So what I'm working on is an understanding of how to properly measure this based on the volatility of the day, and how to make this so that there's a signal that fires here that tells you which side of the trade, comparatively to the Rexdog system, that you should be biased on. Should you be buying here or should you be selling here? It's not clear in this zone. But when you include other elements of what I'm working on, this type of check could be clear. Now, this type of check's kind of clear because you would sell it anyways, just because of the way the momentum is, the market is. But see, look at this check here. And you're starting to see some of my initial test of this. That line there is these lines are kind of the initial test of this, which is, okay, around the VWAP, I've got a zone here, and it's drawn this way intentionally. And and you're selling at the top of this zone regardless, because of the way the zone is painting right here. You're selling at the top of the zone. But, I'm not releasing any. So on my website, I have free indicators. If you go to indicators, on the right side are all free. I have the hour close lines. I have the hour vertical lines. I think the hour close lines it prints. I think this is an awesome indicator. Wait, am I on the right tool? Yeah. So like, if I go to just a naked chart, I'm about to get naked. If I go to a naked chart, I'll just show some of the indicators that I have. If I go to my indicators, I have a 1 hour Forex, a 10-5 EMA. We got a 2 long short EMA average I'm working on. I've got a 3 times rate of change one that I still want to get done. I've got a bunch of ATR ones, and I'm going to decide on the ATR one that's going to officially be included in this. I've got an auto support and resistance indicator that I'm working on. I've got a bar rangers one. I've got one that measures bar rejections. And this is my bar tinkering. Oh, let me show you this chart. You guys are not going to believe this chart. I don't think I've ever showed you this chart. So one thing I've done that most people don't know, is that I have, so if I go to my export charts, see, I'm passionate about this stuff. I love this stuff, right? But for most people, this is why I also hesitate sharing this stuff, right? Because the answer is you join my training and you become a successful trader and you don't need any of this other information. This stuff is for me because I look at that. Look at the NQ, man. It's doing the move and I'm not in the trade. Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a trader. Look at that. It's doing the move, man. I'm so upset I'm not in that trade. It's aftermarket, though. But, I mean, it's doing the move that I predicted. Just spot on. If we go to the NQ, friggin' A. I'm not in that move. Because I'm talking. Let's go to the hour chart. I said it's going here. That's not the NQ. I identified it's going to tap this zone. That's why I said it was going, remember? I said it's going to tap this zone and it's going to take out this alpha. Well, it tapped that zone. That would have been an awesome trade to catch. And I used to trade it. I'm a tribble. Yeah. Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a tribble. But no, I'll show you one of the charts that I think will amaze some people. Load, export. So, export data calc. So, for a while, what I was doing, this chart you don't trade with. If I go to the data window, this chart, what I can do is see it shows the Globex overnight, it shows the Asian session, it shows the London session, it shows the Rexdog average, it shows all the indicators, it shows gaps. It not only does that, it shows candles since. So what is that? So let's look at that. That indicator is an interesting indicator. So I've done a lot of this type of candles since. And what these are, my scripts. I have to type it every single time. Great user interface, friggin' TradingView. Well, yeah, I'm working on the candle reversal system. Looking at that. Where's my scripts? Candle. What the heck? I'm working on a pay attention candle too. Why are these community scripts? Where's my candle? Okay, I guess I don't have it. Or I have it named something else. I think it's since. I don't know, I have over 100 indicators or so, I think. Bars since, that's what it is, duh. Since price values, bars since average EMA, bars since MA crossover, bars since last EMA touch, bars since VIX medium, bars since last EMA extreme, down since initial price. So some of these indicators, those aren't mine. So this one here, so these bar since ones are, but some of these aren't mine. What this does is it plots the bar since certain actions. Now what I've done is on this export chart, what you do is you go up here, and I was doing this. I did this for about 6 months, or I had it done for me. I would go to, because on TradingView, what you can do is all this data that you see here. So I have consecutive bars. That's what it's called, consecutive bars. That's what I called it. It's been a while since I looked at this stuff because I get into phases where I'm like, okay, I'm going to create a new cool indicator I've always wanted. Consecutive candle count. Well, that's theirs. Where's mine? Where are my scripts? Consecutive. Maybe I didn't name it consecutive. They've changed this now. Oh, consecutive green versus red. Do I have that on the chart? That's interesting. Maybe I can't add it because I have too many indicators. Anyways, I'll go back to this. What I would do every day is I would download the 5-minute, the 30-minute, the 1-minute, the 4-hour, and the daily data. And then we download the 4-day and the weekly and the month. And then what this does, it downloads all this data here. And then we had a button in Excel that we would click, and it would take all that CSV file, and it would append that to the end of our Excel file. And I think I can show you an example. And then what we would do is then what we had to do, so I'm not going to show that because that's a security risk. What we would have to do is then recreate the indicators in Excel calculations. So this is what the raw data looks like. So this is why I have an aversion to people asking me for free or trying to piggyback off my work. Because you didn't pay the master Excel person $200 an hour to figure this stuff out and work with you for 3 weeks straight. You didn't pay the Excel person, and you're benefiting from this knowledge. You didn't pay the Excel person 3 weeks, $200 an hour to help you create a futures spreadsheet, a Bitcoin spreadsheet, and to then duplicate the custom indicators in Excel, which is harder to do than you think to do it accurately, and then create a system so that now you can, here's the thing. What you can download this data and get it automatically, but what we found is the TradingView data download from a time perspective, because I'm not even showing you correlating this to tick charts. So like I said, I don't share this to like be cool or anything. And I'm not even that smart. That's the problem. I'm not that smart. Like, I had to hire a data engineer to then help me understand. Because I got to the point where they basically said, you're maxing out Excel. You need to put this into a data service. Okay, well, what do I use? Well, they gave me 6 data services. I'm like, okay, I could probably understand that. Now I need to hire some dude at $300 an hour that friggin' has 4 master's degree that could probably build me a rocket to friggin' get this data so that I can interpret it correctly, because I'm maxing out Excel's capabilities, right? So, I haven't shared any of this stuff, but a lot of that effort and time is a direct result. You're benefiting from that direct result of I'm somewhere on the spectrum. My fascination, dedication, and addiction to the market. And none of you are going to match that. I can guarantee there's maybe, I know one person that I think could match that. I don't think there's another person that is matching that. So, or that could match this level. And I'm only showing you like 10% of some of the things I've done. So, when I get a little passionate or heated about like trying to ask for more than what I've provided, and the time, especially with someone that time is the most valuable asset, right? That's the only thing that I really push back on from a passionate level, and then an obligation level. But yeah, so this chart really is designed to export all these indicators and all this data, and you can see here what's kind of cool about some of this data that I found extremely cool is that I learned. So what I learned from this, let me share the value, and then we'll go. What is the RDA is below long and when? So the way to use the RDA is, and it's explained in the RDA. So if you go to the RDA, there's 2 RDAs. I explain how to use them in both. It's a reaction indicator and it's a bias indicator. The reason why I created the RDA is, and I'm going to do a video after I get done with all the patterns and everything else, is I wanted an indicator that I could look at a chart and I knew whether or not I had to be bias long or bias short. So I shared on Bitcoin, we're looking at Bitcoin, that I shared the only thing, if you go back to, if you're in Discord, go to, see, the thing is, I don't constantly do updates. If I share something, it's because it's significant. But I don't also share something like, I'm in a couple other, I leave these Telegram groups and everything else because these people share things in an annoying way. Because like, well, maybe, I don't know. It's half motivation and then it's half, look at how cool I am. That's why I do this 98% of the time. Like I'm reading something, I share this stuff because blah, blah, blah. First, they got to show how cool they are. And then they show whatever they do. And then they get to the update. But then they share the result of it. Like I'm sharing, I try to share stuff in real time that's actionable. But I don't tell you what to do. I allude to what you should be doing because I'm trying to teach you to fish. I'm not trying to teach you to get me out there on the pier and fish for you. Okay? So like when I share something, that means I'm not just sharing it because I'm sharing it because, hey, this is the guiding factor to how to look at this thing right now. Yeah, so if price is below the RDA, then you should look to be short. But also realize that the further that it gets away from the RDA, it's going to act like a magnet. So you're always in this dual state of mind. But generally, and then you're looking at the momentum indicators. So I went through many different indicators and many different variations. I tested all the way up from 400 down to 3 and you're going to look at the RDA and say that's simple. And I know why. Well, I think I know why it's simple. But, and then I discounted above 200 rather quickly as far as being a factor of any help. And then it was trying to figure out, well, how I got there was a little different, but it was try to figure out, okay, the reason why the RDA works so well, I'll just share it from this perspective. If you want to know why the RDA works so well, is because what it does, it's moving averages, it's not EMAs. So it's slow and it's even more lagging. If you understand the power of a lagging indicator and how to use them properly to gauge price action, that's how you use a moving average. I know we use it in our system as reaction zones, but you're also using it to gauge price action consistently on every chart you put on. So for instance, we can use the Heikin-Ashi candles. Did I say it right? And the RDA system's going to hold up as it should. What is it doing there? I mean, you would expect this. It's holding the RDA, right? What does it do in momentum environments? Even though this candle is calculated differently, what does it do? Well, you know, it's holding the momentum indicator all the way up. Look at that. It's holding the momentum indicator all the way up, all the way up. It never closes below, never closes below. What happens when the second that it starts closing below? It goes over to a rollover pattern. This is the pattern that we have in the library. Goes over to a rollover pattern. What does it eventually do? Well, it's starting to roll over. Now, it's really literally, does it fail here? Literally where it's at in the chart with these candles is, does it fail here? And if it fails here, if it does fail here, is it going to hold the RDA? That's literally the only thing you need to worry about right now. Now, if it does recapture momentum, well, the obvious level is you have a level up here. This is just raw price action. Yeah. So Heikin-Ashi, that's a different type of chart. So if you go to the chart, if you go to these charts, you've got candles, hollow candles, columns. This works in columns. The RDA works in columns. I can pick any chart on here. It doesn't matter. It works in a line chart. See? Heavy momentum environment, what does the line chart do? It's that blue line. Follows momentum. Fails momentum. Does an RDA check. Does an RDA check. There you're only seeing close. Like, I think you'd be a bomb-ass trader if you actually traded line charts. I've done it for a while. The baseline. It works in the baseline chart. It works in the Renko chart. Look at that. It works on a Renko chart. Different bar, calculated completely differently. The raw Renko chart. Look at that. Recaptures momentum right here. What does it do? It rides momentum all the way up. Comes back, does a minor overshoot of momentum, but actually, if you look at that, it never lost momentum. It just was an overshoot. This fits our standard overshoot rules based on how our indicators are painting. Never breaks momentum. That's not a break of momentum. It is an overshoot of our indicators. It's not a break of momentum. Then it recaptures bias. What does it do the rest of the day? Renko charts. Separate, different chart. Completely calculated differently. Follows the RDA. Follows the Rexdog system. We could do it on the daily. We could look at the daily. It's going to be the same thing. I can confidently pull up any symbol you tell me, and I could be doing this for the next 5 hours. So kanji charts, if you know how those are calculated. Now these are a little bit different. But the kanji chart, look at this. Kanji chart does the same thing. Eventually, it breaks, follows momentum, does a little overshoot of momentum, closes, follows the momentum indicator. It's now testing the RDA on the daily time frame. Kanji chart, calculated completely differently, painted differently. Point and figure chart, well, that one's a little bit different. So you need to give a little leeway on the point and figure chart because you have to know how to properly read this. So here's the thing that you guys don't even realize, all right? Yeah, no, I've tried to trade Heikin-Ashi tick charts. They're not as valuable because the way that because you don't get as precise entry because of the calculations of the Heikin-Ashi candle. So that's why I don't use them. They're good for, like, if you find a market or you find tickers that trend in a way that, and you don't want to have precise entries, then the Heikin-Ashi chart is good. But if you want awesome entries, that's not a great chart to use because of the way it's calculating that. It's a great chart for use if you don't know how to properly read momentum and trend. Oh my God, did I use the word trend? Oh my, I used trend. I'm sorry. But no, if you know how to trade with momentum, those charts are almost unnecessary, just because they're. I've done a lot of testing, so just so you know, every chart that I've kind of walked you through here, I know how to use. I've tested. I've traded with. I've traded with the TPO for a good year. I know how to read the TPO. I wish I didn't. I friggin' tried to trade with Elliott wave. I wish I didn't, because it was a big waste of time. So, but I understand Elliott wave theory deep, and I don't just have, I have Elliott's book, but I just don't have his book. I have 6 other Elliott wave theory books. So, I bought an Elliott wave training. It was actually taught very well, but it's also a terrible system to adopt. And I say that. So these, if you can read this here, if you can get to read this and what it's doing, it provides very interesting stuff. Now, I just walked you through a bunch of stuff, but here's the thing. You don't need to go through all the pain and agony and everything I did. You can go there if you really want to, and you can spend 2 years straight of pretty much sleeping 6 hours a night or so, getting up at 6 o'clock, running a software business, and then in between the whole time, focusing on training, keeping notebooks, and then after you take off, or after you trade the market for a little bit, spend the rest of the evening on a laptop or another machine and be drawing things out, watching training, testing an indicator, buying a backtesting system where you load the Great Depression data into it, and then you trade your Rexdog system during the Great Depression, both the roaring 20s and the crash. So not only do you trade it when the bucket shots shut down and then real capital assets go to the market. Not only that, you trade 57, you trade 87, you trade 93, you trade 98, you trade 97, you trade 1999, you trade 2001 to 2004, you trade 2008, you trade the mini thing at 2010. Look, I'm not doing this to I need to get off, but I just, like I said, this is the last time I'm going to go through this tirade. Not tirade, because it's not a tirade, but this is the last time that I'm going to actually go to this level, just because I'm for now on, I've got different focus, and it's as if, meaning that I'm just going to, this is the way it is. This is the state of the world. So you're either with me or you're not. And you're either going to come along or not. And that come along means that you need to start, if you want trading to be a part of, you need to start listening, and you need to start doing, and you need to start being focused and journaling. And if you want help from me and you're an alpha, for sure, you need to share your journal, because I'm capturing those number one things, and I'm holding you accountable to those number one things. I'm the journals that you're sharing, I'm reading them, I respond to them. But if you're working on the same number one thing, and I can see your trades, and I can see you maybe improving or seeing it, there's not much for me to say, because you need to adjust that. And then maybe you aren't able to, maybe for some reason, even though you understand it. Here's what I would say, and we'll call it a day. My P&L for the day, I think, let's just go back to that, just so that we're doing a P&L check. So journaling to me is the answer. All right. And I know I don't respond well to meeting with a psychologist, or not a personal trainer, but the people that help you. I don't like those people. I mean, they don't give me help because I can self-correct quicker than every time I've. So let me share just one story. Just so I went to a cancer support group 3 times. Okay, and there's 3 types of people there, but there's really 2. There's the happy-go-lucky people that are, and I'm kind of that mind when I'm, like, because I'm like, I don't put limitations on my life. So there's those happy-go-lucky people where, like, they're excited, they're happy, they're no matter what hits them, they're gonna survive. Those people don't help me because I don't operate like that level because it's fake in a way. A lot of people have to fake that behavior. I don't have to fake my ability to ship or my ability to drastically change my life within a week, meaning that I ate terribly. I did about 2 weeks of research on nutrition and learned more about nutrition, and I changed my diet within 2 weeks, and I didn't look back. And I instantly felt, if I didn't have cancer, I wish I would have done it before because I instantly felt healthy, instantly had more energy. The other person that you find at a support group is the miserable guy. I met, every time I went to, there was 2 miserable guys that I just couldn't stand because, like, I have pain every day. I have a lot of discomfort. I have a lot of issues that I have to deal with. You can ask my nephew, like, he saw firsthand, like, he was here when I had 2 treatments of chemo, right? So he saw me go through that and saw how I reacted and everything else and how it affected me, but then how I didn't really slow down. I mean, you can ask him, when I was on chemo, I didn't slow down. I operate at a level and I didn't really slow down. So it would be hard for you to tell, but that doesn't mean that I don't feel constant, like I'm going to throw up and like, it's, you know what I mean? So I'm just sharing I'm relating this to what I see in trading. Okay. And what I see with what needs to start changing a little bit is that, number one, I firmly believe that the system, when traded effectively, has tremendous edge. The challenge is trading the system effectively and figuring out how you trust the system to execute trades, or not trust the system, trust your version of the system and execute trades. And there's 3 challenges I see. Execute better entries, and that's being patient. Even I have that problem. Manage trades better, meaning before you get on that trade, you have 2 take profit levels. You know them, and you take those take profits. The other thing is you need to be agnostic to the market. You don't care what direction it goes. The 4th thing is, and I'm going to start changing this, no one has permission to do fade trades until they prove to me that they mastered momentum trades. So I'm going to start changing this logic. Like, if you do a fade trade, it better be a high probability fade trade, or I'm going to hire an ex-Navy SEAL to come over and slap you. I might just hire my nephew. So I don't want it to be family. So I'm talking to members right now. Like, if you have not proven to me, if you're in alpha, and especially if you're in delta, if you haven't proven to me that you've mastered momentum trades, I don't want to see a fade trade. The only way that you can prove me wrong is that your fade trades are profitable. Then I'll accept your ability to fade. Okay? Because even I have problem fade trading because of patience. And I see it in every one of you. So, like, the ones that are making progress now have realized this, and you're only fading at high probability areas. A high probability area is so obvious that you shouldn't have to use a stop loss on the fade. You should have a scale in plan, and I will refine. So here's the thing. None of you have permission to do fade trades yet. Some of you do. I should say that. Some of you do. But alphas, some of you need to master fade trades and prove to me that you master momentum trades. Sorry. Once you master momentum trades, then you'll get your fade trade card. You can apply for a fade trade card. And then you can officially fade the market. Until then, the only fades I want to see you doing is extremely, extremely high probable fades. Meaning that, and I'll do a separate member video for this just so that we're very clear. So I need to create a more detailed fade trade entry or fade trade trading section of the website, because it's a different monster from momentum trades. Momentum trades are easy. And the reason why you don't execute momentum trades, and I'll just share with this because it's why I don't execute momentum trades. Last Friday, I was trading like a dumb meat robot. It was dumb. It was so stupid. Like I say stupid in the nicest fashion. It was like, okay, we're back up to the daily open and the RDA. I guess I sell short. Okay, well, that trade worked out. Okay, we're back up to the RDA and the weekly open. 2 signals plus the small tick chart finally gave me confirmation. Okay, I guess I'll sell short. All right, third time. We're at the same place. I guess I'll sell short. And then one more time. And then I caught the trade where it reversed. And my P&L didn't really back up how well I was trading the system. But like I recognized I was trading the system, I guess. I wasn't there was 2 trades that I fought the system. And, I haven't got to a discipline level because I'm such a aggressive trader that I feel stupid trading the system because it's just so stupid. What I mean by that, you see these charts, okay? Let me just share how stupid this is. I say stupid and like, it makes you feel dumb because you feel like you should be doing more work to be making money. That's why I say it's just so stupid. Like, you got to get over that. Like, you got to get over the fact that momentum trades are just so dumbly stupid and be patient for them, because this is not about having a challenge. This is about pulling capital from the market while managing risk, right? So if we look at the GC trade, which I didn't add to all day, and I should have, because I just stayed in that trade. So I did stay in the trade. That's the positive. I'm going to show you NG, and I'm going to show you GC, because they're the opposite of each other. This is how stupid you have to be. And I mean that in the nicest way possible. Okay, this is how stupid you need to be. You buy here. All right. You buy here. Sorry. I'm not buying. I'm selling there. What the hell, dude? What are you selling there for? The stupid tool, man. Just give me there's a tool shortcut, but it's not working on my, you buy here. And I know I can just move this up. You buy here. Where's your profit? Real simple. You bought here. Well, you really didn't have a reason to get out and take profit at all. You buy here. You buy here. Okay, this is your first profit zone, but you expect it's an overshoot, and this profit zone didn't even lose momentum. So what do? The rules, the system's in there. You buy here. It's so dead simple. Okay, it lost momentum. What do? You sell up here. Where is it going? Where's your first profit level? The RDA check. What do? You buy here. It loses that. Okay. Well, by then you're going to have a momentum shift. It's going to come back and you sell up here. Now let's look at the NG. This is how, now here's the thing. Here's why you don't do that. Okay. Here's why you don't do that. This is why you don't do that. Because number one, it feels too simple. And you're not believing the chart. And you're thinking that every time that you're buying here, it's going to do this. Well, in the evidence video I show you for 3 hours, it doesn't. But then if you've been watching the market for at least 2 weeks, knowing the system, just watching the market and not trading, you see time and time and again in real time that you see at least 4 or 5 opportunities like this every single day at a minimum. What I don't want to see from any of you traders is trading this. I'll allow this trade here if you show me you executed it perfectly. If I see any execution on this trade here, which is a fade trade, that's messy, your fade trade permission has been revoked. All right? Everybody needs a master. You can become insanely wealthy doing just momentum trades. And then when you get really good at momentum trades, you're going to then be able to understand how to properly fade. I haven't distinctly said it at this like serious level because most of you are struggling with the hardest trade to exist. And the problem is if you master fade trades, you're going to forget about momentum trades and the market momentum more than it fades. There are days that if you're fading the market, there are days on momentum days, if you're fading the market, you're going to get wrecked. There are hardly days where if you trade the high probability momentum trades, you're not going to get wrecked. It's going to be difficult because you're going to be in a range, but then, you either stay out of it or you trade it correctly, but you'll get better at it over time. So that's the biggest thing that I would share with all people that are, kind of like for anybody that's trading. So let's look at the same thing on the NG. We didn't trade the NG at all, right? Well, let's do something to what we traded because that's not fair, or that's not like, why would I share something I didn't trade? Let's just look at the NQ and let's end the stream and then have a good night. Everybody have a good night. And I got a few things I got to do. So the NQ did get a little difficult, right? So you got a little difficult here today. What are we on? If you look at this here, it just got a little difficult, but not really. So it was short here, and then you should have been short all through here. Why? Because it's below the RDA. You should have been short. Now, where did you go long? Where did you start thinking long? Well, number one, I did trade this bottom here. So I did trade this bottom here. That was a fade trade. Once again, if you haven't mastered fade trades, you don't have permission. If you haven't mastered momentum trades, you don't have. So here's the thing. I would allow, and I'm saying this very directly, I'd allow you to fade this move here. Okay? Because there's a pattern that exists here using the 4-chart setup that you should be trading. Okay? There's a pattern here, but I will allow this one here because there's a very clear pattern that you would see on the 4-chart setup if we pulled it up, that you will see that's in the pattern library that I would feel bad if you didn't trade. Okay? Meaning that this trade is the best fade trade that I want to see you execute. This one here is an advanced pattern on the 4-chart layout. You can trade it, but it better be executed well. Otherwise, you're going to lose your fade trade card. After that, you selling here until this point right here. And then you're a meat box buyer. And what are you doing? Like, I know this is easy in hindsight, but you just saw me execute some of this in real time. So, I just streamed the full trading session. I didn't step away from the computer at all from trading. I did a couple things. I stretched a couple times. You just saw me trade the full session, okay? I didn't trade it as effectively as I can go back in time. No one can. But look, I was making the decisions in real time based on the Rexdog system, and I caught this move all the way up. Didn't catch it all the way up to here. I caught a good majority of that move. I caught a lot of the moves here. I didn't trade at my normal size. I did get a little confused in this area, but I at least I was thinking it was going to break to the long side for a little bit, but then eventually I did catch this move down. You saw me catch this move down. Or if you were on the stream, I caught this move down. And after this point in time, right here, you had no business shorting the market. No business being a fader. Maybe here, because look, it's an overshoot of the RDA and it was the first VWAP test. That is partially acceptable, but it's actually really a stupid trade area. And I'm sorry, I'm going to come up with a better word than stupid because there are no stupid trade areas. They're dumb trade areas. Same word. But why is that a dumb? I mean, it's a good fade, right? So this is a good fade. This is a really good fade trade area, right? But then also, what do you notice here? you don't got a lot of room. So this, if you're fading this, or if you're selling this move, which is a bias check, but momentum is long. So you've got two indicators that are arguing with each other, and you don't know which one's going to win. Well, you get the clue here that momentum won, and you got the clue here. This is intention. These three bars are intention. So, that's telling you that the market's going to break the RDA, those three bars. So that's why when it pulls back, like a momentum check and even a deeper momentum check, you're looking at the story of the chart and you're saying, okay, there's intention there. If that intention didn't exist and it stopped just at the RDA, like here, there's no intention here. See this bar? There's no intention here. So, like, the difficulty in trading this is that it looks like it's going to change over, but it never changed over in momentum. Notice it never changed over in momentum. So as I look back at this day, if I wasn't fading this move, or if I wasn't shorting this move because it was bias short and momentum short, I should have been. And we got a very clear level, at least on the 5 minute. And I can guarantee on the 4 chart setup, you got confirmation right here on this bar here. That's where you got confirmation. I can guarantee it. I don't even have to look at the 4 chart setup. I could just know that in this bar here, kind of these two bars, you got confirmation to short the market. And then not only that, 5 minute gave you confirmation. You got a decent trade there. And then you went into range trading. But even then, if you were range trading correctly, selling up here, you were in the trade and you were profitable pretty quick. Here's the only point in time where you had a little bit of concern of whether or not, is this going to flip over? But no, I can guarantee on the 4 chart setup in this candle right here, probably right around here, literally right around here, that you got the signal on the 4 chart setup, at least on chart 2, to go short. And then all you had to do is project out. Well, the only thing you had to worry about on that short move, and it was so obvious, especially in the 5 minute, is that you got a level here on the 5 minute. And then you've got a series of lows, right? So you really have a zone here on the 5 minute. This is just using the 5 minute. Now, if we pulled up the 4 chart setup, and members, you should be doing this anyways. So if you're watching this or you're watching the stream, you should be doing this in your own chart so that you're getting the knowledge. You're building the muscle memory. You're not just sitting there watching me do it. In this zone here, I can guarantee you got the signal to go heavy, because I can guarantee what happened on chart 2, and I don't even have to look at it. Do I have it up? No, I don't have it up. I can guarantee in this chart here, it did a momentum check on chart 2, and then that was your opportunity to add to the trade twice. You probably got 2 opportunities to add to the trade in this bar, and then that's you would have went from 267 down to, you probably would have got out here a little bit, maybe, or you would have, I think this would have been another momentum check, and it wouldn't have closed on C2. C2 would have guided you the whole way, and you probably would have got out right around here. So that's from 644 all the way to 680. Not a bad move. Within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a half hour. And then this is where this is the only fade. Okay, there's 2 fades. This fade, here's the thing. This fade is easier to execute than this fade. So this fade is easier to execute than this fade. So I would accept this fade being executed. I would accept this one as it was executed correctly. And then what I'd want to see is that how you dealt with this situation here. That's what I'd want to see from a trader that was trading the NQ today. That's all. That I just need to look at 3 places on the chart, see how you dealt with those 3 places, and I can tell whether or not you have problems with entries, whether or not you're scared to enter. Most of you are scared to enter. Most of you, and especially the ones that are on demo, you're starting to get it. But the ones that are that you're starting to get it, and I'm seeing there's 4 or 5 of you that are it's really hitting, just the trades that you're sharing, right? You're getting it. But I would say how you get it faster, it's going to feel like you're limiting yourself. Just focus on momentum trades. And then only what that will do, if you do that for 1 or 2 weeks, it will then teach you how to trade fade trades better. Because then you're going to notice, you're going to realize, you're going to see the high probability fade trades. And all that is patterns, right? All that is patterns. I've shared with you the top 4 patterns to trade on a fade trade. So what I haven't done specifically is to kind of like, and I have done this, but you know, you're going to realize that the fade trade videos that I create are derivatives of everything you know. So it's just going to be hitting it at a different angle. But most of you are going to watch it and say, I already know this. And then I'm like, okay, great. But there's going to be a couple, 2 or 3 things in there just from a fade trade perspective that we don't cover in detail. So for instance, a fade trade, so these moves fit criteria that you should be even looking for a fade trade. These 2 moves specifically, these 2 moves do. And this move is actually a better version of what you'd want to fade than this trade. The only reason why this trade is an effective fade trade, and I was talking about it in real time, it was that stall area that was stalling. And I was saying I need to do this in real time, because in non-real time, entering in this area here with this close to the momentum indicator causes confusion, because you're in this range, but the range looks like it's an equal range, meaning that it looks like it's in this range where it's not breaking out to the upside and it's not breaking out to the downside. But that range actually is showing you, or is telling you, based on how it's unfolding, even though it's not giving you a clear signal, that it has a higher probability that it would do this comparatively to breakdown, meaning that it would have a candle, an alpha candle. It would create an alpha candle based on the pattern of what that's doing, because it wasn't exactly a clear stair-step pattern. It was more like a straight line stair-step pattern. But if you interpret that through the 5-minute chart, you interpret that through what the S2 is doing, and if you would interpret it to where it was at on the 60-minute chart, this is another fade this is the highest probability fade that existed on the chart. This one was difficult because you didn't get the signal until it was too late to enter. You know, you got the signal here and you don't have a lot of room where it could potentially sell off again. So anyways, I know I just kind of went down a little path there, but that's the thing. So here's the thing. I got a lot of DMs I see. I got people I got to get back to. I do have a meeting I got to get into. I'll respond to everybody in DMs. If you are interested in the training, you can join. You can go to the website. I explain it in detail, in full. And if you have any questions, join Discord, ask an email. You can send me an email. There's a link on there that says I'm ready to get started. I just like to talk to everybody. I just want to make sure that I want to understand where you're at in your trading journey. That way I can support it the best way. And then I just want to make sure that you have the right perspective going into the training. And for new traders and even advanced traders, I made the training for both. It's for both. So for advanced traders, I've even heard some traders that have been, so there's someone in the training that's been trading, that's traded in prop firms, and that's traded, like been a trader and got burnt out, joined the system and said, I got a lot from even the basic videos that I never knew before. And I was just floored by that, because I would think that they've been in a prop firm. They were a successful trader before for 7 years. They burnt themselves out. I just was, floored that they, even the stuff that I thought they would just gloss over, they're enjoying, because they're enjoying at least my perspective and how I'm trying to implore people to think about the market. So, it's like I said, I can go on and on. Anyways, this is way past my bedtime or my get off trade time, whatever it is. Thanks everybody for joining me. I probably will feel good enough for streaming. I do have a disconnect appointment. What that means is that I go home with a chemo pump and I get chemo pumped into me for 2 days. And then I have this appointment where they disconnect that pump. And the disconnect pump It only takes 15 minutes for them to disconnect it. So I can usually do later in the afternoon, so I'll probably be streaming in the morning. I did not plan to stream the whole session here today, but hey, had fun. So any questions, anything else? Thanks everybody for joining. I look forward to seeing everybody on the next stream. And sorry if I didn't get to your question. You know, one of the things is if you join Discord and I did not get to your question, you can always send me one of the things you can ask in general. I like when people do that because then other people can benefit from it. And then the other thing is that it really allows me to then share stuff. But you can send me a DM. I know some people are not comfortable with that. One guy told me he was shy. Said I'm shy, so I just don't, I don't know if to just, but so, if I'm around, I'll answer questions. Look forward to seeing you in the next stream.